She could clearly feel the greedy eyes watching her from behind. But for some unknown reason, they didn't attack immediately. They just kept staring at her movements. Mu Xiang's body hair stood on end. The last time she felt this way was when Old Sheep was talking. Her steps unconsciously quickened, wanting to leave this place faster. However, because the City of Freedom was on a flat, barren desert, by the time Mu Xiang reached behind the nearest sand dune, it was already late afternoon. Leaving the shelter of her small shelter, the people with malicious eyes behind her revealed themselves. In the vast desert, it wasn't just her who was exposed. They were the same. This allowed Mu Xiang to clearly see how many ill-intentioned people were following her. They had thin bodies and greedy eyes. Their figures, reflected in the distorted heat waves on the desert, looked like zombies from a horror movie. As soon as she reached the sand dune, she quickly used her blind spot to store the acrylic sheets and her backpack into her space. Then she took out a large, yellow sunshade cloth and covered herself with it. While walking, she used sand from her space to cover her footprints, hiding her tracks. She then crouched behind a small sandbag next to a large dune, covered herself with the yellow cloth, and lay flat on the sandbag. She moved her body like a desert lizard, twisting side to side, and used vine-like plants to quickly sweep sand over herself and clear her surroundings of traces. Before long, her figure completely disappeared behind the sandbag. Behind her, those who had been chasing continued to run after Yuxiang's figure disappeared behind the sand dunes. They quickly pulled out knives or other weapons and rushed toward her. Yuxiang listened quietly to the approaching footsteps from her hiding spot on the sandbag, then carefully took out her crystal core gun. Although she was alone, she believed she could handle those skeleton-like pursuers. The footsteps grew closer, and then stopped. She heard their curses and angry shouts before they ran away again. Once the area was quiet, she slowly lifted the sunshade cloth in front of her to peek through a small opening. Her small sandbag was right next to the big sand dune. From her position, she could see what was happening in front of the dune. The people who had been following her earlier were now spreading out and running toward some bushes ahead. It seemed they thought she had hidden behind those bushes. While they searched forward, Yuxiang quickly got up, covered herself with the large sunshade cloth that matched the color of the sand, and retreated behind the big sand dune. Then she turned and ran toward the safe zone. However, she was heading away from the safe zone, not back into it. She didn't go near the shanty town but circled around it from the side, running toward the hills behind the safe zone. In this vast desert, she didn't want to fight those reckless people. She needed to find a place with some cover where she could hide and take out each of her pursuers one by one. Although those people were still searching the bushes for her, she knew that once they failed to find her and returned, someone in the shanty town would guide them to her escape route. Seeing their predatory looks, she was sure they wouldn't give up on her easily. Although she didn't yet know what had happened in the underground city that caused these people to move outside and build their shelters, the geography and environment here made survival much harder than in the jungle. After all, there's nothing here for scavenging outside. To survive here, you either need to find a proper job in the city, be strong enough to join a mercenary team and hunt alien beasts in the desert, or sell yourself to work in various mines. The first two jobs are not guaranteed for everyone, and not everyone who takes the last job will come back. Right now, the city is completely closed off, so Mu Xiang thinks it will be very difficult to find work inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many makeshift shelters outside the city. Life is really getting harder day by day. The people chasing her also quickly gave up and returned to the shanty town, just as she expected. Then, guided by others, they started chasing her again in the direction she was heading. Perhaps seeing that things had been exposed, those people no longer tried to hide and rushed out of the shanty town shouting loudly. Mu Xiang left much earlier than them, but because of the terrain, there was a stretch of desert before reaching the foot of the mountain, so she didn't find a good hiding spot right away. However, her light brown sunshade cloth helped a lot, as its color was similar to the surroundings, making it harder for her pursuers to spot her repeatedly. Running back and forth, Mu Xiang quickly reached the foot of the mountain. She looked back at the figures behind her and quickly climbed up the. When she reached halfway up the mountain, She hid behind a dirt mound. She took out her crystal core gun from her bag and aimed at the people chasing her, shooting at them. The crystal core gun takes several shots to hit a mutated beast, but when shooting at people, it's always accurate. Headshots right between the eyebrows. After knocking down 4 or 5 of them, they hurriedly stopped and scattered, looking for places to hide. But just like before, when Muxiang was running away without any cover, these people also fled without any cover. In this endless desert, both sides lost track of each other. When they turned around, Muxiang stood up directly and took down the last few people behind her with precise shots. Just as she was about to continue and finish off the remaining 2, the 2 who had been running ahead suddenly turned around and ran toward her. At first, Muxiang thought they might be fighting back and trying to challenge her. But when she saw that moving reddish-brown tide behind them, she sensed something was wrong. Those people weren't turning around to fight her. It was because of that strange red tide. To confirm her suspicions, Mako took out a telescope from her space and looked toward the tide. Wow! She broke out in a cold sweat in the hot weather. That wasn't a red tide at all. It was a swarm of tiny red ants. These are the first dangerous mutated ants she read about before coming to the desert, called gold-loving ants. They are called gold-loving ants not because they only eat gold. It's because they live underground in mining areas and feed on metal-rich rocks. But they don't only eat rocks. If they smell strange creatures or anything unusual, they will attack and eat that too. Right now, the ants are probably attracted by the blood of the people who just fell. The area might have rich mineral resources, and the ants are close to the surface. That's why they came out from underground to eat the rocks. These ants have very strong jaws. After they crawl over a corpse, the bones become almost broken and scattered on the ground. Being chased by such fierce creatures, those 2 people ran toward her. They seemed to want to drag her into trouble. Those people really deserve their bad luck. Mako quickly fired 2 shots at the people rushing toward her, not bothering to see if she hit them. She turned around and hurriedly continued climbing up the mountain. These gold-loving ants have very strong jaws. After crawling over a corpse, the bones are almost broken and scattered on the ground. Being chased by such fierce creatures, those 2 people ran toward her. They seemed to want to drag her into trouble. Those people really deserve their bad luck. She quickly shot twice at the people rushing toward her, not bothering to check if she hit them. Mako turned around and hurriedly kept climbing the mountain. But she soon regretted her decision. Running up the mountain earlier was an advantage because it made hiding easier and allowed her to fight back. But now, just escaping on the mountain, she clearly isn't as agile as the ants. For her, the mountain is just like flat ground compared to them. Her hurried shots earlier also failed to hit the 2 troublemakers who were leading her into danger. To help Muxiang get into the water, she kept following her up the mountain. They saw that she had nothing on her, yet she refused to give up her chase. Could it really be that they wanted to catch her just to eat her? Thinking this, Muxiang quickly looked back. The closer she got, the more she saw the withered face and bloodshot eyes of the person behind her. TSK, it looks like he's not fully awake and might be seriously ill. Maybe his pursuit of her isn't just about money. But she had dressed very carefully, so how did those people decide to target her? She also didn't think about how these starving people, who eat their own kind, could be in the same situation as her, someone who has enough to eat. She probably just lacked experience. In life and death situations, people's potential is endless. Although Muxiang was healthy and exercised often, after seeing her companions turn into bones up close, the 2 behind her, determined to die with her, gradually closed the distance. Would Muxiang be willing to let that happen? In a life-or-death escape, whoever is behind is the first to die. They liked chasing her from behind, didn't they? Muxiang started consciously pushing dirt and stones behind her as she climbed. She let the stones and dirt slide down the mountain, blocking the 2 behind her from running and slowing their pace. These people were originally just catching their breath while chasing Muxiang. As Muxiang kept pushing dirt and stones down, to avoid being hit or tripped, they had to slow down and dodge left and right. One burst of effort, then fatigue, then exhaustion. They were only after Muxiang because they were starving and saw her as prey. After chasing her for half a day, escaping and climbing, with the desperate desire to survive, they kept going up. But once she stopped to dodge, she lost her momentum. No matter how much she climbed or ran, she couldn't maintain her initial speed. Gradually, the distance between her and the biting insects behind grew smaller. Seeing that they couldn't catch Mu Xiang and make her their scapegoat, they exchanged glances, both thinking about pulling the other down. Their eyes met with the same idea of pushing the other to the front, then both looked away instinctively. They were all at their limit. If they could catch her by surprise, maybe they'd succeed. But if everyone was on guard, the outcome would be uncertain. But it's not good to run ahead and leave the other person to take the blame. Being caught is only a matter of time. She turned around to check the distance behind her and the golden-eating ants. The two of them seemed to have agreed to split up and run sideways, one on each side. She thought to herself that with 3 people heading in 3 different directions, at least 2 might survive. The one climbing ahead was clearly bigger, smellier, and more delicious. Those ants probably wouldn't chase after them anymore. But different species have different minds. How could they think the same way? All these ants had become mutated, and with so many different races, splitting into 2 groups to eat shouldn't be a problem. Little ants don't have much wisdom. They just want everything. For the flood-like golden-eating ants, dividing into 2 small groups didn't really reduce their main group's numbers. When Mu Xiang watched disaster sci-fi movies before, she thought, they're just tiny ants. How could they eat people? Just run faster, she thought. Now, being chased desperately by the ants, she just wants to say, I can't run faster, I really can't. It's not that she can't run fast, she just can't keep running at that speed forever. If she stops, she'll be eaten. If she runs slowly, she'll be bitten. She tries to dodge them, climb over them, or climb onto big rocks. It's like they've installed a tracking device on her. The mutated golden-eating ants and the small left and right ones are considered normal-sized in this end-of-days era, only about the size of a finger. But they're surprisingly fast. Seeing the sky darken more and her steps grow heavier, Mu Xiang feels that if she keeps going like this, she might not see the sunrise tomorrow. Her wood element supernatural power can't do much against those ants that even gnaw on bones. But her water element power can still be useful. She can use her water powers to create glue balls and make some special flypaper or sticky traps to try to reduce the ant swarm. She stops and takes out some bark from her space, spreading a thick layer of glue on one side. She places the bark in a V-shape across the ant's main path to block as many as possible. She arranges 3 V-shaped barriers on the hillside in a semicircle. After setting them up, she continues to run uphill for a while. Then she turns back to check how effective the barriers are. Yes, the glue stuck, but after the ants that were glued covered the tree bark, the remaining ants didn't change their path. They just stepped on the stuck ants and continued chasing her. It makes sense, just a few wooden planks, so the effect was limited. She also tried attacking the ant swarm directly with small glue balls, but it wasn't very effective because there were many ants moving quickly. The glue balls didn't work as well as the bark glue boards. Not giving up, she took out a flamethrower and aimed it at the mutated golden-loving ants. It didn't kill a large group immediately, but it did slow them down. The mutated ants, under the fire, didn't die right away, but curled up and trembled, as if injured. As long as it works, that's enough. Just as she was thinking about using the flamethrower to turn the situation around, she noticed the ants fleeing from the fire seemed to be forming a loose circle, trying to surround her. This was a problem. If she was attacked from one side, she could still fight back, but if surrounded, she couldn't turn around. Quickly, she took advantage of the moment before the circle was complete and rushed out. She ran a bit further away to put more distance between herself and the ants, then started searching her space for anything useful. She had considered hiding inside her small cabin, but seeing the skeletons that turned white in seconds and the relentless swarm of ants, she was afraid that if she closed the door, the ants might chew through the house and come inside. Then she wouldn't even be able to run. Running around the mountain wasn't a good option anymore. She needed to find a way down to the Gobi Desert. At least in the Gobi, it would be easier to run. During her escape, she once again set out some glue boards and used the flamethrower. After creating some distance, she started running sideways down the mountain. She wasn't sure how the ants communicated, but it wasn't easy for her to descend. When she began to run diagonally downward, the front line of the golden-loving ants that were chasing her started to switch places with the rear line, beginning to intercept her. She almost turned into a skeleton. Most importantly, she wasn't sure if her constant efforts to block the ants' path had triggered the entire swarm. In the vanguard of the chasing ants, a new type of ant appeared, one with a large head that shot out a jet of liquid. Their big heads are like pressurizers for water guns, capable of shooting a high concentration of ant acid over long distances, like a powerful water jet. Fortunately, Museong always wears full protective gear when going out, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The corrosive strength of the ant acid is terrifying. When it sprays onto the ground, it immediately bubbles and sinks. Whether it hits rocks or hard soil, it causes bubbling and dissolving. Her high-level protective suit, which can defend against the claws of mutated beasts, is quickly corroded and charred, breaking apart with a shake. Her good clothes are ruined, full of holes. To prevent the ant acid from injuring her again, Museong runs while raising a water shield to defend herself. After the acid is blocked and gradually mixes into the water shield, Museong uses her water-based powers to control the acidic liquid inside, turning it into water bullets that shoot back at the ant swarm. This high-strength ant acid is truly powerful, capable of being reflected back with the same destructive force. The bubbles and smoke from the acid that hits the swarm are immediately corroded away. The battle intensifies as the acid flies through the air, making a sizzling, bubbling sound, accompanied by a strong, irritating smell. Museong fights while retreating carefully, observing her surroundings and escape routes to avoid being surrounded. Before the last light of sunset disappears, she finally reaches a slightly flatter place. In a rush, she quickly takes out her off-road vehicle from her space, jumps in, and speeds away. She hopes that having a vehicle will help her completely escape the pursuing ant army behind her. Then she remembers reading somewhere that a stimulating smell can disrupt ants' communication. Museong takes out wild mint, mutated chili peppers, wild small oranges, Sichuan pepper leaves, wild mugwort, and stinky grass, plants with strong, irritating scents, from her space. She wraps them with some jagged stones in a water balloon and spins them rapidly. The small water balloon acts like a high-speed blender, crushing and blending these messy ingredients into dark green, foul-smelling water balls. One by one, the water balls fly out of the car window and scatter behind the vehicle, releasing a very irritating smell. Museong drives non-stop through the night, from sunset until dawn. When she could see her surroundings clearly, Mako carefully stopped. She got out of the car, climbed onto the roof, and used a telescope to carefully observe the environment, especially behind her. She checked if the smell distractions from last night worked and whether those tricky golden-eating ants were still chasing her. After examining everything carefully several times, Mako finally relaxed. The good news was that she had successfully escaped. The bad news was that she was completely lost and couldn't figure out the direction to the City of Freedom, nor could she return to her little home. Although she had habitually stored most of her things from the cave into her space when she left, she still had her planting layer, some vegetables, and a little lizard. And she had put a lot of effort into that cave, carving it out with difficulty. There was no safe, comfortable cave of hers in this vast desert and Gobi. Not to mention the sandstorm earlier. She didn't know what to do if another one came. As for returning along the same tracks, following the footprints, she wasn't sure if the footprints would be covered by drifting sand overnight. Even if they weren't, what if she followed the tracks back and the ants were still there? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble? Sigh. Life is tough, the fairy sighed. For the first time, Mako felt a little regret about exchanging things from the City of Freedom this time. She wasn't actually short of crystal cores right now, thanks to her own savings and the contributions from Little Zwa and Little Yu. Her space was filled with many. But recently, the consumption from her psychic training and the difficulty of finding crystal cores in the surrounding environment made her anxious. She wanted to exchange some. She also considered exchanging acrylic boards. She could raise her plants in those large water tanks, but using acrylic boards made it easier to observe and look nicer. Sigh, Mako sighed again. She stood up, looked at the endless desert around her, and decided to prevent herself from getting lost again in the future. She simply drank a packet of nutritional liquid, changed her clothes, packed up the car, and started jogging away, with her back to the rising sun. As for whether the car that had been running all night needed rest, she didn't know where she would sleep tonight, and she couldn't sleep now anyway. Anyway, when the sun was at its hottest at noon, she would rest if she wanted to. For now, she'd take advantage of the cool weather to travel more quickly. She planned to rest properly when noon came. I don't know if this recent getting lost is a punishment from heaven for her. The vast desert has no grass, not even a single stone. Actually, she could keep driving forward. But she is afraid. She fears running out of fuel without supplies. If she encounters a situation where she needs to escape later, she won't be able to leave quickly. After all, she used to have a goal and hope when leaving the jungle. Now, she is just relying on luck. It's not clear if it's good luck or bad luck. Right now, the only thing that consumes little energy is her own legs. Although the hottest part of the day is past, the temperature around her keeps rising as the sun gets higher. Even though she is wrapped up tightly and has taken precautions, her head, face, and arms still feel burning from the sun's heat. It's only been a few hours since she started, and it's not yet the hottest time in noon. To save energy and prevent heatstroke or sunburn, Museong had to take out her small belongings and put them away. She used her wood element powers to make vines wrap around her items for protection and insulation. Then she went inside her shelter, set an alarm, and started to rest. Maybe because she was used to the coolness of the stone cave before, Museong didn't sleep comfortably. Even with large leaves grown from her vines to block the heat, the temperature inside the hut was still very high. She lay down and soon broke out in sweat all over her body. Between taking off her clothes and turning on the fan with ice cubes, she chose to use the ice cubes. After all, the environment is uncertain. Although it looks silent around her, if suddenly some strange mutated creatures rush out while she's sleeping, her light clothing wouldn't be good for escaping or defending herself. There aren't many ice cubes, so she plans to save them. She can make more at night with her ice machine. Only after resting at noon can she walk further in the afternoon. After her nap, the sun lowered, and even Museong's powers were used several times. But the temperature in the desert and on the Gobi Plateau kept rising. She sat under her umbrella, looking out through the leaves of her wood vines, only seeing the twisted air above the sand. It looked like a giant air fryer, ready to squeeze the life out of any creature daring to challenge it. There was nothing she could do. Museong could only sit under her umbrella and repeatedly use her wood powers. While soothing the discomfort caused by the high temperature, she also continuously guides the purple-black radiation particles in the vine's photosynthesis process to break down. The high temperature acts like a catalyst for the vine to absorb radiation particles, as if the hotter it gets, the faster and more it absorbs and decomposes them. The entire vine is like a giant vacuum cleaner, constantly purifying and absorbing the surrounding radiation. Museong rested from her supernatural abilities and her sunshade starting mid-morning. At 3 p.m., she began practicing, and only when the outside temperature stabilized around 6 p.m. did it start to slightly decrease. After putting away her supernatural powers and sunshade, she moved her arms and legs a bit and then started jogging slowly across the desert. She couldn't just stand still. There was too little time each day to walk comfortably. She didn't know what lay ahead, so she could only keep moving forward, trying to find a suitable place to settle as quickly as possible. She didn't want to be walking in the desert when the cold arrived. Her original departure time was late, and by the time the stars appeared in the sky, Museong was still walking across the endless desert. Ideally, she should take advantage of the cool night to speed up her journey, but she knew that being cool meant she had to act quickly. The insects and mutated creatures in the desert also knew this. During the day, it's hot, but most desert creatures hide away. This makes it much safer. Plus, during the day, she can see any strange animals or mutated insects that appear. At night, her options are much more limited. Turning on the light might attract light-sensitive insects, but not turning it on risks stepping on poisonous insects or snakes. So, today, she decided to proceed cautiously. Better safe than sorry. Mu Xiang took out a new small hut from her space and placed it outside. Fortunately, she had prepared an extra one earlier. The previous one she used was still stuck on the mountaintop. Inside the hut, she first took out a refrigeration device from her space, plugged it into the power box, and immediately started making ice. Then she took off her coat, scarf, glasses, gloves, and shoes, hanging them by the door. She also took out a bamboo tube that reached her knees from her space. Standing barefoot inside, Mu Xiang began filling the tube with sand. The sand was clean, purified, radiation-free, and warm. She kept filling until the sand level was above her calves, then stopped and stored the remaining sand back into her space. These warm sand particles are specially filtered and selected by Mu Xiang. After filtering, only the finest particles are kept, then soaked and cleaned with a radiation treatment solution. Once there is no more radiation residue on the sand and it is thoroughly cleaned, it is left outside to sun-dry. When the clumped sand is completely dry, it is broken apart and warmed, then stored in a water jar inside the space. It is used for bathing or foot soaking when water is scarce. I learned this method during my mining days. You only need a little water to wet your body, then scrub with this fine sand to clean yourself. Compared to other methods, this makes you feel quite clean. At that time, we had 3 ways to clean ourselves at the mine. The first was the most common, washing with pure water. The second was this dry cleaning method. The third was a dirt-based cleaning. The first 2 are normal cleaning methods, while the third is an unusual way. Dirt cleaning means waiting until your body is covered in mud, then sitting in a corner and scrubbing like a monkey catching fleas, using small stones to scrape off the hardened mud. This dirt cleaning is also a method Mu Xiang cannot accept for now. After half an hour, Mu Xiang put away the foot bath and took out a damp towel to wipe herself briefly. She packed the ice from the ice maker into plastic bags and stored them in the space, to be used later when it gets hot. Since coming to this desert, she has noticed that the line between hot and cold seasons has become very clear. It's either hot or cold, with little in between. There is no longer much time in between. Now, even though the extreme heat has passed and the sun has set, she can still feel the hot air rising from the ground and sand. Thinking of this, Mu Xiang took out a pair of wooden clogs-like shoe covers from the space. The soles are made of a very light, soft wood, cut into thin slices, just over thick. The soles have several parallel grooves about 1 finger wide. The sides of the shoes have small holes, through which long, flexible grass ropes are threaded to secure them on the feet. Originally, these wooden shoe covers were used in winter to keep warm and prevent slipping, but now they are used for insulation. She felt that if she didn't take care of it soon, her feet and shoes would definitely start to protest and stop working. She got up and poured all the ice from the ice machine into a large basin, then placed it by the bed to cool the room at night. Next, she packed away the ice machine and replaced it with a small electric fan. She set an alarm on her wristband to wake her up in the middle of the night, then closed the door and windows and went to bed to rest. As she expected, the desert outside became lively at night. Various creatures emerged from the sand, rocks, and cracks in the ground, in places she never imagined. They searched for food, dug holes, hunted, and some just turned their backs and relaxed. About 2 days' journey from where she was in the desert, small, nearly dried-up bushes and tiny hills began to appear. Under these bushes, many small shell beetles, about the size of eggs, could be found. They had short front legs, long back legs, and a slender, oval-shaped body. When night fell, they crawled out from underground, moving in a coordinated way toward the top of the small hills, as if guided by some instinct. They adjusted their head and tail directions according to the wind, then lay down with their heads down and their rear ends up, forming a strange pattern. The black and white markings on the beetle's shells pressed close together, creating a bizarre design that looked unsettling. Of course, only if you could see them. Since they are quite large and move in neat lines, you'd think that nocturnal insect-eating creatures would pay special attention to them. But all night, from the moment they emerged until they gathered back. No creatures attacked them. Even around the small hills where they gathered, no other animals approached. All insects and creatures kept their distance, avoiding these hills entirely. Because in this area, there was an invisible, strong, foul-smelling, overwhelming, and physically uncomfortable odor that made people dizzy and nauseous. As time passed, the temperature at night gradually dropped. The air cooled down, and the distant wind carried a faint moisture toward the desert. On the small hills, the previously still beetles slowly began to develop tiny water droplets on their shells. These droplets grew larger and merged, gradually sliding down due to gravity and gathering on their heads. Then slowly, they disappeared. By the time the sun began to rise, these beetles, with their bottoms in the air, had drunk enough dew and started heading back underground. Everything returned to how it was before, except for the lingering smell in the air. Mu Xiang spent half the night practicing her special abilities and added 2 large jars of clean water to her space. Although the area looked barren, there was much more moisture in the air at night than in the mountains before. It's unclear whether this is due to the season or the geography. Yesterday was a special day, so she drank a nutrient supplement to keep going. Today, she plans to travel all day again. Taking advantage of the convenience of her small hut, she took out a bowl of wild vegetable mash with double portions and ate it. The bright green shredded vegetables gave her energy for the new day. The longer she lives in this vast desert, the more she longs for that touch of green. She carefully put on her boots, shoe covers, long-sleeved coat, large scarf covering her head and face, gloves, goggles, and added a bigger pointed straw hat to shield her from the sun and keep her cool. She packed up her house and resumed her journey. Taking advantage of the cool weather, she started jogging across the desert, feeling like a wandering hero from a story. She ran from morning until noon, just like yesterday, with her umbrella, practicing, and waiting for the sun to tilt. She wanted to go out to buy something, but ended up being chased so fiercely that she couldn't even return home. Unfortunate for Mu Xiang. However, running, practicing, and sleeping every day for nearly half a month without encountering dangerous, mutated creatures made her quite lucky. At least, as she traveled alone through this endless desert, she only needed to keep moving forward in one direction. Without a specific goal, just a steady direction. At least, that was her belief before she saw the ruined city in the distance. Now, Mu Xiang is standing on the top of a slightly higher hill. About a few kilometers ahead, on the flat desert plain, there is a large area of broken walls and ruins. An abandoned city, long deserted and forgotten. Half the day has passed, and she chooses not to enter the city immediately. Instead, she descends the hill to a flat spot on the windward side, finds a central position, and digs a shallow hole in the ground with her shovel and, matching the size of her small house's foundation. The hut was built and then surrounded with the dirt she had just dug up, forming a ring. Next, she used large stones collected along the way to press down and enclose the hut. Since she saw the ruins of the city, she planned to go inside and search carefully. With her current survival environment, conditions, and available time, she even wanted to gather bricks to store in her space. Since she needed to stay for a long time, she couldn't neglect the defenses around the hut. Right now, there are no mountains or trees, so natural protection is weak. She thought about setting up a thorn fence or building a stone wall around it. But after being chased by the golden devouring ants, she suddenly felt a little powerless. She believed that the defense methods she thought of wouldn't work against those creatures. Instead, they might even hinder her escape. After thinking carefully, she chose a balanced approach. She first planted a ring of thorny bushes around the hut. Then, she used her wood element powers to grow many vines that took root beneath the bushes and wrapped around the dried branches. The thorns and the entwined vines made the originally fragile fence look much thicker, enough to block small mutant animals like lone wolves from spying or attacking. At the same time, the rooted vines, combined with the thorny bushes, helped stabilize the fence and prevent it from being blown away by strong winds. The vines created with her powers could also serve as an early warning system. Although they were rooted in the ground, When she closed her eyes, they felt like her mental tendrils, allowing her to sense the environment around her at any time. If she encountered similar powerful mutant creatures again, she could quickly retract the bushes and vines, not affecting her escape. After finishing everything, she looked casually toward the distant ruins of the city before returning to the hut. She saw a faint flicker of light in the dark city. But when she turned her head to check carefully, she saw nothing. The brief flash of light seemed to be just her imagination. Rustling sounds, rustling sounds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, in the empty, dark corridor, sharp squeaks of mice echoed. A cracking sound of bones breaking, and the squeaking stopped abruptly. In the darkness, a hunched figure carefully placed a dead mutant mouse into a burlap sack. Clack, clack, clack. The figure moved along the corridor toward a staircase that was mostly damaged. He tapped a small flashlight on his shoulder, and the dim yellow light illuminated a staircase, with only the steel framework remaining before turning off. The seemingly unsteady figure jumped a few times, accurately stepping over the steel beams in the dark to reach the next level. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of mice came from a room downstairs. The hunched figure quickly followed the sound. With a cracking sound of bones, the mice's squeaking stopped. The alarm clock rang. Moxiang woke up again in the middle of the night. After a simple wash, she climbed onto the roof to practice her water element powers. In the desert, water is very scarce. Even though her space stored a lot of water, she still diligently used her powers every day to condense moisture from the air and store clean water. When condensation became difficult and the moisture disappeared, the sky was already turning light. She returned to her small hut and boiled an ant egg for herself. In the dangerous city, she needed to be in her best condition to face whatever came. After tidying everything up and organizing her space, Moxiang wrapped herself tightly and ran toward the city ruins. She was probably not the first human here. The cars on the roadside had been stripped down to shells. The streets and shops were filled with trash and empty shelves. Nothing but dust remained. Some might feel discouraged seeing such scenes, thinking it was a wasted trip. But to Moxiang, these things were very useful. The shelves, for example, could be used to store small items in her space or outside, and they were much sturdier than her handmade wooden racks. The car shells, made of metal and broken glass, could be melted down and recycled. She could cut, melt, and reuse the materials easily. This way, she wouldn't need to waste time mining stones or making building materials from scratch. She could make whatever she needed directly. Next, Xiaoxi, shelves, door frames, anything made of wood that Xiaoxi thought useful was all stored in her space. She even didn't spare the withered roadside greenery and some faded plastic trash. These are good materials for starting fires, and she wouldn't feel bad about burning them. Since she stepped into this wilderness, she hadn't seen a big tree at all. Because Xiaoxi always disassembles and stores everything she finds, her progress was very slow. By noon, when the outdoor temperature reached its highest, Xiaoxi was still wandering around the storefront on the edge of the city. Apart from those items she could carry away directly, dismantling door frames, glass, wires, and faucets took quite some time. After prying the safe embedded in the wall of the rest area, Xiaoxi also broke down another wall due to the damage caused. Unlike the safe zone, where everything was made of cement, here she saw red bricks. So she didn't rest but used a hammer and an iron wedge to break down another wall. If she weren't worried about damaging the walls too much and causing the house to collapse, she might have dismantled a bit more. After all, it was much cooler inside the house than outside in the heat. Xiaoxi collected the red bricks into her space, then moved to the corner of the outer wall, which was shaded from direct sunlight and slightly cooler. She took out insect repellent from her space and sprayed it on the ground and walls within 2 meters. Then she took out a torn burlap sack, placed it on the ground in the corner, and sat cross-legged on it to rest. To save effort, Xiaoxi took out a small bamboo tube from her space. Inside was the sweet porridge made from soapberry rice she had cooked during her free time. It was just right to eat now, as it was hot and dry outside. By the time she returned in the afternoon, Xiaoxi hadn't left this shopping street. She had collected a large pile of miscellaneous items, but very few were usable. and she had no food at all. Before nightfall, Xiaoxi returned to her small hideout, carefully sorting and stacking all the materials she had gathered during the day in the yard. These items are covered in dust and need further cutting and sorting. Storing them this way and piling them in the yard makes it easier for Mu Xiang to work. Today, Mu Xiang collected 36 shelves, 8 broken cars, door frames, window frames, broken glass, faucets, electrical wires, plastic water pipes, plastic bottles and cans, and some withered green plants. She sorted the broken glass, faucets, wires, and labeled them, then packed them into burlap sacks and stored them back in the space. The plastic pipes and withered plants were stacked by size and bundled with old electrical wire, then placed next to the small shed. Broken cars, door frames, window frames, and old red bricks were piled outside around the thorn fence. These items still need to be taken apart and sorted again, so for now, they are just piled outside and will be dismantled later when there is time. Finally, the intact shelves were stacked in the yard. Mu Xiang used her water element ability to carefully polish all of them with fine sand. She didn't know how long these shelves had been abandoned here. They were covered in stains, dust, and thick rust. But after she cleaned and polished them, each shelf looked brand new again. She waved her hand, and these shelves were stored back into the space. Using her mental control, she arranged various preserved foods, wild vegetables, wild fruits, honey, honeycombs, beeswax, bee pupae, fresh flowers, dried flowers, seeds, leaves, and other small items on the shelves by type. This way, she could easily find what she needed when she wanted to use something. Any items that didn't fit on the shelves due to quantity were floated onto the appropriate shelves, making it easy for her to restock anytime. Her space was over 100 meters high, so storing these items was no problem at all. After everything was organized, Mu Xiang returned to her small house, took off her dirty, dusty protective suit, and hung it back on the door. She then used a damp towel to carefully wash herself from head to toe. Living alone has its advantages, and living in a gathering place has its benefits too. For example, the security and washing facilities. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be to take a bath in a big public bathhouse. Tomorrow when she searches again, if she sees some nice floor tiles, she might try to pry them up and take them. Maybe she'll find a use for them someday. She is sure she will find her own Eden someday. When that happens, she plans to build herself a very large bath. However, she cannot stay here forever. She needs to find a safe place to spend the winter before the cold season arrives. As for food, since she figured out how to use her wood-based supernatural power to speed up growth, she is less worried. She still has enough to eat and won't starve, at least. If she gives her a pot of soil, she can use her power to make the plants grow faster. They won't mature instantly like in stories, but in a day or two, she can make them sprout and grow leaves. With the natural growth rate of plants and their current size, as long as she waits a day or two for each to sprout and develop, she won't go hungry. She closes the doors and windows tightly. While watching a video about daily life and smelting, she sketches plans on paper for what she wants to collect and how to modify the items she brings back. First, she plans to dismantle the car frames and melt them down into iron ingots for easy storage later. She will carefully check the window and door frames, keeping the sturdy and good-looking ones, and burn or chop up the rest as needed. She needs to remove the cement from the broken bricks and store them properly until she starts her journey. As she writes her to-do list, more tasks keep piling up, but her time to stay here is limited. She has no intention of remaining in this abandoned city or nearby. That empty city always gives her a strange, prickling feeling. Suddenly, several loud knocks echoed. 4 or 5 large black rats, fighting over food, were caught by the tail and slammed against the wall. A person wrapped entirely in black cloth quickly moved forward, skillfully breaking the necks of the confused rats one by one. Then, hunched over, he slowly packed the dead rats into a sack and carried it on his back. It looked as if he wasn't the agile person from before. He moved like a night watchman, wandering through the abandoned shopping mall's underground supermarket. He kept walking until the sack was full, then turned and disappeared into a nearby alley. Mu Xiang had been wandering around the outskirts of the city for half a month, following her previous plan. Outside the small yard, several layers of abandoned building materials and small cars were piled up. She planned to stay for 3 more days. During this time, she wouldn't break into doors or smash windows anymore. She wanted to carefully check if there was anything useful here. Or maybe she would cautiously look around to see if she could encounter any mutated creatures to gather more crystal cores or dried meat supplies. While scavenging, she heard some noises from afar, small black rats about the size of dogs. At that moment, she was dismantling a door frame, so she didn't rush outside immediately. Her movements had already attracted the attention of those mutated rats. Even if she had dropped her work to chase after them, she might not have caught up. Yesterday afternoon, before leaving, she set 2 animal traps at the corner of the street where she saw the rats. To increase her chances, she placed small energy bars on top of the traps. Today, as soon as she entered the city, she hurried straight here, feeling both excited and scared. She hoped the traps had caught something, but she was also worried it might just be a rat. When she arrived, she found the corner completely empty. Even the large steel spike she hammered into the ground to hold the trap was gone. The ground showed no signs of struggle, clean, as if someone had taken away both the prey and the trap together. Could they have taken the trap along with the catch? Suddenly, she felt like someone was watching her from behind. Just now, her angered feelings turned into alertness. She quickly hid behind a large trash bin, carefully looking around. But outside the alley, there was no movement or figures, only abandoned storefronts and buildings. She couldn't tell if the observer was male or female, old or young, one person or two. She was now in a trash corner of an alley, a dead end that wasn't very deep. Inside, there was only a large trash bin and scattered garbage on the ground. Nothing else. If she wanted to leave, she could only go back the way she came, through the main road ahead. But that feeling of being watched told her the person who took her trap hadn't left yet. They were watching from some unseen corner across. Time passed slowly, as if the world had gone silent, and all she could hear was her own pounding heartbeat. The sun above slowly rises, its light gradually shining into the street. Thin, twisted air begins to appear on the ground. She can't wait any longer. There is no cover here, and once the temperature fully rises, she will become dizzy from the heat and more vulnerable. Holding the crystal core gun tightly, Muxiang carefully moves along the wall to the alley entrance. She doesn't stick her head outside to look. She only extends the gun's barrel out and fires a quick burst outside. She doesn't care where she hits or misses. She keeps shooting until the energy in her crystal core gun is completely used up, then stops. The gunfire ceases, and outside becomes quiet again. No groans, no screams, no hurried footsteps. Did I imagine things? Muxiang continues to fire a few more shots outside. Besides the sound of broken glass falling, there is nothing unusual. She can't wait any longer. Muxiang pulls out a valuable smoke bomb from her space, opens it, and throws it out. She had saved this during a previous mission. Her space doesn't have many of these, and she never thought about replenishing them. Now, she uses one. Soon, thick smoke covers the street and the alley entrance. She quickly runs out toward the city center. Before the smoke clears, she swiftly ducks into a nearby office building with a relatively intact structure. The once bright and lively lobby now looks a bit eerie after being abandoned for a long time. The safety corridor near the elevator is still somewhat bright because of a broken window around the corner. Without stopping to rest, Muxiang climbs up the safety corridor to the roof in one breath. She uses an axe to cut open the locked rooftop door and steps onto the open rooftop. She secures the door with an iron rod, carefully checks the rooftop, and sets up a sunshade tent in the corner. Only now does she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Today, it seems impossible to go home. She had considered running straight home through the smoke. But thinking of the empty traps and the hares standing up when she was watched, she gave up. Although her small house isn't far from the ruins of the city, she deceives herself into believing that as long as she doesn't go that way, her little home is still her own little sanctuary. After resting for a little while, she carefully crawled out of the tent and looked down from the edge of the rooftop. As expected, she saw nothing below. She looked at the rooftop door secured with an iron rod, then went over to open it. Inside, she placed some discarded furniture on the corridor above. She had originally collected these to burn as firewood, but now they just blocked the way perfectly. After blocking the staircase leading up to the rooftop, she tightly secured the rooftop door from outside with the iron rod. Back in the tent, she took out 2 bowls of ice and placed them in the corner to cool down. Then, she used her wood-based powers to grow a vine that emerged from the tent, climbing around it to serve as a guard. She lay down directly to rest and recover her strength. This rooftop wasn't the safest place in her mind. It was still too close to the alley. She needed to find a better spot. With her plan in mind, she quickly entered a deep sleep. This was a skill she developed from living alone outside for a long time. Life in the end-of-the-world era was tough, and she had to stay alert at all times. To recover as quickly as possible, she developed the ability to fall asleep instantly. The environment was simple. There was a tent for shade and ice bowls for cooling, but outdoors, especially on a rooftop, it was too hot even with the ice. When she woke up, she washed with the melted ice water, then packed everything into her space and headed toward the edge of the area she had previously observed. That was a building closest to this rooftop. It was slightly taller than the current one, with a semi-enclosed balcony on the side near the rooftop edge. The distance between the 2 buildings was about 8 or 9 meters. From this side, her vine could just reach the railing on the other side. She only needed to activate her wood powers to hook onto that side and use the vine to cross to the balcony. But the ground was dozens of meters below, and her vines, twisted together, were only about the thickness of her wrist. Crossing would not be easy, like climbing a rock wall. It's not easy, but no matter how difficult the situation, she had to grit her teeth and go on. Mu Xiang took a deep breath, focused her mind, and activated her wood-based supernatural power. She directed this energy to flow between the 2 buildings. Suddenly, countless green vines appeared in the previously empty space. They intertwined and wrapped around each other, forming a strong rope-like structure. As Mu Xiang continued to control her power, the vines grew thicker and thicker, eventually becoming as thick as an adult's arm, looking very sturdy and reliable. She slowly hung upside down like a sloth, moving carefully along the vines. Climbing this way was much slower, but it was safer. Without stopping, she smoothly reached the edge of the balcony on the other side and climbed over. She withdrew her power and used an old mop head from the corner to break the glass on the balcony and enter the house. This place looked like a meeting room. Inside, it was damaged, with little useful stuff left. Only broken tables, chairs, and debris scattered around. Outside this room was a long corridor. The floor was covered with dust and trash, just like elsewhere, and there were some large and small claw marks. Looking at the size of the claw marks, the creature that left them was not very big. Following the corridor upward, Mu Xiang reached the top floor again. This time, she didn't go to the rooftop, but found a relatively clean and sturdy lounge. It was getting dark. Nighttime was different from daytime. Staying inside this room was definitely safer than sleeping in a tent. After confirming her resting place, Mu Xiang carefully checked the windows and doors of the lounge. She looked for any damage or rot to prevent accidents. Just to be safe, she took the security door from a nearby storage room and installed it here. She cleared out all the clutter and trash inside the lounge, then swept the small house with a homemade broom. Tonight, or in the coming days, she planned to stay here. She always felt that leaving might not be so easy. After tidying up her living space, Mu Xiang went downstairs to search for useful items. The situation in the city seemed less abundant than at the outskirts. There was hardly any firewood left. Most of what remained were things that couldn't be moved, burned, or were difficult to carry. She even found a large fish tank about 3 meters long in an office. This was barely a small comfort for today's trip into the city. After searching 2 floors, Mu Xiang went straight back to the lounge and closed the security door tightly. She sealed the gaps with tape to prevent bugs or smells from escaping. She only left a small in the window for ventilation. All day long, she hurried and hid in the city, but she only managed to find the fish tank and nothing else. Mu Xiang hesitated about whether she should stay longer, continue searching, or hunt. She had already collected most of what she wanted to take, and there was little more she could get. She wanted to hunt for crystal cores, but was robbed by others before she could. She never thought about fighting with the person who took her traps. The people who had been stalking her like walking corpses still haunted her mind. In the end-of-the-world era, the most dangerous creatures are never the mutated animals and plants. Since she was not in her small cabin and was spending her first night in the ruins, Mu Xiang didn't eat anything natural or flavorful. She only drank half a bag of nutritional fluid quickly. She placed 2 bundles of straw in the corner and lay down to sleep. The night was a cover for all crimes. The figure, sometimes agile, sometimes hunched, appeared again in the dark street. Mouse squeaks mixed with the cracking sounds of breaking bones, clearly audible in the darkness. The bag behind that figure was getting fuller and more bulging. He came out of an abandoned underground mall into a street corner alley. Yesterday, he had gained a lot here. The dry, biscuit-like snack still tasted pretty good. He wondered if there would be more today. Squeak, squeak. He did find some food, but it was from what he had gathered himself, not what he wanted. He had plenty of mice, but no dry biscuits. It had been a long time since he last ate dry biscuits. During the day, he wanted to see who was leaving the dry biscuits, but the other person was too cautious and fierce, so he gave up on trying to contact or trade with them. His dried mice weren't bad to eat either. Rumble. A lightning bolt streaked across the sky. The dark clouds had started spreading earlier, gradually covering the city and darkening the entire sky. Thick lightning flashes accompanied by thunder warned of an approaching heavy rain. "They are coming out again," muttered the hunched figure as it looked at the flickering sky. The figure quickly ran away and disappeared down the street. Mok Xiang was awakened by the loud sound of rain. Rainwater seeped through the slightly open window and into the house, forming a small puddle on the floor. The red bugs in the safe zone had left a deep impression on Mok Xiang. When she saw the rainwater flowing inside, her first reaction was to close the window immediately and then sprinkle desiccant. After that, she sprayed insect repellent. Although there was a screen on the window, the rain still got in, and the tiny, immature bugs that might be hiding outside also entered. Once she finished all the protective measures against insects, Mok Xiang stopped and went to the window to check the sudden rainstorm outside. She felt strangely annoyed inside. The lightning flashing intermittently lit up the ruined city. Using the light, Mok Xiang saw the rain gradually gathering on the street. Fortunately, she was staying in a tall building tonight, or she might have been washed away. She went to bed early tonight. After a busy day, she was completely awake now. Right now, she was collecting clean water during the heavy rain. Mok Xiang turned around and sat on a pile of hay, using her water element powers. Tiny invisible water vapor seeped through the cracks in the window and gathered in front of her, condensing into droplets. The small water droplets gradually grew into a water ball. When the water ball reached about 50 centimeters in diameter, Mok Xiang would store it in her space and then let it condense again. After repeating this process many times, condensing and collecting, dawn finally broke. It was already late morning, but because the storm hadn't stopped and the sky was still cloudy, it looked darker than usual. Mok Xiang stopped using her water powers and stood up to look out the window. Outside, after a night of heavy rain, some water had accumulated on the street. Low-lying areas, like underground entrances, were completely flooded. Mok Xiang didn't expect that so much rain in one night could cause this desert city to flood. This definitely made her leaving here more difficult. As she looked around, she saw many figures that made her hair stand on end. Some humans with snow-white skin but strange, deformed appearances. They are either multi-armed, one-eyed creatures covered in spines, or have large heads with small bodies and strange shapes, or have sharp teeth and claws, walking on their hands and feet. A variety of deformed humans, both imaginable and unimaginable, crowded together in an abandoned parking lot across the street. After carefully observing the surroundings, Mu Xiang discovered that these deformed beings were not only in that one place. Almost all the tall buildings along the street seemed to have some traces of these creatures. However, they appear to fear sunlight or dislike high places, usually staying just above the water level and not appearing on the higher floors. This slightly eased Mu Xiang's worries. It was obvious that if many buildings outside had these creatures, her building wouldn't be the only one without them. Although she thought that being so high up and far away, these deformed beings probably couldn't see her. But for safety, Mu Xiang quietly moved away from the window. She believed that since the world was full of radiation, it was unlikely that everyone would mutate in a good way. Everything in the world has two sides. If there are good changes, there are also bad ones. Some bodies adapt well to the environment and develop special abilities without changing much, but others cannot handle the radiation and mutate badly, becoming deformed and frightening. Suddenly, she felt a bit overwhelmed, unsure whether to feel sorry for others or pity herself. She was grateful that her limbs were healthy and her body was good. Simply taking a sip of nutritional fluid, Mu Xiang carefully opened the door and looked outside. The storm made the corridor even darker. Outside, it seemed like nothing had changed, but also everything had changed. She noticed tiny crawling marks all over the ground. A bad feeling crept in. Mu Xiang kicked at the pile of trash she had moved out of her room yesterday. Buzzing and rustling sounds filled the air. Countless cockroaches, about the size of slippers, crawled out from all directions of the trash pile. Just like in the movies, a seemingly small heap of garbage was teeming with more cockroaches than expected, as if there was a portal inside the trash leading to an alien world of cockroaches. The mutated giant cockroach was especially fierce. After being kicked out of the trash heap, each one spread its wings and lunged toward Mu Xiang, as if eager to attack her. Could Mu Xiang's plant-based power stop them? Her plant abilities caused countless vines to whip around, smashing the approaching cockroaches like fans. On the ground, walls, and even the ceiling, a layer of sticky insect remains was left behind. From the start of the fight, bugs kept flying out from every corner. No matter how fast Mu Xiang's vines swung, the cockroaches kept coming from all directions. The smashed insect bodies emitted a foul smell that made her want to retreat slowly back into the lounge. There was a loud banging on the door, accompanied by the sound of scurrying footsteps. Mu Xiang knew exactly what was happening outside without looking. The foul smell seeped through the door. She used her water powers to break open the security door, then sealed the gaps outside and threw the insect remains through a small window at the back. A large pile of bug corpses gathered there, attracting more cockroaches and even mice. She couldn't just wait for them to come in. She wrapped the insect remains in water balls and threw them down the wall, washed away by rainwater. By the time they reached the first floor, they were scattered. The rain helped hide most of their traces and scent. Mu Xiang sat quietly behind the door, controlling her water powers to clear the hallway outside. The aggressive cockroaches that had been banging on the door gradually quieted down as the insect remains on the ground and walls disappeared. They scattered and vanished into the trash, pushed aside by her water powers. Only after the area was completely cleaned did Mu Xiang open the door again. She found some unexpected surprises among the insect remains. There were tiny crystal cores, about the size of sesame seeds, separated and piled near the door by her water powers. There were only a few. Although these small, broken crystal cores weren't very useful, she didn't mind. She wrapped them in water balls and absorbed them. The once disgusting cockroaches now seemed to glow with the light of crystal cores in Mu Xiang's eyes. There was no reason to hesitate about earning money. She swung her plant vine and struck the trash heap. The previously quiet cockroaches suddenly lunged at her again. This time, Mu Xiang used two types of abilities at once. One was her plant-based power, which she used to hit the large cockroach coming at her. The other was her water-based ability, which she used nearby to pick out mutated crystal cores from the broken insect corpses. When her abilities and sense of smell could no longer hold out, Mu Xiang retreated to her room to rest. She used her water ability to absorb crystal cores and clean up the insect carcasses outside. After doing this several times, the number of large cockroaches on the top floor decreased a lot. The foul smell caused by the cockroach guts seeped into the walls. Even after cleaning the floor thoroughly, the strong odor remained. At this point, the strong smell no longer attracted more cockroaches. Instead, it seemed to scare them away. The remaining large cockroaches, which hadn't been killed, searched for cracks in the pipes or hiding spots to escape or hide. Mu Xiang searched the entire floor but couldn't find any more. Outside, the rain was still falling heavily, and the rain hadn't eased. Quietly, she stood by the window, looking toward the place where she had seen the deformed person earlier. The group was gathered together, but they looked tired and sleepy, leaning on each other, unlike the energetic group from the morning. Do they sleep during the day? She didn't know exactly when they had crawled out last night or where from. But since they didn't go upstairs last night, they might not go upstairs tonight either. It seemed tonight would be restless. After a simple rest, Mu Xiang didn't stop. She went straight down the stairs to the next floor. She found a small office to rest in temporarily. First, she tidied up the office and checked if the door lock was secure. Then she started a new round of hunting. Handling such a huge cockroach was really difficult without her abilities. Whether hunting or searching for crystal cores, it was not easy. Looking at the messy cockroach corpses on the ground, she couldn't imagine how to pick out tiny crystal cores from the foul-smelling slime. After the fight, Mu Xiang returned to her room to rest and recover. She no longer wanted to waste her abilities cleaning the outside insect corpses. Since this wasn't her sleeping or resting place, she didn't care about how disgusting or ugly it was. Any extra ability she used to clean could be used to find more crystal cores. Originally, Mu Xiang planned to clear few floors from top to bottom. After all, these large cockroaches only made a loud noise when smashed and didn't emit sharp screams. She could take advantage of the heavy rain to collect as many scattered crystal cores as possible. However, as she repeatedly killed the accumulating piles of bug corpses on the ground, some highly sensitive rats were attracted. Perhaps because they often fed on these large cockroaches before, these disgusting, stinky, and eye-watering insect bodies seemed like bread to the rats. They squeaked excitedly. Not only were they unafraid of Mu Xiang's presence, but while munching loudly, they also squeaked to send messages, urging other partners who hadn't arrived yet to come quickly. The death of their companions made the large cockroaches forget their fear. Even when their usual enemies appeared, they still aggressively attacked Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang was like a master grilling skewers at a buffet, fighting desperately on one side while the rats ate furiously on the other. More rats gathered, and fewer cockroaches remained. Finally, these two opposing species were about to start a fight. The rats were much larger than the cockroaches, so Mu Xiang mainly used her crystal core gun to attack. Her main weapon was the crystal core gun, with wooden vines as backup. She shot with the crystal core gun while defending herself with wooden vines. Unlike the previous swarm of cockroaches that came in endless groups, now they were scattered in abandoned buildings, hiding in the dark in small groups. Even at the beginning, only 3 or 5 of the closest ones called out, and the others that arrived later numbered only about 10. Within a short time of fighting and pulling, Mu Xiang had eliminated them all. After several battles, Mu Xiang was already out of energy. She didn't bother to continue exploring or fighting. She randomly stuffed all the rats into her space and went back to the top floor to rest. Outside, the heavy rain continued, as if someone had torn a hole in the sky, pouring down non-stop. She hoped tonight wouldn't be too difficult. Occasional flashes of lightning lit up the room. In the dark, rainy day without lights, a group of deformed people huddled together, facing inward and back-to-back, resting. Their strange shapes and disorganized appearances made her feel uncomfortable after a long time of looking at them. Among these deformed beings, there is a single leader-like figure. He is much stronger and taller than the others around him. He has no nose, ears, or eyes. Instead, his head has large, fist-sized bumps, and where his eyes should be, there are hand-shaped protrusions that block his vision like a ghostly shadow. There are no bumps on his nose. Instead, in the center of his flat face, there are 2 small holes about the size of soybeans. Above these holes, there are two tiny of skin that move up and down with his breathing like valves. His eyes and nose are very strange, and his ears are probably just as unusual. Unlike the small holes of his nose, his ears look like fish gills. It's unclear if these ears are for breathing or something else. Overall, his features are quite normal, just larger and with more teeth. While Mu Xiang was busy killing bugs on the ground, the leader on the street side suddenly sniffed several times. The skin above his nostrils lifted, as if supported by something. He spun his head as if following a scent trail, finally stopping precisely in the direction of the building where Mu Xiang was. His fierce mouth made a deep, rumbling sound, like a low growl. The sound wasn't loud but carried far. Even with thunder and heavy rain outside, the deformed beings in the office building still received signals from the leader. Of course, not all of them succeeded in receiving the signal. Only a few small, thin, naturally eyeless deformed beings scattered around the group. They also lacked prominent features. Their eyes were simply absent, replaced by smooth skin. Their noses had two small holes, and their ears looked like they had been pulled and stretched, hanging on the sides of their heads like pouches. As soon as the leader's growling signal was sent, they immediately received it. Not only did they hear it, but they also responded with their own soft growls. After Mu Xiang finished his work and went upstairs, they quickly moved along the safety corridor, checking each floor. When Mu Xiang returned to his room to rest, he encountered rats and groups of cockroaches wandering downstairs. Unlike the dazzling methods used during the wood fragrance hunt, these deformed beings without eyes simply reach out, grabbing their head with one hand and their body with the other, twisting sharply. The captured cockroaches completely lose their ability to move, only twitching mentally. There are 4 of them. Although they cannot see, their aim is precise. Their coordinated hand and foot movements keep them steady against the large army of cockroaches. However, because there are many cockroaches and they are not just hunting, each person has about 10 large cockroaches piled around them. They begin to retreat little by little. When they reach the corner of the staircase, one of them takes out a small bottle from their waist. They open the bottle, releasing a special smell. The cockroaches, which had been restless and climbing upward, immediately retreat and stay a few meters away, wandering around. One of them collects the dead cockroaches and drags them away. The remaining 3 keep the open bottle attached to their belt and continue to look upward amid the dense swarm of cockroaches. The small bottle, with a special scent, only slightly deters the cockroaches. Throughout the day, the cockroaches in this building became much more aggressive after several provocations. Normally, when they realize the other side is stronger, they should scatter and retreat. But today, they refuse to disperse, instead surrounding the 3 explorers at a moderate distance. The office building where Mu Xiang is located has 52 floors. The 3 explorers start from the 3rd floor and go upward. Cockroaches appear from the 10th floor, and by the 13th, they begin to clash. By the 15th, they are surrounded. They persist all the way to the 40th floor. Besides the dense cockroaches and a few large rats that run past, they find nothing unusual. Although they received orders from their leader to investigate, even at such heights, they find nothing abnormal. The frontline explorers gather in one spot, making sounds like da-da-da-da, daka-daka, and communicating in ways they don't fully understand. The main idea seems to be to stay put. They cover the small bottles with caps and start hunting another 10 or so large cockroaches on this floor. Then, they drag the dead cockroaches to a corner, open the small bottles again, and place them outside the circle. Sitting in the corner, they hold the large cockroaches and munch on them, eating and drinking happily. With a flick of her wings and a lick of her legs, the mutated giant cockroach, which smelled terrible, stubbornly made these few people feel like they were eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. After swallowing about 10 large cockroaches, their already disproportionate appearances became even more awkward. If you ignore their pale skin and deformed features, they look just like goblins from a game or cartoon. Big heads, thin legs, and swollen bellies with mouths that can't close. Taking a break here during her work, she relaxed for a moment, Then the group sat for a while before seriously continuing their journey. After returning to the group, they first went to the window to reply with a few knocks, then went back to their resting spot to sleep. A crisis was thus passed thanks to the scouts' distraction. Mu Xiang first drank a packet of nutritional fluid in her room, then washed the crystal cores she collected today with water and stored them in a large glass bottle. She also took out the big rats she caught, skinned them, and removed the crystal cores. None of the 10 or so big rats were edible, and only 4 finger-sized white cores were dug out. Mu Xiang cursed silently that useless thing for being so big, while the human-sized cockroach at least produced a glass bottle. She kept the skins and crystal cores separate, then chopped the remaining parts into small pieces, packed them in a bucket, and marinated them with wolf poison mud. This was her secret weapon prepared for tonight's encounter. She had been hesitating about what to mix with the wolf poison. Luckily, these 10 big rats arrived just in time, fresh and not wasted. After finishing everything, Mu Xiang sat cross-legged in the corner, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Thunder rumbled continuously. The night arrived earlier than expected. She carefully put on her full-body raincoat and sneaked out of the lounge, first descending to the place where she fought the cockroaches during the day. Then, she endured the nausea and used an iron shovel to scoop up the remaining insect corpses and mud from the ground into a bucket, then carried it to a safe passage. She separated some pieces of poison rat meat, mixed them into the insect mud, stirred well, and poured it onto the stairs. Once most of the easily collectible insect corpses in the corridor were cleared, Mu Xiang activated her water element ability to wash down the stairs. She used water to flush the insect mud mixed with poison rat meat down the staircase. The toxic parts inside are safe whether they are eaten by bugs, mice, or even directly by deformed people. She doesn't know exactly how far the water has washed these things away. She only heard the noise in the hallway become loud and chaotic, so she turned and went to the rooftop. She stood directly under the pouring rain. She closed her eyes and used her water-based psychic ability to sense the falling raindrops. It felt as if the world had slowed down. In the dark, rainy night, Mu Xiang's sense of smell was like a radar station, and her water-based psychic ability was like the electromagnetic waves she emitted. Each raindrop created ripples, which reflected signals back to her. Objects around her gradually became visible through her sensing. It was like a 3D model, forming a city made of lines. Yes, a city. If her internal psychic reserves were enough, Mu Xiang thought she could even see her small house within the rain's coverage. Of course, she only felt this as a sensation. Tonight was extremely dangerous, and she couldn't use all her psychic energy here. Her reserves couldn't support her to scan the entire city or the small houses a few kilometers outside. Using her water sense, she saw the size of the rooftop and the fence. She further expanded her view to check nearby buildings that could be easily moved to. Apart from the building she had just climbed over, there was another office building slightly behind and to the left. It wasn't too far away, reachable with effort. But the problem was there was a significant height difference between the two buildings. Her building was taller, and the other was shorter. The height difference was about 5 or 6 meters. With such a height gap and distance, it wouldn't be easy for her to cross over. Plus, there were definitely deformed people on the other side. She could drug or kill the deformed people in her building, but there weren't just a few here. If she cleared her building completely, others from nearby buildings might come over. No matter how deformed they are still humans. Humans are best at using tools. Although the city was flooded with several meters of water due to the heavy rain, the reason they were scattered across tall buildings was never because they couldn't gather together. What should she do? On a dark, rainy night, there were sounds of tapping and cracking. The sounds came closer, and Mu Xiang looked around cautiously. She saw some dark figures standing on the edge of a building in the distance, staring at her. These deformed people didn't seem to have been asleep for long, and had already noticed her presence. She quickly focused her mind, ready to face any danger. After all, the rooftops over there were already occupied, so her building's top might also be under threat. She wondered if the poison rat meat she had set up earlier had worked. She definitely had some, and the enemies had reached the 45th floor. They hadn't rushed to the roof like the nearby buildings because they were busy eating. The cockroaches and mice loved to eat. Their love for food blocked their way forward. They just squatted there and started eating. While eating, some fainted. While eating, others collapsed. Once the food was fought over and finished, the ground was covered with fallen bodies. She didn't know what kind of environment they lived in, which made them indifferent to their companions' sudden fainting. Or perhaps their obsession with food was greater than their concern for others. After eating and drinking, they shook their slightly dizzy heads, dragged their fallen companions into a pile. Based on their past experience, they thought it was best to lie where they fainted and rest for a while. Of course, they didn't just leave them there. They also took out small bottles of insect repellent and poison from their belongings, placing them around to prevent rats or cockroaches from biting the unconscious. After finishing, they carefully used broken bricks to prop up the bodies to prevent them from falling over, then continued climbing the building with the remaining unpoisoned, crooked bodies. Normally, after eating, they would go back to sleep. But just now, when they were eating, they caught a whiff of a different smell. A very delicious smell. They had lived in sewers and underground caves for years, mostly eating underground creatures, and only occasionally encountering a few outsiders, mutated humans caused by radiation and those with special abilities who long ago divided into two groups, viewing each other as monsters and prey. The taste was very delicious, but each time the leader finished eating, there wasn't much left for redistribution. Today, she encountered the same situation again, plus signals from her companions which made them, despite feeling dizzy, still want to go upstairs. Muxiang didn't know how long she had been standing at the edge of the rooftop because of her water element perception from the experiment. She also wondered how those deformed people had spotted her through the dark rainstorm. But now, it was as difficult for them to reach her as it was for her to go to other buildings. Reaching her was just as hard for those deformed creatures. She only needed to guard the small door leading to the rooftop for a certain amount of time. The deformed people in her building didn't make her wait long. Just after she placed a few barriers at the door, two monsters with normal features but incomplete limbs rushed out. They swayed from side to side and squeezed through the 1-meter-wide door. Then they used their hands and feet to lunge and jump toward Muxiang. Two energy beams shot out from her crystal core gun. The two deformed creatures jumped and paused briefly in midair, then, due to inertia, fell forward onto the barriers with a dull thud. It took a moment before blood started to flow from the small hole in their heads. All of this happened in an instant. When the next deformed creature rushed out, Muxiang shot it down with 2 more shots. The crystal core gun wasn't good for fighting mutated beasts, but it was deadly against humans. 1 shot, 1 kill. This showed how much malice the world held against humans. Plants had mutated, animals had mutated, even insects had mutated. Everyone had adapted to this radiation-filled world, using radiation to grow bigger and stronger. Only humans remained, either deformed and neither human nor ghost, living off bugs and rats every day. Or they went 3 days without food, wandering around just for a little edible wild grass. They only had brains, not bodies, and in this crazy world, they were the most fragile beings. After several shots, many bodies of deformed people had piled up at the rooftop door. Blood spilled out and spread in the rainwater. The smell of blood drove the deformed people in the hallways and the nearby office buildings into madness. They clattered and shouted loudly, hurriedly whispering plans in front of Muxiang. In the dark night, rain poured heavily, and strange noises echoed. If Muxiang hadn't seen many mutated animals and plants, and been chased by a talking old goat, she would probably be trembling now. The sounds of rain and hurried whispers kept going, and the deformed people rushing out from the rooftop entrance didn't seem to decrease. Most of them had already been knocked out by toxin-infused meat downstairs, and only a few, who were dazed, rushed upstairs. Soon, Muxiang blocked the door and kept them out. The noise grew louder, and Muxiang felt her tongue getting tired and her cheeks a little sore. Their way of talking was so strange that normal people couldn't learn it. It rained all day and night. Not only outside, but many parts inside the building were soaked through by rain leaking in from broken windows. No matter how dark the night, with her water-based sensing ability, everything was as clear as daylight. Any movement or sound was seen clearly. She saw the deformed people on nearby buildings gather and turn to go downstairs, disappearing into the hallways. Were they trying to gather here to trap her? Mu Xiang expanded her water-sensing range, keeping an eye on the rooftop entrance while checking the situation downstairs. After about 10 minutes, many figures crowded near the broken windows close to the water surface on a few nearby buildings. They pushed and shouted at each other, anxious and restless, circling in place. Finally, one person near the edge lost his grip and was pushed into the water. He first panicked, turned around, and tried to climb out onto the windowsill. But after several attempts, he failed. The window was covered with people, leaving no space for him, and no one reached out to help him. He looked around the water surface, as if a beast was lurking beneath. Then he looked back at the windowsill he couldn't climb and at the opposite side nearby, seeming to make a decision. Suddenly, he turned and swam toward the other side. Because of the heavy rain and debris in the water, crossing those few meters was not easy. He frantically paddled through the water, nervously looking around. Mu Xiang watched his movements clearly from upstairs. Could there be something else inside this water? Unfortunately, it's too far away and beneath the surface. Using special powers to investigate now wouldn't be practical. The situation on the other sides is similar to here. The first to go into the water weren't brave explorers, but unlucky people pushed in passively. From 4 directions, 4 people entered the water. In the end, only one reached the large building where Mu Xiang was. That was the person from the opposite building who first went into the water, successfully avoided obstacles, and broke through the glass to get inside. The other 3 suddenly disappeared behind piles of debris and trash. Mu Xiang could only sense that they were pulled into the water suddenly and never came back up. It seems that when escaping, she needs to watch out not only for deformed creatures that might appear at any moment, but also for unknown dangers hiding underwater. After the first deformed creature reached the other side, the remaining ones started talking more excitedly. Their movements became much more frantic. Splash! The deformed creatures at broken windows of the buildings began falling into the water in large groups, like dumplings. With more creatures in the water, debris was pushed aside, making it easier to cross, and more people managed to reach the shore. Of course, some deformed creatures near the edge of the crossing team would still disappear randomly. Mu Xiang watched as each creature jumped into the water, and the crowded windows became empty, especially the buildings she planned to go to. She withdrew her sensing ability and switched to control, causing heavy rain to pour into the corridor, covering the ground and preparing for future sensing. Now is not the time to leave. She needs to gather more of them here to buy enough time for the escape. Perhaps on their way up the building, they saw their cold, piled-up companions or smelled the scent of food that once filled the corridor. She didn't need to sense carefully. Just listening to the sounds told her where they had rushed. Mu Xiang slowly retreated to the edge of the rooftop she had previously observed. Using her plant-based powers, she tightly wrapped roots around the railing, ready to jump across at any moment. The shouting grew closer, and soon, a few agile, deformed creatures appeared at the rooftop door. Their actions were different from the slow movements of the previous group. As Mu Xiang fired her gun, she immediately adjusted her body, lowering her head and turning sideways. Although she didn't completely avoid the energy beam from the crystal core gun, she managed to dodge the fatal and didn't die right away. They growled low and crouched on the ground, and those behind them, rushing to the rooftop, also stopped and retreated to defend. Suddenly, everyone faced each other in the pouring rain, staring tightly at one another. Ooh-da-da-da-da! A deep, penetrating voice suddenly came from the direction of the building where the leader was suspected to be. The deformed creatures, who had been snarling and unmoving, all rushed toward Mu Xiang upon hearing this sound. Mu Xiang quickly shot with both hands, firing her gun, while stepping back a few paces to avoid the edge. Just as the monsters lunged toward her, she spun around and sprinted toward the opposite rooftop. A few of the chasing monsters, unable to stop due to inertia, leapt with her onto the rooftop outside. However, Mu Xiang, in midair, was connected to vines from the surrounding trees, but the monsters were not. In midair, Mu Xiang swiftly released vines toward the edge of another rooftop. She moved like a spider, rolling along the vines and landing on the other rooftop. She wasn't experienced enough to land softly and was bumped a bit painfully, but everything else was fine. Shaking her sore arms, Mu Xiang first closed the small door leading into and out of the building's rooftop. Then she moved to the edge of the rooftop and started shooting at the previous building. She aimed at the deformed creatures crowding at the edge, barking and squealing. The scene repeated. Those monsters, unable to cross the gap between buildings to catch Mu Xiang, quickly turned and went downstairs, trying to cross the water to block her from the other building. Mu Xiang avoided the commanding deformed creature, the leader, and circled toward the edge of the city. She repeatedly attracted the nearby monsters to gather around each building, then used the vines to leap onto the next building. But the closer she got to the edge, the farther apart the buildings were, and there were fewer suitable places to land. Reluctantly, Mu Xiang lowered her height little by little to get closer to the monsters. Several times she almost got trapped and caught. Reluctantly, Mu Xiang was forced into the water. Fortunately, she didn't jump in directly like some deformed people, but sat in a small wooden boat about 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long. This boat was made from a whole log she had previously carved out to cross the river. Not long ago, she almost used it as firewood. Now it was just the right size for her to stand on. The deformed people, who had been provoking her all night, wouldn't let her go just because she escaped into the water. She didn't know how those dark figures aimed so precisely. A cement block about the size of a soccer ball whistled past her head and landed in the water behind her. Then, various large and small stones, metal objects, and table legs flew from the sides and behind her. Despite dodging and hiding behind vines, she was hit many times. Finally, she managed to get away from the buildings and reach a safe distance, just as dawn was breaking. The city was now completely flooded, with only the taller buildings still above the water. The entire area had turned into a huge lake. The water was muddy and filled with strange creatures. After a long night of running, she barely escaped the tall buildings, and before she could rest, she heard loud banging from beneath her small boat. The strikes were strong and frequent. The boat tilted quite a bit from the impact. Mu Xiang didn't dare to be careless. She didn't think her abilities as a mutant with special powers would make her stronger than those with physical mutations. Those people, dragged into the water, hadn't come back up, and she wasn't sure she could float either. Mu Xiang had fought all night without rest. It was a bit too much to hope she could make it back to her small cabin on the hillside in one go. She looked around and found a rooftop about 2 meters above the water surface. It was just high enough to keep her above water for a few hours. This rooftop was far from the building where the deformed people were hiding behind, and dawn was near. She could take a short break to recover her powers and clean herself up. She pounded the side of her boat with the paddle, scaring away the creatures lurking beneath the water. Then, taking advantage of this brief moment, she quickly paddled the small boat to the spot she had just observed. Using her last bit of special power, she activated the wooden vines to wrap around the edge of the rooftop platform, pulling herself up. The small wooden boat was then stored away in her space to prevent damage from aquatic creatures. Although the heavy rain continued, she could finally rest a little on this small rooftop. She could still hear the loud plodding of the deformed people in the distance through the rain, but they couldn't hurt her for now. Exhausted, she took out a large umbrella from her space to cover her head. Even though she wore a raincoat, after running, jumping, and being attacked by various objects all night, her clothes were soaked through. It was hard to tell whether she was wetter from the rain or from sweat. The umbrella kept the rain off, and a tent protected her from the wind. She took off her torn raincoat, returned to the tent, washed herself with hot water, and changed into clean clothes. Then she sat cross-legged, absorbing crystal cores to restore her powers, while quickly drinking a packet of nutritional fluid. Sometimes things just make sense once they exist. She used to wonder why she needed to refine and process things into unappetizing, disgusting liquids before drinking them, instead of just eating them directly. But after several attacks and fleeing through the night, she realized how convenient and powerful nutritional fluids are. They quench thirst and hunger, provide balanced nutrition, and are easy to carry, perfect for travel and emergencies. In critical times, there's no need to light a fire or heat anything. Just drink a packet and be full and quick. Outside, the sky still poured rain as if it was leaking. The 5-hour gap was quickly closed by the rain. She changed into a new raincoat, packed up the tent and umbrella, and went to the water's edge. She wasn't sure how the creatures underwater sensed her presence. Suddenly, they burst out of the water, twisting and rushing toward her. They were eels about 1 to 2 meters long, and as thick as a bowl. Their appearance was somewhat similar to the freshwater long-finned eel she once knew, but perhaps mutated by radiation, making them look fierce. Their triangular heads, flattened and pinched, had sharp teeth that couldn't be contained in their mouths, constantly opening and closing, looking very dangerous. Even if she wasn't bitten, just being scratched would definitely leave a bloody wound. At this moment, they twisted on the platform, buzzing and rushing toward Mu Xiang, trying to bite her or push her into the water. Mu Xiang took out a long stick and pushed the fastest one that was twisting, trying to force it back into the water. But it seemed to have a layer of slime on its body. When she pressed the stick against it, it slipped off easily, making it hard to push. She tried harder, hitting them with the stick. Their round bodies made a loud bong-bong sound, and her hand went numb, but the effect of blocking them was not very clear. Fortunately, they had left the water surface, which limited their movement. So Mu Xiang darted around on the rooftop, dodging left and right, not getting bitten. But hiding like this wasn't a real solution. The heavy rain kept falling, and soon the roof would be flooded. When that happens, more eels would come to attack her. And then, she wouldn't be able to hide anymore. What should she do? What can she do? Her small boat wouldn't last long once it was in the water. She saw bigger creatures underwater when she ran earlier. Most of the tall buildings around were already submerged. Even the few that remained above water wouldn't last long. Mu Xiang looked around, searching for a safe place. She was reluctant to go back toward the dense city center with tall buildings. Last night, she managed to escape by chance, avoiding the powerful beings that had been issuing orders in the darkness. When they were about to attack again, she had already run out of their reach. The huge stone that almost killed her was made by a deformed person of a higher level. Luckily, she was far enough away. She believed that if she went back, the first thing waiting for her would be bricks flying from all directions. Her search was fruitless, but suddenly her eyes stopped at a landmark that looked like a scenic spot. It was a decorative stone pillar in the center of a roundabout. It looked like a flying horse in the sky. The pillar was in the middle, surrounded by spiral-shaped clouds, with a flying horse galloping upward. Now, the water level was rising, and the lower houses and shops around had already been flooded. But this landmark still had a large part above water, a tall stone pillar several meters high. She can temporarily move onto that stone pillar. Maybe the heavy rain will stop in a few hours, or perhaps she can think of a way to leave before the pillar is also flooded. During a turn to avoid a chasing large eel behind her, Mu Xiang quickly reached the side of the landscape stone pillar closest to her, put down her boat, and moved forward quickly. While paddling, she also rapidly activated her water element powers to cover the bottom of the boat, preventing attacks from monsters. But after moving about 10 meters, she was surrounded by a group of eels. Progress became very difficult. She couldn't chase them away, nor could she kill them. That was her current situation. Suddenly, the eels blocking her boat seemed to be pressed by a pause button, and all went quiet. One even looked like it wanted to flip over. Mu Xiang, fully covered in her waterproof clothes with no skin showing, didn't understand what was happening but quickly used a wooden paddle to push the eels away from the front of her boat and continued heading toward the stone pillar. After paddling another 10 meters, the previously still eels slowly started to twist their bodies and swim toward her again. But just as they caught up with her boat, They once again became completely still. These two strange events didn't catch her attention. She was only focused on moving forward, hoping to reach the stone pillar sooner. Over 100 meters, she moved back and forth in the heavy rain for nearly half an hour. When she finally reached the stone pillar, she packed up her boat and climbed to the top using the vines wrapped around the pillar. The pillar was about 1 meter in diameter, with no extra protrusions or decorations. It could serve as a simple resting spot away from the water. But because the space was limited, she couldn't lie down or rest on the top of the pillar. There was no room. Even setting up an umbrella was difficult, as the wind and rain could easily knock it over. So, she had no choice but to wear a large-brimmed, pointed sun hat over her raincoat. This helped rainwater flow down the brim, avoiding it running down her face. The clouds above had thinned considerably, no longer as thick and heavy as yesterday. Maybe the rain would stop soon, and she only needed to think about how to wade back to the shore. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from beneath her, like the stone pillar she was sheltering under was leaking electricity. Mako suddenly jumped in surprise, almost falling into the water. On a rainy day, it had been raining for a long time, and everywhere was flooded. If there had been electricity, it would have been dangerous. But wait, that didn't make sense. This was an abandoned old site, with hardly any good glass left. Where could the electricity come from? Why was Mako being shocked? While thinking, she felt a shock again at her backside. It was different from before, no longer just numbness, but a slight sting. The sensation spread from her lower back to her thighs, making her feel numb. Before she could figure out what was happening, Mako quickly grabbed a large umbrella to block the rain falling from above. Then she used her water powers to separate the rainwater around her feet, keeping herself dry. Once her feet were dry, the shock stopped immediately. She squatted down, keeping her balance, and noticed some plastic pieces stuck to the stone pillar that was originally clear of anything. They looked similar in color to her raincoat. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Mako twisted her raincoat to check it. She found that the back of her raincoat had several melted and deformed spots. There were also a few tiny holes here and there. Seeing this, Mako understood what was happening. Fortunately, her water powers allowed her to detect and deal with the problem quickly. Otherwise, today she might have disappeared like those strange, missing people. He said those deformed people didn't struggle much when attacked in the water. They must have been paralyzed by electricity. But she couldn't keep using her water powers forever. She needed to find another way. She had to keep part of the stone pillar dry so it wouldn't conduct electricity and damage the vines. At the same time, she had to prevent the rain from flowing down her raincoat. Mako remembered the sunshade made from water vines she had crafted during her mountain training. Maybe if she made it denser, it could block the rain. Thinking this, she began to transform water vines from her feet, twisting them upward from the pillar. They spun into a bud-shaped sphere. Then, leaves grew from the vine stems, layer by layer, like roof tiles, covering the vines. Rainwater from the sky gathered along the edges of the leaves and dripped down, without leaking inside. To prevent the stone pillar from getting wet and conducting electricity, she continued to work on protecting the vines. At the point where the vines touched the pillar, the wooden fragrance specifically caused a circle of outwardly exploding leaves at the bottom. This prevents rainwater from flowing down along the vines. Instead, the water flows outward along the leaves, away from the pillar before falling. No matter how heavy the rain outside, the part of the vines connected to the bottom of the pillar remains dry, blocking the electrical current from passing through the rainwater upward. The wooden fragrance's wood-based supernatural power is now mostly materialized. It can release different states of wood vines through willpower. These can be purely supernatural or purely physical. For example, when she was practicing on the mountaintop during her journey, the vines she conjured were purely supernatural. They are a type of vine that can change shape and be retracted at any time. However, the small courtyard nearby and the small shed at the top of the stone pillar are made of physicalized vines. The main difference between these and the purely supernatural wood vines is that, after the power is cut off, the physicalized vines can maintain their shape and won't disappear immediately. At this point, the The wooden fragrance has a small place to rest for today. She used water-based supernatural power to remove moisture and rainwater from her body, took off her torn raincoat, and rolled it up to keep for future fire starting. She activated her water sense to check the situation around the stone pillar beneath her. She wanted to see what was constantly discharging electricity there. Her view followed the rain droplets flowing into the water accumulation outside, and suddenly, chaos became clear. Around the stone pillar, many eels of various sizes were densely packed. Besides the one that had just chased her on the roof, there were two other types. One was larger and more fierce-looking, and the other was slender with a pointed head and sharp features. After observing, she saw that the smallest eel was the one discharging electricity. Every time it moved through an area, the surrounding eels would stiffen to varying degrees. The duration of stiffness depended on how many of them were discharging electricity at the same time. They would twist together in a spiral, like a twisted braid, with some groups of 1 or 2, others of 3 or 5. The damage to her raincoat was caused by a small group of slightly smaller, thin eels. To prevent them from forming a larger discharge spiral, she tried to control the surrounding water to wrap around them, then spun them forcefully and threw them far away. The remaining two types are one with a flexible face and thick skin, and the other with a large body weight. Being out of the water doesn't really affect her much. Now, she just hopes the heavy rain will stop soon. If the water level rises any higher, she will be forced back to the city. The stone pillar she stands on is not low. Underneath, there is a platform several meters high. Plus, its own height adds to it, so the current water level is still several meters below. Even if the rain continues heavily, she believes she can hold on until morning. She initially thought she would have a restless night, but now, with the base of the stone pillar wrapped in wooden vines, she isn't afraid of falling asleep and slipping off. As usual, she takes out 2 bundles of dry grass to make a base underneath. Then, she adds a small pillow and a blanket. The surroundings are all bare and water-covered, so she isn't worried about any strange people climbing up. Considering the number of eels in the water, most people would have a hard time catching any. It's not yet dark, and there are no signs of trouble from the strange people. She takes this chance to rest properly. Tonight, she might find a way to fish for eels or spot the strange people and take them by surprise. Her chance of escaping is uncertain, so every one she eliminates reduces the threat to her. When Mu Xiang wakes up later in the night, the heavy rain will have stopped. Not only that, but the clouds will also have dispersed. A big moon hangs in the sky. The rain sounds have disappeared. Inside the abandoned city, there are insects, mice, flowing water, and loud whispers. The whole night is lively and noisy. It feels like a busy market. Mu Xiang places her hand on the woven vine shelter, using her powers to enlarge the opening in front of her. She takes out a huge fishhook from her space, attaches a thin steel wire, and hangs a piece of mutated mouse meat. She is ready to start fishing for eels. During the day, they chased and bit her, but now she plans to catch them and drain their blood one by one. The mutated eels probably have never experienced being fed on purpose before. Mu Xiang throws the hook into the water. Not long after, an eel bites. She quickly pulls it up, using her wood-type powers to build a small platform in front of the shelter. Wearing thick gloves and holding the iron hook, she immediately hooks the eel, which is as thick as an arm and gnashing its teeth, and presses it onto the platform. Then quickly, she used vines to wrap around the writhing eel, holding it in place. She took out a large cleaver from her space and chopped at the head that was no longer able to move. Blood dripped through the gaps in the vines into the water, causing the nearby eels that hadn't been caught yet to go crazy, thrashing and rolling wildly. Fortunately, she was sitting on a solid stone pillar, and it was strong enough to support her. Otherwise, the noise would have affected the nearby building's stability. She even heard the sound of water splashing mixed with electrical crackling. Later, when she rebaited her hook, she needed to find a way to remove the mutated electric eel from the bottom of the water. The mutated eel, aside from having slightly longer teeth and thicker skin, looked quite similar to a normal eel. When she cut it open, it looked very tempting, reminding her of many eel dishes. But unfortunately, this one was clearly not edible. Under the influence of wood energy, the eel's flesh was pitch black, as if it was about to bleed ink. This shows how high the radiation was. Yet, despite such high radiation, it didn't grow any crystal core, which was a waste. After processing one fish, she used the scent of wood to send pieces of it flying toward the surrounding buildings with the vines. She hoped the blood smell would attract the mutated eels to gather, causing a riot among the deformed humans. After tossing the pieces, she continued fishing. It didn't take much effort. Almost immediately, a second eel was caught. She cut it into chunks and threw it far away. Repeating this several times, the sound of the eels thrashing in the water and the angry cracking of the deformed humans grew louder. She poured a bucket of mixed toxic grass juice into the pile of eels that refused to leave. Suddenly, it was like pouring water into boiling oil. The water inside the eels started to churn violently. To deal with mutated creatures, only pure mutated toxic grass works. This method was much more effective than using hooks and cleavers. A large area was affected with each pour. When the eels under the stone pillar twitched and floated to the surface, turning belly up, she carefully slid down the vines near the water surface. First, she used wood energy sensing to pull out the crystal cores from inside and store them in her space. Then, she used a sharp blade to cut the remaining parts and threw them far away to attract more eels to gather. A barrel of poison needs to be poured out twice before refilling with new poison. Gradually, the originally dense and fierce mutated eels decreased as Mu Xiang repeatedly set traps to catch them. Except for the small electric eels that twist like twisted dough, most of the others turned into pieces of flesh when caught. The surrounding smell of blood seemed to freeze in the air, lingering for a long time. Mu Xiang used her water element ability to filter through the water, wrapping the slow-reacting mutated small electric eels in water balls and storing them in her space. She waited for the right moment to deal with them. Suddenly, it felt like something terrifying was watching her. Her heart started pounding faster, as if trying to break free from her chest. Quickly, Mu Xiang withdrew her water ability and switched to wood element power, returning to the small shelter on top of the stone pillar. Under the moonlight, she looked into the distance and saw a surge of water rushing toward her from the street. There was definitely a huge creature swimming beneath that rising wave. Nervously, Mu Xiang kept her eyes on the distant water, activating her wood and water abilities at the same time. Her small shelter instantly doubled in size, and the open windows all around were suddenly sealed, leaving only a small opening facing her. The turbulent water splashed violently, crashing against the storefronts on the street with loud splashes. She wondered whether she should run away early. How far could she escape before the underwater creatures arrived? Suddenly, a large, irregular wall over a meter wide was thrown down from a building beside the street, smashing heavily into the rising wave, making a dull thud. Although she couldn't see exactly where it hit due to the darkness, she heard the sound clearly, definitely hitting something solid. The underwater creature seemed stunned, not understanding why it was hit just by passing by. But before it could react, more debris, bricks, old appliances, cement blocks, were thrown down from above. This caused the mutated giant eel, which was about to attack, to be knocked back into the water by the heavy objects. The battle was about to begin. The eel was in the water, while the people were on the building above. The eel, caught off guard by the debris, found an opportunity and quickly climbed into the nearby building. Screams, loud crashes, splashes. Various sounds echoed from inside, creating a lively scene. The tense attention of Mu Xiang was both curious and scared. She wasn't sure whether to keep preparing for battle or to step forward and watch closely. While Mu Xiang hesitated, the mutated eel that had slipped into the building was suddenly thrown down from above by a powerful force. At the moment it hit the water, a nearly 3-meter-tall deformed person jumped down from a broken window. He landed in the water like a deep-sea bomb, grabbing the mutated eel and smashing it against the nearby wall, as if tossing a sack. The eel let out a deep hiss and immediately raised its head, opening its mouth to bite at the giant deformed man. It aimed fiercely at his neck, as if one bite could break his neck. The deformed man wouldn't just let himself be bitten. He swung his big hand and pushed the eel's open mouth away, biting onto his broad shoulder instead. The eel shook its head and tore at the man's shoulder, wrapping around his body like a snake and tightening its grip. The deformed man was caught off guard and couldn't react quickly enough. He used his hands to restrain the eel's legs, but struggled and couldn't break free immediately. In the struggle, he accidentally fell into the water, being pulled down by the eel. The other deformed people on the building saw their comrade about to lose and started shouting and throwing bricks, big and small, of various shapes. Mu Xiang's back was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, during the rain earlier, they hadn't thrown bricks directly at the wall, and she had run quickly with a water shield. Otherwise, facing that nearly 3-meter-tall giant, she wouldn't have fared well, especially with the dense bricks falling around her. The big deformed man saw that he couldn't free himself from the bonds with one hand, so he reached out with his remaining hand and gouged at the eel's eyes. He also turned his head and bit into the eel's head. He shook his head and tore at the eel's scalp, trying to rip off a piece. Blood from the eel and the deformed man mixed together and sank into the water, creating a bloody, stimulating scene. The deformed people on the upper floors, seeing the blood, became excited and eager to jump into the water. The mutated eel nearby also followed the scent of blood, rushing toward the scene. Soon, many eels gathered, biting at the big deformed man and wrapping his entire body in a mass of different-sized eels. The deformed person upstairs was also driven by the intense fight below and, ignoring everything, jumped into the water to tear at the eel. The chaos began, with them biting and gathering constantly. Originally, Mocha's plan was to lure them together and then use their flesh to provoke a fight between them and the deformed person. But now, before they even entered her designated battlefield, the chaos had already started. Mocha was happy to see this. She preferred to stay far away. The process and location didn't matter as long as they fought fiercely and didn't notice her small presence. She used her wood-based powers to hide her small wooden shelter, then paddled a small boat along the stone pillar to the water's surface. Using her water powers, she quickly headed toward the distant shore. She hoped they would fight more seriously and passionately, not paying attention to her as the one who started it all. She didn't know where these deformed people and eels had come from. A few days ago, she was scavenging in the city and hadn't seen them. Suddenly, during this heavy rain, so many appeared, each building having its own. While thinking, Mocha sped up. On the way, she encountered some eels trying to attack her. She immediately pulled out a water ball containing a small electric eel from her space, shook it to activate the electricity, and threw it into the gathering eels. They were electrocuted and flipped over, making it easier for her to escape. From afar, the roars continued. Under the moonlight, Mocha paddled quickly toward the shore. What was originally a walk that would take about an hour became painfully long in this escape. She dared not look back or hesitate, only paddling desperately and using her powers. The process was somewhat smooth, except for a few eel attacks early on, which she limited with her electric water balls. As she moved farther from the city, the number of attacking eels decreased greatly. Eventually, she focused solely on rushing away. Because she was fast, when her small boat reached the shore, half of it had already run onto land. She jumped out, moved about 10 meters away from the water, and found a place to sit and rest. From afar, she could still hear the deformed person's roars. She didn't know who would win tonight. The sky was again covered with faint clouds, and a breeze had started. She wondered if it would rain soon. She packed up her boat and, sensing the wood vines around her, headed toward the small cabin. If the sky's clouds and fog gather and it keeps raining, she will need to pack her things and leave quickly. She remembers the last time the strange, snake-like mutated eel lunged at her and then dove into the building from above the water. It can leave the water surface to attack and hunt. Since it can leave the water to attack inside buildings, it can also come ashore to attack her. She doesn't have the big size of that mutated creature to bite her shoulder. If she gets bitten, she might be swallowed whole. For such possible dangers, It's better for her to leave as early as she can. Right now, her main goal is to find a safe place to spend the winter. There's no time to rest. She must pack quickly. First, she needs to put the scrap metal and other things outside into her space. She had thought about melting them on site first, but now there's no time. She can only pack what she can. If needed, she'll use fewer bricks when rebuilding later, or replace them with stones or burn them. She quickly loads rusty metal sheets, plastic waste, wires, broken glass, and wooden sticks into her space. When she's left with the bricks, she stops to go to her small hut and pack up part of the bricks to make space, then returns to organize about a third of the bricks back into her space. There's no room for the remaining 2/3. She has to leave some space empty for emergencies and give up on packing those bricks. She doesn't have time to feel sentimental. She points her wooden stick toward the moon and moves along the higher part of the hillside. She just hopes to get as far away as possible from the flooded city behind her. But it seems the weather doesn't want her to leave easily. The sky, which was just a little cloudy earlier, suddenly darkens with thick clouds. Everything around becomes pitch black, and she can only hear the wind howling. Suddenly, a bright flash of thick lightning with a red glow streaks across the sky. When the thunder roars, she feels the ground shake beneath her feet. She can't continue traveling overnight. She's afraid she might accidentally go off course and fall into some water. She finds a slightly higher place to rest in her small hut to avoid being caught in another heavy rain and flood. She sets her hut steady, and just as she sits down, a heavy rain with lightning begins to pour outside. Raindrops no longer fell one by one on the window. Instead, it looked as if a pipe in the sky was pouring water straight down, forming a curtain of rain. Inside the ruined city, the battle slowly reached its end as the heavy rain continued to fall. The mutant eels had won. They had been fighting in the water from the start. When it wasn't raining, the fight had been evenly matched. But once the storm came, thunder and lightning filled the sky, and the smell of blood was washed away. The deformed humans began to lose ground in the rising water. When the first large one who had fought the eels was dragged under and never came back up, the others started to climb desperately toward the nearby buildings. Few of them made it. The enraged mutant eels surrounded them, attacking without mercy. Some of the larger eels even slithered into the buildings to hunt. The balance between hunter and prey was broken. Most of the deformed humans were either injured or killed. Mu Xiang didn't care about the outcome of the battle. At that moment, she was inside her wooden cabin, washing up and eating. After fighting cockroaches and chopping up eels, her clothes had been changed once, but she still hadn't properly cleaned herself for days. Since she couldn't go anywhere in the storm, she decided to take a long, hot bath. She also washed her dirty clothes and hung them up to dry. Dressed in clean clothes, Mu Xiang took out a small clay stove from her storage space. She lit a coal ball inside, placed a small pot on top, and began to make hot pot. She added pieces of mutant beast meat, wild peppercorns, slices, and wild onions, letting them simmer together. When the pot began to boil, she skimmed off the foam and added a small piece of chili for flavor. Then she put in wild mushrooms, greens, and noodles one by one, letting everything cook slowly. She ate the vegetables first, then drank the soup, feeling warmth spread through her whole body. Afterward, she extended a small wooden vine outside the cabin as a guard and fell asleep to the sound of rain. She slept straight through until the next afternoon. The rain had stopped, but the clouds still hung low. When Mu Xiang stepped outside, she saw that the water in the ruined city had risen even higher. The sand dune where her cabin had stood was now mostly underwater. If she hadn't moved earlier, her home would have been flooded, and a giant mutant eel could have easily poked its head inside. The rain had stopped, and daylight remained. Mu Xiang packed up her wooden cabin, got ready, and decided to travel farther ahead. She was still a little afraid of the mutated creatures and deformed people inside the abandoned city. Right now, with water and eels around, they could hold each other back a bit. If it rained more and caused a flood, or if the sun came out and dried up the water quickly, any of these groups coming out would be more than she could handle alone. She had to leave quickly. She hurriedly gathered her things without worrying about which way to go, just heading away from the ravine and the ruined city as fast as possible. Since the sky hadn't fully cleared, by the time it got dark, Mu Xiang hadn't gone too far. Although she couldn't see the flooded city anymore, it hadn't completely disappeared from her view. The nearby large sand dunes were still visible. She found a relatively flat but higher hill to stop on. She cleared the ground, set up her small house, and wrapped some wooden vines around it as a warning. Then she went inside to eat. After several incidents, her daily routine was a bit chaotic now. It was too late to travel in the dark, but she couldn't sleep either. Melting trash or doing other work wasn't suitable now because it was hot and the smell wasn't good. It wasn't a good time to operate inside her small wooden house. After thinking for a while, Mu Xiang finally took out a small flower pot made from a stone she dug out. Inside, she filled it with soil mixed from yellow clay, ash from plants, and bone powder. This was leftover from when she was farming on the mountaintop. She originally planned to grow small plants like ground berries or wildflowers. But since her planting area was quite large, she spent most of her time tending to that layer of plants each day. There wasn't much time left to plant small flowers in another pot, so she set it aside. Now, she poured some water into the pot and buried 2 seeds of sour grass. Then she began practicing her wood element supernatural power. She used her wood powers to stimulate the tiny seeds buried in the soil. While stimulating, she also carefully tended to the plants. The seeds in the pot slowly sprouted and grew leaves, just like in nature documentaries. By the time her supernatural energy was exhausted, the sour grass leaves had grown to the size of her palm, forming a lush, dense cluster. Although the size of this leaf is much smaller than that of wild lotus leaves, it is caused by being powered purely by special abilities. The plant's energy is very pure and contains no radiation. Mu Xiang took out a small pair of scissors and cut the leaf like cutting chives. She sat directly in a lounge chair and started eating with a crunching sound. The small grass stem was juicy, with a rich, sour taste, and carried a fresh aroma and crispness. It was like natural, tasty pickled vegetables, making her keep stuffing them into her mouth without wanting to stop. After eating about half of the leaves, a sense of satisfaction came. Mu Xiang reluctantly stored the remaining leaves in a small basket and put it into her space. After such a busy time, it was already late at night. Outside, heavy rain began to fall again, as if she was in a fake desert. Besides the yellow sand everywhere, there was nothing typical of a desert, and the rain was so abundant. Feeling a bit resentful, Mu Xiang held the crystal core, absorbing energy while falling asleep. When she woke up early the next morning, she unexpectedly smelled a floral scent. It was a fragrance mixed with the smell of fresh grass. This made Mu Xiang, who had just woken up, pause for a long time, unsure if she was hallucinating or if there was some special mutated creature outside the door. Mu Xiang gently got off the bed, carefully tiptoed along the wall to the window, and looked toward the door. Everything outside the house stunned Mu Xiang. She couldn't tell if she was still sleepy or if she had entered some kind of illusion, because outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the plants were lush. It was a vast, green grassland, quiet, with no cattle or horses. She carefully walked to the door, sensing the outside situation with her wood element abilities. It looked just like a normal large grassland, black and white, nothing unusual. Slowly, she opened the door. Wild grass, about half a meter tall, grew past the door frame and stretched into the house. It was growing rapidly, visible to the eye. Soon, the grass blocked half of the doorway. Mu Xiang used her wood abilities again to scan the surroundings, but found no suspicious creatures. She took out an electric chainsaw from her space and started cutting the grass. Forget about the distance. She needed to clear the area near the door first to prevent any unusual events. Initially, Mu Xiang planned to quickly pack up and continue her journey once the rain stopped. However, she was forced to stop and start cutting grass. Yes, she was cutting grass. Wild grass grows very fast, and soon it became tall, no longer a fragile little plant, but almost as big as a small tree. No matter why they grow so quickly, in this vast desert, seeing green grass means she must gather as much as possible, even with limited time. These grasses will be useful later for making bedding, fire, or weaving materials. What? You say her space is already full of clutter, and there's no room? She quickly cut the grass, using the space to turn over all the roots and grass she found on the ground. Then she took out the old cars that took up the most space inside her storage. She used wooden vines to forcefully dismantle them. She took apart the engine, seats, tires, and frame, piece by piece. She sorted everything by type, wrapping the car frames with vines, smashing the heavy parts like stones, and stacking everything back into her space. Suddenly, a large area was cleared. Mu Xiang packed the bundles of grass she had cut into her storage. While she was dismantling the cars, the grass she hadn't cut yet grew over 1 meter taller. Now, she couldn't see far away from where she stood. Her view was completely blocked by the grass about 2 meters high around her. She also moved her small hut after clearing some grass roots, because grass was growing where the hut was. Although heavy, the hut was slightly tilted due to the growth. By noon, the fast-growing wild grass had grown taller than the hut and started to flower and bear fruit. The strong scent of flowers made Mu Xiang dizzy. She hurriedly finished gathering the roots and cut stems, bringing everything back into the hut. She closed the doors and windows, changed her clothes, and put on a respirator suit. Mu Xiang sat on her bed, watching the wild grass outside grow and change. Flowers bloomed and withered, forming green pods. These pods swelled like balloons, then burst open. She saw clearly that black seeds, about the size of green beans, shot out like bullets, some embedding into the grass stems, others into the soft sand, and then disappeared. The soil on the ground had become much softer because of the many seeds that had fallen into it. After the large area of seeds was scattered, the rapidly growing plants seemed to have fulfilled their life purpose and began to turn yellow and wither. A gentle breeze blew, making a crisp cracking sound as the plants broke apart. It was unclear which wild grass was the first to fall, but the whole grassland looked like a giant domino chain, with the plants falling one after another. When the distant sand dunes reappeared in view, there was no longer a single standing blade of grass around the small house. Many of the fallen wild grasses still had seed pods bursting open, and the sound of seeds shooting out was continuous. Mu Xiang dared not go closer to gather the dry grass. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. From far to the left of the small house, a group of huge beetles, about the size of small cars, flew in. They had nearly 2-meter-long forked horns on their heads. Their shiny black shells, reflecting a metallic sheen, looked like giant, magnified stag beetles. They landed steadily on the grassland in the distance, then worked together like experienced farmers, using their large horns to pile the dry grass into one place. They then used their horns to pick up and carry the grass. Mu Xiang was not very far from them, and at this moment, all the wild grass had fallen over the endless desert. Besides her small house, there was nothing else noticeable. Seeing their size and the long horns on their heads, Mu Xiang had already thought about how to defend herself and escape. But they only glanced at her from afar and then lowered their heads to start gathering grass. They worked busily just like farm workers. The dry grass on the ground was quickly gathered and carried away. The next day, when Mu Xiang came out of her small house to look around, she found that everything was gone except for the endless desert. It was as if yesterday's events had been just a dream. But the piles of grass and roots in the space told her otherwise. They were real. In just one day, the wild grass had gone from sprouting to fruiting after the heavy rain. Using her memory of yesterday, Mu Xiang went to the place where the plants had fallen. She took a small scoop from her space and began sifting through the sand and soil. Soon, only a handful of black seeds remained in the scoop after the sand slipped away. Thinking about the amazing growth ability of this plant, Mako once again delayed her plan to move forward. She started carefully sifting through the sandy soil, selecting grass seeds mixed within. She stopped only after collecting about 40 or 50 pounds in a large bag. Missing the hottest part of noon, Mako set out again in the afternoon, quickly heading toward the sun. Last night, she heard the strange roars of deformed creatures from afar. She wondered if the floodwaters in the abandoned city were receding, causing these creatures to leave the city. She had no desire to play chase with these monsters across the endless desert. She had been walking for nearly half a month. Finally, Mako left the fully sandy land behind and arrived at a hilly, loamy area with rocks and sparse trees and thorny bushes. This place was no longer a monotonous desert. There were scattered trees and bushes along the rolling mountain ridges and broken stones. One of the trees looked familiar, a large, round-bodied tree, similar to a breadfruit tree from her past world. It was even bigger here, and after mutation, its size resembled a large factory chimney. Mako's heart started pounding faster. She felt ready to stop and prepare. She found a large, relatively flat tree nearby, the biggest she could find. This was like her dream treehouse. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be living here. She no longer dreamed of finding others or civilization. At least, she decided not to move again until she felt confident in herself. She would grow her own food, make her own clothes, and live as a solitary survivor in the wilderness. The first thing Mako did under the tree was to climb up and check if the large fruit, bigger than a yoga ball, was the breadfruit she had in mind. She took a 10-meter-long bamboo ladder from her space. She dug a half-meter deep groove a meter away from the tree and placed the bottom of the ladder into it, leaning it against the tree. This was to prevent the ladder from slipping when she started carving footholds into the trunk later. Once up the tree, she drilled holes every half-meter, about 30 centimeters deep. She poured strong adhesive into each hole and inserted a wooden beam about 10 centimeters in diameter. She hammered the beams upward, stopping only when reaching the area where the branches began to grow from the top of the tree. Then she used vine-like wood to make a safety rope, and with a small electric saw, she picked the ripe, half-dried monkey breadfruits from the top of the tree canopy. While picking the fruits, she was worried that if she dropped them from too high, they might break. So she carefully sawed off each fruit one by one and stored it. After finishing collecting all the fruits and returning to the ground, she carefully took them out and piled them at the base of the tree trunk. Her main task now was to build a shelter to help her survive the winter. She simply built a protective wall around a large tree, using gravel, sand, and adhesive, creating a fully enclosed wall about 2 meters high within a 50-meter radius from the tree. She also used vine-like wood to climb and cover the wall for concealment and warning. Her small hut was placed under the tree, leaning against the roots. Until her treehouse was finished, this place served as her temporary home. She then cleared all weeds and stones inside the small enclosed yard, stacking them along the wall by category. Even broken stones and roots were useful in this wasteland era. After that, she dug a simple outdoor toilet behind her hut, about half a meter deep and wide, just half a meter from the wall, with 2 wooden planks on top. Although she had been wandering for a long time and had never seen a normal person, only mutated creatures and deformed humans, she was pretty sure she was the only human around. Still, she symbolically hammered 4 wooden stakes around the toilet and hung a grass curtain for cover. Once the toilet was built, she took out collected scrap items from the ruined city and arranged them along the wall. Soon, her small yard was filled with these items. There were still many things inside the space that she hadn't taken out yet. She planned to organize and sort them after finishing her small hut. At this point, she could barely consider herself settled. Unless a catastrophic disaster or super strong creature appeared, she thought she could relax and focus on building her house and preparing for winter. She spent 3 days building the wall, picking fruits, tidying the yard, and organizing the space. With more than a month before the cold season begins, her initial plan is to carve out a simple single-layer space about 30 meters up the tree trunk. She no longer intends to create a large space like the one she made in the jungle before. She needs to plan carefully, designing the walls, bed, wardrobe, and table in advance before carving. First, Mu Xiang climbs to a point over 30 meters up the trunk. She wraps vines around a slightly taller wooden stake to prevent herself from falling. Then, She uses a puncher to make holes around the trunk and inserts a new circle of stakes to measure the tree's circumference. Next, she carries a ladder to the outside of the tree and finds a relatively flat, clean spot. She marks a circle on the ground with a rope equal to the tree's circumference. The previous tree was smaller and less round, so she only carved out a larger hole there. Now, she plans to carefully mark and plan this new space on the ground. First, she confirms the entrance, which will be similar to her previous plan, a small door half a meter wide and 1 meter high on the outer layer. The door is about 40 centimeters thick. After that, she enlarges the inside of the door, making it 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, carving out a 2-meter door opening. This section serves as a transition between the outer door and the inner space. One side of the wall will have a built-in shoe cabinet and coat rack, while the other side will be carved into a 1-meter-deep dressing room for changing clothes after outdoor activities to reduce dirt and harmful substances from outside entering the house. Then, she plans to install a 20-centimeter thick iron door 2 meters inside. Beyond the iron door is the actual interior of the treehouse. Since the baobab tree is thick and sturdy, Mu Xiang will likely expand the living areas upward and downward later. For now, she plans to prioritize the first floor with the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. More than half of the space will be left open for her to plan and develop later. The entrance on the right will be the living room, the left side will be the kitchen, and further inside will be the bedroom and bathroom. The living room and bedroom will each have 2 windows, while the kitchen and bathroom will have 1 window. The living room needs a large coffee table about 60 centimeters high near the center. Also, on the wall close to the bedroom, there should be an L-shaped sofa area. Later, she can simply place some cushions on top to make a ready sofa. In addition, the kitchen should have a countertop for work, and a few shelves should be added on the wall for storage. Other parts of the space are already finished, so no additional work or polishing is needed. Mu Xiang spent a long time planning and cleaning the wooden floor, finally settling on the final design. She measured all the room's dimensions carefully and recorded them. With a clear plan, work became much faster. She has experience with this kind of renovation, so she is quite skilled now. Thanks to the detailed planning, she already knew how deep to dig, how high to carve, and what to leave behind. This made building the house very quick. It took only about 20 days from installing the doors and windows to waiting for ventilation and drying. If the cold season this year arrives as expected, she still has over 20 days to prepare. Mu Xiang rested for 2 days, then carefully picked the breadnut fruits from nearby trees and carried them back to her small yard. Once home, she started tirelessly removing the seeds from the fruits. She was very careful while picking the fruits, worried they might fall and get damaged if not handled properly. When she finally checked the fruits, she found that although they looked big, the edible parts inside were much smaller. The shells were more than half a centimeter thick. Due to mutations, the seeds inside were fewer and the flesh was less. The only comforting thing was that the fruits were large enough, and she had collected quite a few. Even though more than half of them had radiation levels too high to eat, the remaining ones were still enough in quantity. Because of their tough shells, these fruits also provided plenty of natural wooden barrels. In the future, they will be very useful for storing things or as flower pots. After harvesting, Mu Xiang kept the edible parts intact and stored them in her space to eat later. The unusable parts were emptied out, and the shells were pierced with holes, strung together, and tied at the bottom of the tree trunk for disposal. Wait until the cold season passes before using the water or planting outside. Perhaps because the previous journey was too dangerous, since Mu Xiang started building her house and digging tree holes, she hasn't encountered any particularly tricky mutated creatures. Especially in her small yard, after carefully clearing away grass and stones, no small mutated venomous scorpions or snakes have appeared again. Her yard is protected by a 2-meter-high wall and her wooden vine plants, making it relatively safe. Over the past 20 days, her wooden vines have gradually covered the walls. Small mutated creatures like scorpions and lizards that come close are pushed away by the vines. With no external intrusion inside, Mu Xiang has secured a safe little yard. She also moved the scrap metal and plastic she had piled inside the yard outside, using her space ability, including what was left inside. Before using these items, they were just waste so they don't take up space or land in the yard. She stacks them outside, waiting until she needs them for future use. Inside the yard, she cleared away all stones and roots. Using her wood element ability, she controlled the vines to turn over the entire empty space. She also dug out some buried stones and threw them near the wall. There's a reason why this place doesn't grow grass. The soil is dry, nutrient-poor, and full of harmful substances. If it weren't for the current plant's strong vitality, she thinks even planting seeds and watering daily might not guarantee sprouting. Seeing that the cold season is approaching, Mu Xiang's current ability can only support growing a few ears of corn or potatoes, not an entire field. She plans to use the withered plant she saw earlier to add some nutrients to the yard first, then decide what to plant next year. First, plant and wait for it to bloom, then cut it down, dry it, and burn it into ash to mix with the yellow soil in the yard. Later, she will plant a patch outside the yard, harvest it, crush it with a grinder, and mix it into the soil in the yard. This may not have a huge effect, but at least it should be much better than the dry, sandy soil she had before. After finishing her plan, Mu Xiang began to carry it out. The first thing she did was to thoroughly water the yard. Previously, she stored water and gathered water-based abilities daily. After encountering heavy rain, her space was now filled with water in almost half. Watering the small yard was manageable. Considering the nature of the grass she wanted to plant and the dry land here, Mu Xiang did not water the entire yard at once. Instead, she divided it into 5 parts. She watered one part at a time, then sowed seeds in that area. She watched the seeds sprout and grow. When they reached about 1 meter tall, she quickly harvested and dug them up. She aimed to finish cutting all the plants before they flowered and produced seeds. She didn't want to work hard planting all day only for big beetles to come and carry away her crops. She believed the arrival of those beetles was related to the strange fragrance released when the grass flowers. When the grass grew quickly after watering, its flowers and young plants had a very special scent. The seeds also had a tendency to shoot out on their own. So, she cut down the grass when it reached 1 meter tall. She still had many grass seeds left. When she nearly used them all, she would choose a farther place to plant more, waiting for new seeds to grow. Once planted, she waited for the grass to reach the height she wanted. During this time, she took out the collected grass to sort and dry. She had not found any record of this plant in the encyclopedia given by Sister Lee. Thinking about its rapid growth and strange fragrance, she decided to name this grass One-Day Fragrance. Using her wood-based abilities, she separated the low radiation parts of the One-Day Fragrance, washed them, and stored them separately. The high radiation parts were spread out in the yard to dry. She called this grass One-Day Fragrance. Besides its floral scent, the grass also had a unique smell even before blooming. It emitted a very pleasant, fresh aroma that could help people feel cool and refreshed, removing heat and making the whole body feel clean. Originally, Mu Xiang planned to dry these grasses and turn them into ashes. Now, she thought making some grass mats or mats from them was also a good idea. Busy, Mu Xiang turned the ground in the yard according to her plan and covered it with a layer of dry grass. The treehouse has dried mostly after being aired out for a while. When winter comes, burning charcoal and using the fireplace will make it completely dry. She is now organizing her belongings: plates, water buckets, power storage boxes, clothes, bedding, cups, and other miscellaneous items by category inside the house. The once empty room quickly feels warm and cozy. She plans to live here permanently, so she brought many things with her. She believes that as long as she has food and drink, she can take care of herself. Besides not being able to communicate with others like her, there are no other major problems here. Having food, water, and fuel makes her feel like she's back in the safe zone, surrounded by the smell of wood. She repeatedly watched the video her sister Lee gave her. During her wandering in the City of Freedom, she had already guessed that they might no longer be alive. But because she hadn't received a clear answer, she kept avoiding facing this question. She doesn't understand what this world is supposed to be like or what humans really want. Life is already so hard. Why do they still waste time fighting among themselves? Plants are evolving, animals are developing, but humans are only hurting each other. Will humans still be at the top of the food chain in this world in the future? Years have passed. The once lush jungle has changed. The plants with high radiation levels are covered in thick black moss. They die in winter and grow back in spring, layer after layer, like a thick black blanket covering the earth. The giant black egg on the tree has developed cracks after 2 winters. A small, tender hand pushes out from inside, breaking open the spiky black cocoon. A green vertical pupil looks around curiously. She stands up, gently leaps onto the ground, and stands steadily on the path. Then she lifts her foot and trips, falling to the ground. Her little feet have a mind of their own. The control system is malfunctioning, making her walk unsteadily. After several tries, she can't get it right and keeps falling. The little girl, her ears flushed red, looks around to see if anyone has seen her embarrassment. If no one is around, that's fine. But if someone is, she might have to hide what happened. People? Who are they? She can't find the answer in her mind. Her head feels empty and a little painful. If she couldn't figure it out, she simply stopped thinking. She suddenly transformed her waist into a snake tail and quickly slid away a long distance. The little girl seemed to regain her confidence. She held her hands behind her back, held her head high, and headed toward the original safe zone. She didn't know why she was going there, but instinctively she felt that something very important was there. So she decided to go. The original safe zone was now just ruins and broken walls. There had been explosions, fires, battles with strange beasts, and survivors searching for safety. The once lively human gathering place was gone. The little girl wandered through the city, guided by her memory. Some places made her feel a sharp pain in her heart, while others made her feel warm. She didn't know why, but she waved her small tail and called out to summon many large snakes. They destroyed and flattened the places she disliked, and she surrounded and claimed the warm places, releasing her pressure to dominate them. Inside a mostly intact small house, she gathered a huge pile of dry grass and curled up inside to rest at night. She felt like she had forgotten something important, but she also felt that she couldn't leave because something precious was here. She couldn't remember what it was, but she knew this place was important. So she decided to stay here. Not long after she finished setting up her nest, the first heavy snow of winter began to fall. This snow was different from usual. It was made of small snowballs about the size of soybeans. They hit the ground with a soft, rustling sound, like tiny, tightly packed snowballs. She climbed down the wooden ladder to the ground and laid plastic sheeting in the open yard, preparing to collect snow. She didn't know when she might get water again, so collecting snow now was important. She didn't know how much rain fell here each year, but looking at the dry, yellow-green environment around her, it probably wasn't much. Considering that summers in the desert are even hotter, collecting snow could help with drinking water and cooling down during the hot days. After laying the plastic, she went outside to clear away stones around the yard. The small yard, only 50 meters wide, was not her final goal. She planned to build multiple walls around it, creating her own small ecosystem. The second wall would extend 80 meters outward from the first, forming a larger protected area. Currently, when it snows, some poisonous snakes, insects, mice, and ants hide and become stiff. When she clears the stones, it becomes much safer. By chance, she can also see those stiff, mutated creatures and quickly control and eliminate them. Fortunately, she can find a barely accessible entrance. Of course, it's only a barely accessible entrance. She rarely eats the carnivorous creatures here. Although she has survived in the desert for quite some time, she still finds it hard to accept the local creatures. She used to accept the animals more easily in the jungle. The creatures here are small, so she doesn't dare to eat the tiny ones, and the big ones are too hard to catch. It's not that she's confused about reality or picky. It's because the animals here are either too big, too fierce, or too poisonous. Besides poison, Most of the animals are contaminated with radiation and cannot be eaten. Over time, she eats less and less. She had to raise small lizards back then because she had no choice. When spring comes, she plans to see if she can continue her previous breeding. Thinking about meat, she remembers there are many mutated eels in her space that haven't been dealt with. While selecting stones, she plans her future life in her mind, feeling a faint aroma of wood. She arranges the stones in the second yard into piles based on approximate distances, making it easier to build the wall later. Before the temperature drops completely, she digs a large pit in the second yard, about 10 meters in diameter. This is for storing water, made specifically for that purpose. She didn't think of it earlier, but while collecting stones, she suddenly realized how much water she would need daily for such a large area. The water in the first and second yards depends entirely on her supernatural power to irrigate. She wonders if she can do other things now. So, she plans to dig a well. She digs 4 wells in the 80-meter circular yard. Each well has a diameter of 10 meters and a depth of 20 meters. The bottom and surrounding areas of each well are lined with broken stones, and she builds a platform 1 meter above ground around the top to prevent sand and dirt from entering. She temporarily leaves the wells uncovered because she plans to pile snow inside when she has free time. After winter passes, she will cover these wells and use a water pump to draw water for irrigation when needed. She doesn't hide inside her house entirely because of the cold. Every day, she goes out to collect stones and snow around her. She needed many stones to build the wall, and with the water wells consuming a lot of resources, she had to go farther away to gather more stones. Fortunately, she had space, and there were plenty of stones around here. While searching for stones, she also wanted to find other things like red clay and limestone. Her adhesive supplies in her space were running low. She had been using them constantly and hadn't had time to restock. To make the wall strong and tall, she needed more adhesive. So, she decided to make cement herself, based on the survival guide she had. She remembered it said to mix clay and limestone in proper proportions and then heat them to make cement. Since the weather was cold and there were fewer monsters, she could search the nearby area more thoroughly. Besides gathering materials, she also observed the terrain, plants, and animals nearby. This would help her choose better when building the wall and planting after winter. Busy as she was, maybe because she had become a superpower user, her patience for the environment had grown. Most of the time, she stayed outside wandering, except during the coldest month or two when she stayed in her treehouse to handle the space's eel and wild vegetables. Her wall around the second yard was mostly built without adhesive, just stacked with various stones, 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. She often saw limestone and clay around, especially in the desert wasteland, and remembered they were common materials. But when she needed them, she searched for months without finding any. Meanwhile, she kept collecting more stones, which were everywhere, and couldn't just leave them scattered around. So, she pieced them together by shape and stacked them upward, filling gaps with smaller stones, and surprisingly, it turned out quite sturdy. Whenever she had free time, she kept stacking stones. Before spring arrived, she had already built most of the wall. She planned to stay outside for a few days, using the cold weather to finish building the entire wall. This way, she wouldn't risk encountering more dangerous insects when it got warmer, and she went out to gather stones. Inside the yard, the water wells were completely filled with snow, even several meters high. She covered them with multiple layers of grass mats, making them look like 4 giant mushrooms. Under the big tree, all the breadfruit shells that were tangled around earlier have been taken down by Mu Xiang. One by one, they are filled with snow and sealed, stacked at the bottom of the courtyard wall. Inside the space, it's even more full, piled high with blocks of snow. She collected all of this after walking a long distance. In the desert during winter, snow falls, but in small amounts. Compared to the heavy snow that once covered the houses, this is much less. Plus, she didn't want to damage the plants growing on the nearby mountains. She was afraid that collecting all the snow from the mountaintops would stop the snowmelt from nourishing the plants, which were already few. So, she had to go farther into the desert to gather snow. Fortunately, she managed to collect enough. If she's careful, it should be enough for her needs. The courtyard wall is built, and the weather is gradually getting warmer. Mu Xiang has given up on the idea of making cement from limestone and clay. Instead, she started encouraging the growth of mutated cacti in her small yard. This is one of the plants she thought would use less water and be more hardy. She first nurtures the cacti in the yard. When the plants grow bigger, she divides them, keeping the edible parts and planting the rest in the second yard. When planting each leaf, Mu Xiang waters it thoroughly and uses her special abilities to stimulate the roots, hoping each plant will survive. Besides cacti, she also planned to plant many breadfruit trees, all grown from seeds. She doesn't care how big they get, just that they grow to about a meter. Once they reach that size, Mu Xiang moves them to the wasteland outside the yard. She is creating a forest by hand. She also waters the existing thorny shrubs, which she found and brought back to the yard near the wall. In the second yard, she plants trees and cacti. In the first yard, Mu Xiang grows corn, pumpkins, berries, chili peppers, mint leaves, wheat, and foxtail grass. Although the sun is stronger and it's drier here, there are fewer pests that harm the plants or none at all. Every morning before dawn, Mu Xiang gets up to practice her water element abilities, condensing water vapor, then uses her wood element powers to help plants grow. She works tirelessly all day, harvesting crops repeatedly. Basically, she has achieved the freedom to eat whenever she wants. The surrounding hills also became greener because she occasionally watered and planted trees there. Some wild animals were attracted by the abundance of plants and food. Recently, Mu Xiang noticed while patrolling outside the yard that several small trees, which had just started to sprout leaves, were being gnawed at the roots by mutated wild rabbits. Not just a few bites, but a circle of bark around the trunk was chewed off. This completely cut off the tree's nutrient supply. The small trees, which had been carefully transplanted and were just beginning to grow after watering, were now being killed in this way. And it wasn't just one or two trees, but an entire area. The rabbits didn't just chew one tree, but all of them around the roots. This made Mu Xiang very angry. She knew she had to find a way to control them, or else her trees wouldn't grow faster than they were being eaten. She set a trap along a small trail where there were many footprints, planning to test the abilities of the mutated wild rabbits. She couldn't bring the dead trees back to life, so she replanted new ones nearby. To prevent the trees from being chewed again, Mu Xiang smeared a layer of spicy, mutated chili paste on the trunks. She hoped that after tasting the unpleasant flavor, the animals would stop chewing. She also randomly selected a young tree to accelerate its growth, using her plant-based powers until most of her energy was drained. The small tree, which was about 1 meter tall, had grown to over 3 meters after the treatment. While it wasn't yet a fully mature tree by today's standards, it was at least less likely to be killed after just a few bites. Now, she wasn't sure if the chili paste would work, as she didn't want to accidentally make the rabbits more aggressive. Rabbits probably weren't the type to eat spicy food. Anyway, she planned to grow more chili peppers in her small yard tomorrow. The next day, Mu Xiang checked again. The chili paste still helped a little, but it didn't last long. After a night, many of the chili paste patches had dried and fallen to the ground. Where the paste had fallen, there was a lot of bark missing, chewed by the rabbits. Her traps had also been triggered, but she didn't catch any prey, only a few scattered hairs nearby. It seems that this type of clamp used to catch mice may not work well for catching rabbits. To distract the wild rabbits, Mu Xiang placed a large pile of weeds in a low-lying area and dug a small pond nearby. She hoped the rabbits would be gentle and not damage her small trees and cacti, giving them some space to grow. After her inspection, she randomly chose a small tree to catalyze. Yesterday, she catalyzed a breadfruit tree. Today, she worked on a thorny shrub. She wasn't sure if it was a mutated camel thorn or a black goji berry, as their mutated forms look similar. She would wait a few months until they flower and bear fruit to tell them apart. She actually liked the arrival of herbivores because they brought not only meat but also crystal cores, fur, teeth, and other materials from strange animals. She hoped they would behave and not cause damage. She could provide water and plant more weeds outside for them to eat and drink. But good ideas don't always match reality. That night, her second yard was attacked by mutated rabbits. They dug holes outside the fence and burrowed inside. If it weren't for the warning from the vine cuttings she planted along the fence, she wouldn't know how many small trees might have been eaten that night. When she went down, the rabbits were still there, but before she could get close, they quickly scattered and ran away. They moved so fast, she couldn't find a way to attack them. She could only watch as they ran around and disappeared into the night through their burrows. They even kicked mud into the small pond, and the weeds they tore up were scattered everywhere. She realized she had been too relaxed lately, thinking that the peaceful days would last forever. Using her flashlight, she carefully checked the second yard and found 8 rabbit burrows. 2 of the entrances even reached her cactus area. Fortunately, the burrows were far apart, so the fence didn't collapse because of them. Mu Xiang first filled all the burrows with small stones to block them securely. Then she cut the damaged cacti from the mutated rabbits and placed them in baskets, ready to set traps at night. Fortunately, I discovered it early in the evening. Most of the damage was done to the juicy cacti, while the small breadfruit tree was only nibbled a little and not completely stripped or encircled by bark. Since I haven't yet found a better way to prevent rabbits from digging, I decided to add a few more vines along the wall to strengthen the protection. That night, I went down twice. Each time, I only saw the rabbits running away from a distance, but I couldn't catch them. The damaged cacti were cut into several baskets of pieces. The next day, I moved outside the second yard. I set up 10 cages, specifically to catch small strange animals outside the yard. Inside the cages, I placed many cut cacti, and I also put a large handful of one-day fragrant grass at the bottom. I think wild grass that tastes good will also attract the rabbits. I covered the cages with stones and thorny bushes, so they wouldn't look too obvious. That evening, I finished my dinner early and didn't go up to the treehouse. Instead, I absorbed crystal cores on the wall of the first yard. Just as it was getting completely dark outside, I heard the sound of the metal cages being triggered. A few consecutive clink, clink sounds. I silently counted in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 10. I lit fireworks to confirm all 10 cages had been triggered. Then I ignited a firework in my hand and shot it into the sky to scare away any remaining strange animals nearby. It's good that all 10 cages were triggered, but that doesn't mean there are only 10 mutant rabbits outside the wall. Even a single rabbit in the end-of-the-world era can be quite dangerous. I used fireworks to scare away the mutant rabbits that weren't caught in the cages. Afterward, I climbed the second yard wall with a spotlight to check if there were any animals wandering around. Only after confirming the area was clear did I jump down. First, I used an electric baton to stun the mutant rabbits inside the cages, then quickly collected and moved the cages into the yard. Inside the yard, I took out the prey from each cage and bled them one by one. The 10 cages caught 13 rabbits, but none of them were edible, and only 2 had crystal cores on their heads. After working all this time, I had no edible rabbits at all. Suddenly, I lost interest in staying up all night hunting. But even if I lost interest, I still had to keep catching them. Otherwise, those rabbits I just put away might dig holes and come into my small yard again.
Who would I talk to about that?
However, going back and forth to check the cage was a bit troublesome. Mu Xiang directly used her wood element ability to control vine-like plants, which wrapped around a few one-day fragrant plants waiting outside the courtyard wall for prey to take the bait. This time, she used only one-day fragrant plants, confident that the rabbits wouldn't resist the temptation. Considering the range of her wood element power, Mu Xiang set up only 5 traps. This time, she didn't return to the first courtyard but used her wood vines to hide herself while sitting on the wall of the second courtyard. After about 10 minutes, she heard rustling sounds from the dark wilderness in the distance. Soon, she sensed through her wood vines that a one-day fragrant plant inside a trap was being quickly pulled away. Mu Xiang quickly took action, guiding her wood vines to sneak under the legs of a mutated wild rabbit, then struck swiftly. One vine wrapped around its leg, another around its head. This prevented the mutated rabbit from escaping and also stopped it from biting her vines out of excitement if it tried to run away. All night, Mu Xiang became more skilled at catching rabbits with her wood vines. However, the rabbits might have their own ways of communicating. After several rounds of catching them, they gradually stopped falling for her traps. Looking at the time, it was already midnight. Muxiang checked the wall again and found no new burrows, so she jumped down and returned to her treehouse. That night, she caught a total of 32 mutated wild rabbits, including one with low radiation, 5 with moderate radiation, and 6 that were edible. She also collected 15 crystal cores. Compared to last night, it was a big harvest. She hoped she could have such a good catch every day. To make her hard-earned edible meat last longer, Muxiang decided to separate the bones and meat to make dried meat. The next morning, she woke up early, drove to a slightly distant place to process the rabbits, to prevent the blood smell from attracting any predatory mutated creatures. She drove across the Gobi Desert for over an hour until she reached a relatively flat small hill. She had noticed this place when she was out collecting stones before. There were no obstructions or large plants around. First, she stored her car in her space, then took out a breadfruit tree, dug a hole to plant it, and began catalyzing it with her wood element ability. She continued until the tree grew about 4 meters tall before stopping her ability. Then she used vines to climb to the top of the tree, where she built a small platform in the middle using available wooden boards. One end of the platform had a fixed vertical iron frame to hold the mutated wild rabbit, making it easier to skin and divide the meat. She hung the mutated rabbit's head and feet on the frame, with a large bucket underneath to catch blood and internal organs. First, she processed the edible parts, then the crystal cores, and finally the high-radiation parts. She kept all the skins, then the low and medium radiation rabbit meat, the rabbit's head, internal organs, crystal cores, teeth, and paws. Anything usable was kept, and the rest that couldn't be eaten was buried in a large hole under the tree roots to prevent the smell from spreading. The process went smoothly. She finished processing without any dangerous monsters approaching while she was driving away. She left early in the morning and returned late afternoon. Today, Muxiang didn't have extra powers to go plant trees around the area. She only refilled water in a few wells inside the second courtyard before returning to her treehouse to wash up and rest. She still needed to catch rabbits at night. She had been doing this for half a month straight. Her ability to use powers became more natural. Any animals nearby trying to eat grass or sneakily dig holes were all caught by her. Once caught, she twisted their necks to deal with them, giving them no chance to escape. Perhaps she was too harsh, because the animals learned that the strange vines and tall stone walls were off-limits. Fewer rabbits came to fall for her traps at night. Occasionally 1 or 2 still came, but they didn't have much impact on the whole yard. A few trap cages outside were enough to handle them. Muxiang returned to her daily routine of collecting stones and planting trees. She wanted to gradually change the landscape of this hill using her powers. To prevent large mutated creatures from attacking, she also reinforced the second courtyard, making the walls 2 meters taller and thicker. With her daily efforts of catalyzing and watering, this small valley showed signs of turning into an oasis. However, as the weather grew hotter and water became scarcer, the plants outside the courtyard became thin and dry, while those inside remained lush. As the hottest period approached, several months passed with the sky remaining completely cloudless. There was no wind, no clouds, and no moisture in the air. Muxiang used her special power to gather water from several wells and then, under the cover of night, moved the stored snow water from breadfruit shells outside to water the surrounding bushes and small trees one by one. To save water, she also used her power to quickly harvest wild vegetables and fruits in her small yard. The plants outside the yard started to be more selective, only watering the ones that could survive drought and heat, especially the larger ones. She tried to keep some of the stronger plants alive. While she was thinking about whether to go out to find more water, a heavy rain suddenly started. It was a very big rain, with each raindrop the size of a bowl. Each drop held enough water for a bowl. The rain pounded on the ground, kicking up dust and sand. The dust floated up but was quickly pressed down again. The rain soaked the earth quickly, seeping into the soil, and the high temperature caused water vapor to rise. The temperature rose fast, making the air hot and humid. Mu Xiang opened the covers of the wells in her yard to collect water, and she also used her water power to condense water vapor from the air and start storing water. Just when she thought the rain was finally ending the drought, it stopped. The ground was just starting to get wet, but there wasn't enough extra water to gather. The big rain seemed to be over after just 3 days and nights. The wells had only a little water, less than half of what they needed. The sun came out quickly. The heat from the previous rain hadn't gone away, and the next wave of sunshine evaporated the little water that had soaked into the ground. The once moist earth dried up very fast, even more than before it rained. Over the next few days, the big rain kept coming back, but each time it rained during the day and then dried up quickly, with the temperature rising again. Mu Xiang didn't collect much rainwater, and the water stored in her yard slowly evaporated because of the rising heat. She had to change her routine, resting during the day and being active at night to avoid going outside in the heat. The plants outside the yard gradually withered due to lack of water and high temperatures. The small green oasis she was building was slowly disappearing. She used all her special powers just to keep the small trees in the yard from being affected. Life seemed to return to how it was in the safe zone, where everyone stayed indoors during the extreme heat. She collected the withered, dead small trees and weeds, then carried them back to the yard. She also carefully pruned the cactus plants that looked like they might die. She left only 1 or 2 main leaves on each cactus, cutting off the rest. All the inedible parts were placed outside the second yard at night to keep wild mutated animals that search for food from noticing her small yard. As the temperature kept rising, to make it easier to go in and out of her treehouse, Mu Xiang cleaned up the storage room between the 2 doors. She started carving a staircase from there, beginning at the first platform. Every 5 meters, she made a simple small platform 2 meters by 2 meters, heading toward the center of the tree. She continued carving until she reached a spot 1 meter above the ground. There, she created an entrance that was 1.5 meters high and 0.5 meter wide on the tree trunk. On each side of the small door, she built a storage room, a bathroom, and a changing room. Now she wouldn't have to climb dozens of meters in the hot sun every day to get home. She could change clothes and wash up downstairs, then go upstairs to rest. Outside, in the extreme heat, the air was distorted. All plants except her wooden vine branches looked wilted, including the largest breadfruit tree she lived in. This year's extreme heat was especially harsh. However, because she constantly used her special powers to the limit and kept absorbing crystal cores to improve, Mu Xiang's power level made a significant breakthrough. As the temperature rose and drought worsened, Mu Xiang sometimes felt like she could hear the cracking of dry wood. She felt that the hay and logs in her yard might suddenly catch fire all at once. Reluctantly, she covered several sheds at night, placing the waste and dry wood she had outside into these sheds to keep them safe from the heat. Days passed, and to cool down, Mu Xiang built a smaller house on the lower floor of her main residence. She moved her small bed there and placed a row of large buckets filled with snow bricks along the wall. The hut's poor lighting made it convenient for resting during the day. At night, when the temperature dropped slightly, she would get up to eat and wash up, using melted snow water from the day to water the small, resilient trees nearby. As long as she could survive this extreme heat, even if the small trees only lived half as long as before, it would still be a success. If a few more trees survived this year, and even more next year, this place could gradually become an oasis. With the efforts of the mutated plants themselves, she believed that day was not far away. While Mu Xiang was daydreaming about a better future, a dusty merchant caravan arrived at the transformed Free City. They wore large, earth-colored robes that covered their entire bodies. Even their hands were wrapped in gauze, hiding all skin. We've processed 28 temporary ID cards, recharged 6,000 points on the crystal cores, and arranged 28 capsule beds, preferably together, the leader said, secretly hiding 3 dried lizard specimens under the crystal core bag and handing them to the staff. This is fine. No problem. 28 temporary IDs, 6,000 points recharge, and all 28 capsule beds in one room. Are there any other requests? The staff quickly tucked away the dried lizards under the table, ready to refuse but changing their mind before speaking. The group, dressed in summer heat, headed straight to the capsule room where Mu Xiang had once stayed, riding the elevator without removing their hats. After several chaotic incidents inside the city, the Free City had barely regained order, though many facilities were old and poorly maintained. In fact, these more civilian-style facilities and residences had not been carefully repaired. Automatic vending machines, once common everywhere, were now shut down. To buy nutrient liquids and energy bars, people had to wait until Monday, submit their ID and deposit to staff, and then visit specialized shops on the commercial street. "Brother, I'm going to rest first." A hoarse-voiced young member of the team approached the leader, Go, and received a temporary wristband with a barcode for the capsule storage. He was shorter than most in the team, slightly shorter than others, and his walk gave off a strange, awkward feeling. "All right, go ahead. Take care of yourself. We'll wait here until the extreme heat passes, then leave." Leader handed the bracelet to the young boy, emphasizing the word, attention. After going to bed, the boy first closed the small door of the capsule chamber, then took off his loose outer robe and hood. Under the hood, his face was still tightly wrapped, with bandages covering from his waist to his head, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He wore yellowish, tapered lantern pants on his lower body, and on his upper body, he had strips of white gauze, with only his eyes, nose, mouth, and a pair of hoof-like feet visible. His ears and fingers were also wrapped in bandages. He turned on the air conditioning inside the capsule, took out a bag of nutritional fluid from his backpack, drank it quickly, then lay down on the bed to rest. He waited until late at night when few people were active before getting up, putting on his outer robe, and heading to the public bathroom for washing. He untied the bandages, water started running, and a half-human, half-sheep figure covered in scars quickly began washing in the shower. Everyone in this caravan was very mysterious. Each person was only heard but not seen, all wrapped very tightly. After receiving their bracelets, they didn't need instructions from the leader and would go straight into their capsule chambers, closing the doors and staying inside. Only this seemingly new young boy would come out at night after everyone else was resting to wash up. This year's extreme heat was very difficult to endure. Perhaps because of the different regions, the safest zone was the easiest, followed by the mine pit-free city, and finally here. Mu Xiang felt that as soon as she stepped out of the small bedroom, the hot air outside seemed to seep through the thick wooden walls onto her skin. Even though the sun had set, the ground at night remained as hot as a heated iron plate. Only the mutated plants could still stay somewhat alive in this environment. Otherwise, the heavily polluted land might have turned completely into a desert. Because it was so hot here, Mu Xiang's activities at night were much limited. She would quickly go out after sunset to deliver wood element energy and water to the resilient plants and small trees nearby. After watering, she would quickly return to her treehouse, rest in the bathroom on the first floor to cool down, then go out again to practice and transform her wood element abilities near the wall. This way, she could absorb the radiation energy accumulated on the wooden vines into her main vine, which was as effective as absorbing crystal core energy during the day. She held her breath, focused, and took deep breaths. She silently repeated 3 times, "A calm mind brings natural coolness," while constantly reminding herself that she was not hot. She was happy that she didn't rely solely on the crystal core to boost her wood scent, but sitting under the wall in the hot weather made her feel a bit annoyed. It was hot and dry, yet she couldn't leave quickly. So, she kept telling herself to calm down and find that peaceful, cool feeling. But just as she tried to settle down, the hot air, the cracking sounds, and the rustling of unknown creatures kept getting louder and more chaotic. Just when she thought it was her own impatience, a small, fist-sized, unknown object fell from behind the wall and hit her on the head. It was a heavy hit. Under the light, the object revealed itself as a dull yellow beetle, similar to a ladybug. The beetle's shell was hard like iron, round in shape, about the size of a fist, with a flat, slightly indented body. Falling from the tall wall onto her head felt like being hit with an iron basin. This brought back bad memories from the previous attack by the gold-devouring ants. Quickly, she got up and moved away from the wall, pulling back all the vines she had released to avoid being eaten. She decided to gather her energy inside her and wait until the crisis passed before slowly releasing and refining it. She ran back to her treehouse, turned on the spotlight fixed high above, and was shocked by what she saw. Many of these dull yellow beetles were piled densely on the small trees around her. The reason she was hit earlier was because the trees outside the wall had been completely covered by these beetles, leaving no gaps. The ones that couldn't climb up tried to attack the trees inside the yard by coming over the wall. Fortunately, these mutated beetles seemed only interested in plants. The beetle that hit her and made her dizzy had now turned around and was crawling toward the nearest tree trunk, showing no intention of attacking her. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. Even though her treehouse was on a large tree, it didn't look promising. Seeing them densely crawling onto the trees, she knew something bad was likely to happen, even if she didn't understand the reason. There are too many insects that she cannot control. She doesn't want any more creepy neighbors around her big tree. Mako tries to light a fire ring around the tree to stop the insects from climbing. But the insects seem to ignore the flames and crawl straight into the fire, then crawl out safely. The fire can't hurt them at all. She also tries using a strong-smelling substance to confuse the insects, like she did before with the biting ants. But the insects don't react at all. They just keep climbing toward the tree. She sprays poison and even uses an electric fly swatter, but nothing works. Nothing can stop them from getting closer to the tree. Their shells are very hard. To really kill them, she would have to flip each one over and hit their bellies with a sharp tool. Only then could she stop them from climbing further and make them stay away. But flipping and hitting takes time. No matter how fast she is, by the time the sun rises, the tree behind her is covered with dense, light brown insects. Only the door and window she dug out are still clean. Seeing she can't stop them, and with the sun up, Mako has no choice but to quickly go inside, lock the door tightly, and endure her discomfort. Mako washes up, changes clothes, and takes a long, thorough bath. She scrubs until her arms and skin turn red, finally washing away her goosebumps and the itchy feeling inside. Right now, she doesn't understand these mutated insects and doesn't dare to use her wood element powers to sense outside conditions. Her sixth sense tells her that whether it's water or wood powers, these insects, who are tough and can't be cut with axes, are more attracted to those than to the big tree. All she can do is wait. Wait until sunset, then carefully pry the insects off the tree one by one, flipping them over to die. She doesn't know if she can find a quick and effective way to get rid of the insects before the tree dies, but for now, her only option is to kill as many as possible. No matter how big the tree is, its surface area is limited, and so is the number of insects it can hold. She just needs to wait for the extra insects to leave and clean them daily, giving the tree a better chance to survive. In the evening, Mu Xiang first wrapped herself up tightly, prepared herself mentally, then suddenly opened the door and rushed outside, turning on the big light. As she expected, the dense swarm of beetles on the ground had disappeared, but the trees were covered with them. The old cactus in her yard, which was barely alive, had all died. Its thin leaves had become like paper bags, covered with round dents and tiny pinhole-sized holes, lying flat on the ground. Leaves were scattered all around the trees, and the trees were crawling with beetles. Besides prying them off one by one, Mu Xiang didn't know any other way. She could only quickly fill the water storage ring around the big tree's roots, then start prying the beetles off the trunk with a shovel, cleaning the tree. She didn't bother watering the small trees outside. Whether they survived depended on luck. In such a hot environment, she prioritized spending her energy on the big tree she was most attached to. She just recently felt a bit of home, and she didn't want to wander again. The small trees around her had been drained of their vitality, but she could replant them if needed. The big tree she was living in, however, couldn't grow just because she used her wood-type powers a few times. Since she has both wood and water powers, she believed that if she couldn't grow many trees at once, she would try one by one. Even if she only managed to catalyze one tree, that was still a success. Mu Xiang encouraged herself inside the house, imagining her success. When she felt she couldn't stand it outside anymore, she would return to her treehouse. Then, in the open space of the living room, She used large flower pots to continuously catalyze various mutated wild vegetables, improving and training her wood powers. Every day, her powers could recover naturally over time or be absorbed through crystal cores. Before, she used her powers outside to catalyze small trees. Now, since she wasn't sure about the situation with the mutated beetles, she could only physically eliminate them. Her internal powers could only be used up at home. Anyway, she needed to absorb crystal cores daily to strengthen herself. She used to go out day and night, catalyzing big trees with her wood powers in the dark, but no obvious change could be seen. Meanwhile, growing vegetables inside her house, each sprouting lush and green, gave her a great sense of achievement and made her feel hungry. Without exposure to sunlight or wind and dust, she simply plucked the tenderest shoots of wild vegetables and ate them directly, crunching happily. The taste is slightly bitter, but it is full of the natural smell. Anyway, in this era, people no longer care much about taste when eating. As long as they can eat, feel full, and avoid poison, it doesn't matter if it's leaves from a tree or roots from the ground. They are all edible if they can be put in the mouth. Actually, most plants that grow normally here are not edible. Most edible plants here contain radiation. Besides, the plants that have radiation only seem to matter to humans, who are divided into different classes. Other than that, well...
Okay.
Originally, the wood scent made me want to thank the world, to thank this era of giants. But after thinking for a long time, I couldn't find a single place that was friendly to humans to express my gratitude. The delicious wild vegetables I ate were cultivated with my special powers. Without my powers to help and prepare them, even if I saw these plants in the wild, I might not be able to eat them. Without my powers, I might not even be able to meet basic needs like eating and drinking. It's also impossible to survive in the desert for so long and walk so far. People are like that sometimes. Thoughts and feelings change quickly, sometimes good, sometimes bad. I can be happy because of a fresh wild vegetable, or feel down because life is hard. Wood Scent stuffed all the remaining leaves into her mouth and ate them all. She had already cut the wild vegetables that had grown to about a meter tall from the roots and stored them. They could grow even bigger, but the taste would be very different. After all, they are just mutated wild vegetables, not proper home-cooked dishes. When they grow larger, they have more stuff, but the bitter taste and fibrous texture can't compare to the small seedlings she is now. Anyway, whether they are big or small, she just needs to harvest a few more times with a little effort. So, every night, she watered the plants, removed pests, and went back to her house to farm. Wood Scent survived another extreme season. The temperature finally wasn't so hot anymore, and she could finally spend more time dealing with the insects on the trees. But those insects seemed to know she was about to attack. Overnight, they swelled up like caps blown off by pressure, bursting from the trees one after another. Their flat, slightly concave bellies suddenly looked like they were about to explode. When close, you could see countless insect eggs inside their swollen bellies. Mu Xiang is now too afraid to even smash them, worried they might crush small creatures like cockroaches and cause a big infestation. She found a distant open space to stand and watch as they fell one by one. Then she slowly turned over her big belly and left. The remaining trees in the area are barely alive, with some small, half-yellow, half-green leaves still clinging to the branches, showing they are still alive. All the other newly planted trees are just bare trunks now, with no leaves left on the tops. Mu Xiang used her wood element abilities to scan each tree. She found one tree inside the yard that was not completely dead and used her powers to help revive it. The others were completely gone, leaving only bare, leafless trunks. She then left the yard to check on a few larger breadfruit trees farther away. Although she wasn't as careful with these big trees as she was with the small ones, they were still large, mature, mutated trees, about the size of a building. She thought they might still withstand some insects. Using her wood abilities, she checked each of these big trees. They weren't dead, but they probably wouldn't survive much longer. She sensed that the green energy inside the trees, which represents vitality, was very scarce and seemed to be dispersing. Her powers weren't strong enough to save all the trees, so she chose to focus on two that were closer and tried to restore their life force by gathering their escaping vitality and injecting new growth energy. This year, she couldn't expect to harvest sweet and sour breadfruit. Before the coldest weather, she needed to store enough food and fuel, which meant she had to grow her own crops. But first, she needed to go out and fetch some fresh water from farther away, making a couple of trips. The fresh water stored in her space was enough for daily life, but not enough for farming. Luckily, this place was no longer completely a desert wasteland, so water sources shouldn't be too hard to find. Just look for low-lying areas or places with dense plants from a high vantage point. Mu Xiang returned to her house, climbed onto the treetop from her room, and marked potential water sources on her notebook. After spending several days tending to the 3 remaining large trees, she drove her car toward the nearest possible water source marked on her map. There are 4 marked locations, 2 in the same direction and 2 in different directions. 3 directions, 4 locations. Mu Xiang thought the direction with 2 suspected water sources had the highest chance of having water. So she drove toward the closest one, which had only 1 suspected point. There was no special reason, just her habit of saving the most promising place for last. She told herself that even if she didn't find water in the first 2 directions, the last one would definitely have water. The first place was a dried-up riverbed 2 kilometers behind the big tree she was near. Mu Xiang parked her car beside the riverbed and secured it. She put on her sun hat and mask, then followed the dry riverbed downstream, hoping to find underground water. Along the way, she didn't find any water-filled puddles, but she saw many dead beetles. They were all flat and shriveled, lying on their backs. She remembered that these beetles had been quite full earlier. Now, their bellies were empty, possibly because they had been eaten by predators or had died after laying eggs. Mu Xiang also thought about the thin, dense eggs she had seen under their shells earlier. Unconsciously, she stopped and carefully checked her clothes, belts, and limbs, then retied everything tightly. She even wrapped her shirt's hem and collar with a cloth to make sure no gaps were left open. After tidying everything, Mu Xiang continued walking along the riverbed for a while. Finally, she saw a lush, thorny bush at a bend in the river. She guessed there might be water there. She carefully approached, moving slowly. At the bend, she found a small water hole. Because of the rushing water earlier, half of the roots of the bush were hollow, forming a sizable water cavity. Even though the surrounding riverbed was dry and turning to sand, this spot still had some moisture. If she dug into the hole under the roots, she might find water. But that was only a possibility. Inside the water hole, she saw several animal carcasses covered with tiny, pale yellow insects. If she got too close to the hole, the insects on the carcasses would swarm like intelligent alien creatures. Piles of bugs formed twisting tentacles that stretched toward her, as if they could see her. Frightened, Ma Xiang quickly stepped back, afraid of being touched. She moved away from the water hole and continued walking for a long time. She found 2 more semi-dry water holes, but each time, there were animal carcasses nearby, with small pale yellow insects crawling around. Instinctively, Ma Xiang wanted to stay away from these tiny bugs. Even though she could use her water powers to draw out and filter the moisture from the damp soil, she preferred to keep her distance. The danger from these small insects was just as real as from larger mutated creatures. As it grew darker, Ma Xiang hurriedly left the riverbed and reached a flat area farther away. She took out her vehicle, ready to leave. Just as her hand was about to touch the door handle, she suddenly stopped. She stepped back 2 steps and used her water powers to form a large water sphere, wrapping herself and her clothes inside. Then she saw something that made her skin crawl, tiny bugs crawling out of the folds of her clothes and floating into the water sphere. They gathered slowly, forming a ball as big as a soccer ball. She couldn't imagine how many bugs might have climbed onto her if she hadn't checked. After she sat in the car and the bugs fell off, they would hide in dark corners, waiting for a gap in her clothes. If they crawled onto her again, what would happen? She could use her water powers to force the bugs out if they were on her body. But if they managed to crawl into the car, What could she do? Would she still want to keep the vehicle? She controlled the water sphere, separating it from the bugs crawling inside, and threw it far away from her body. Only then did Moxiang quickly get into the car, close the door, and drive away. Because of the distance, she didn't return to her treehouse that night. Instead, she stopped on a barren plain without stones or bushes and set up her small hut to rest. The next morning, she first packed up the hut and sat on the car roof to practice her water powers. When the sun rose, she ate a simple meal of improved dumplings and some fresh grass leaves. Moxiang took out her notebook and marked the first water source with a cross. She drew 2 solid triangles to show danger, and below, she noted the reason for the danger and how the small bugs gathered on the carcasses. Everything was packed and prepared according to the location of water source point 2. Mu Xiang drove off again to continue her search. Water source point 2 is in a densely vegetated mountain area. Mu Xiang parked her car, dressed properly, and went nearby to check the area. Around the bushes, the ground showed no obvious signs of water flow or puddles. She also used a shovel to dig a hole nearby. After digging less than a meter deep, she hit solid rock and couldn't dig further. She was determined and used a chisel to break the rock for a while, but after half a meter it was still just stone. She then circled around the bushes with her shovel. She found that the entire area underneath was filled with stones. The bushes grew in some larger cracks between rocks. These cracks weren't very wide and showed no signs of water seepage on the surface. It was likely that the water source was beneath the hard rocks. Mu Xiang continued digging or marked the spot to move on to the next suspected water source. There were still 2 places left to check. If neither had water, she could come back later to cut trees and dig holes. Having lived in the desert for a long time, she valued these hardy plants very much. Cutting a tree was quick, but growing a small tree through harsh seasons into a big one was not easy. She filled in the trench she had dug and spent the night tidying the area before turning her direction toward the last 2 suspected water sources. One was in a dense plant area, and the other was in a mountain valley. The dense plant area was outside the valley. Mu Xiang thought that since the plants outside grew so well, there must be water inside the 2. Whether she would go deep into the valley depended on whether there was still water in the dense plant area. Of course, if there was no water in the bushes outside, or if there were dangerous bugs like at the first marked spot, she would skip that and go directly into the valley. Deep down, she felt that something there could change her life. The closer she got to that feeling, the clearer it became. This was her last stop in her water search, and it was also the farthest from the other 2 water sources. If not for her high vantage point and binoculars, she might not have found this place. Traveling along the road and crossing mountains took 4 or 5 days. When she finally reached the entrance of the valley at the bushes, there were no small insects or animal carcasses in the shallow water. However, the water was murky and full of wriggling roundworms. Although her current supernatural ability level allowed her to extract clean water from the muddy water, she felt a deep aversion when looking at the twisting worms. Who knew what they fed on or how they grew? If they were like the enhanced iron worms, she thought, no, better not. Silently, she marked this water source with a cross in her mind and carefully bypassed it, exploring further along the valleys. She called it a because the rocks on both sides looked like they could fit together, and the gap wasn't very wide. At first, near the outer edge, it was about 4 meters wide for the first 100 meters. But as she moved deeper into the valley, it became narrower. Eventually, it was only wide enough for one person. If she hadn't felt the increasing humidity in the air, she might have turned back earlier. Gradually, the rocks became slippery, and she could hear the faint sound of flowing water. After walking through this narrow, sky-like crevice for over an hour, she finally reached the end of behind a small waterfall. The waterfall was about 5 meters wide, falling from above into a pond below and spilling out toward the distance. The scene behind the water curtain shocked her, an idyllic valley that shouldn't exist in a desert or a post-apocalyptic wasteland. There were streams, fields, stone houses, wheat swaying in the wind, and livestock. Playful children, talking adults. Everything was so beautiful it seemed unreal, Yet their exposed animal-like features brought her back to reality. Yes, animal-like features. Some had animal heads, some had animal hands, and some were half beast, half human. They were human, but not entirely human. Whether adults or children, they all looked like this. Half beasts? She wasn't sure if her description was accurate. She didn't know if they were humans mutated by radiation, devolved creatures, or evolved mutants. For now, she only saw them in half-human, half-beast forms. There are superpowered individuals, deformed people who hide in the shadows, and now there are also half-human, half-beast creatures. Since leaving the safe zone, Mu Xiang feels her understanding of the world is constantly changing. She doesn't know what the future world will look like, only that she must retreat quickly and leave as soon as possible. Even though water sources are easily available now, she doesn't dare take risks with her own safety. The previous encounter with deformed people blocking her path has already taught her a lesson. Even ordinary people in this world, under extreme circumstances, might cooperate to survive, let alone those with special changes. She decides to stay cautious and head back to the rocky mountain to carve stones. At worst, she can cut down a tree and plant a couple of new ones. Because she fears the unknown and strange systems, Mu Xiang returns to the second water source much faster than she left. She quickly finds a relatively flat spot to set up her small house, wash up, and eat. During her earlier exploration, she already confirmed the location of the underground water line and the water outlet. Now, back here, she heads straight to the thickest bush in the middle. She cuts down the tree and uses her wood-based powers to plant new trees nearby, or directly tries to catalyze the bush with her wood abilities, controlling its extensive roots to form a hollow, fish trap-shaped water seepage well at the water outlet. Her only requirement for this well is that its size and depth don't matter, as long as it connects directly to the underground water line. Because of the surrounding environment, after digging the well, she plans to build a sturdy small shelter on top to block sunlight and prevent foreign objects from entering. So, Mu Xiang chooses to try directly. Although she has been a wood-type ability user for several years, each breakthrough in her powers, whether in control or innovation, still feels very magical. Previously, she mainly used her wood powers to control vines, making them grow or shrink, or weaving them into sunshades. This is her first time using her wood abilities to control a naturally growing plant. Her initial steps are the same as when she used her powers to catalyze and clear plants before. She lets her ability flow along the plant's veins, moving quickly in 2 circles. Close your eyes and imagine building a complete map of plant veins in your mind. Then find the stem you want to control, pretending it is transformed by your special power. Imagine it as being the same as your wood-type vines, as an extension of your body. Slowly, like a robot turning on, the root you are controlling with your power begins to shake slightly. Then, gradually, it sways left and right as it pulls out of the soil. Once one root is successfully moved, the other roots that are firmly occupying the cracks in the rocks also slowly shift and change position. The fine roots are arranged as if being tidied and woven by an invisible hand. Gradually, a small well about 20 centimeters in diameter forms in the center. The soil is separated by roots of different thicknesses. Clean, fresh water slowly seeps through the gaps and gathers into the small well, spreading upward little by little. While waiting for the well to fill, Mu Xiang also casually controls the tangled, thorny branches of the bushes, weaving them into a small tent over a meter high. This creates a small space under the tree, making it easier for Mu Xiang to fetch water and rest. The thorns face outward, with leaves covering them, providing both protection and shade. After completing these tasks, Mu Xiang withdraws her powers. Compared to directly controlling the vines with her abilities, using her power to influence natural plants consumes less energy, but requires much more mental effort. Mu Xiang thinks that if her powers and mental strength were strong enough, she could even move her treehouse around, walking like a tree person. This idea suddenly makes her look forward to the future with a little more hope. To collect fresh water, without harming the plants on the ground, Mu Xiang did not use her water-type powers to directly draw underground water. Instead, After the small well she created with her wood powers reached the water level, she used a small pump to start extracting water. She pumped out one bucket at a time, timing each draw carefully. During the breaks, she also took the chance to encourage the nearby plants, helping them grow more lush and full, leaving no gaps. This way, she better protected the underground water source beneath the small hill. Water was pumped and catalyzed plants were used, allowing Mu Xiang to stay here for nearly half a month before everything was finally settled and she drove back to her treehouse. Originally, the dense cluster of thorny bushes growing on the small hill had expanded into a large area thanks to Mu Xiang's intentional catalysis. The branches connected to each other, and the thick leaves and twigs completely blocked the water source in the middle of the hill. Even if some mutated herbivorous animals came by, they wouldn't be able to reach the inner part easily. Only Mu Xiang could use her plant-based powers to control the branches and clear the way to access the water well inside. She stored the last bucket of clean water in her space, then used her powers to cover the well opening with the roots of the bushes to prevent dust from falling in. She also blocked the path leading in and out, and before leaving, she used her powers to grow a 3-meter-tall breadfruit sapling near the small hill. With her current level of power, she couldn't support moving her huge breadfruit tree to a new location. She wanted to live closer to the water source, but was reluctant to leave her settled home. So, she planned to plant trees near the water, catalyze small saplings, and at the same time, go back to her main place to organize and improve her powers. Every time she transported water, she would also carry some rarely used items, like broken glass, plastic debris, and rusty metal shells. Since she was in a desert, even though it was the harvest season, she only found a few small berries on some barely surviving low shrubs with no other significant harvest. Most of these berries were high-radiation products that couldn't be eaten and could only be stored as seeds. When she first arrived last year, there were several large breadfruit trees and breadfruit nearby for her to collect and store. But this year, abnormal high temperatures and uncontrollable mutated beetles caused the trees to lose a lot of moisture and nutrients. The fruits that were full in the spring had all fallen after the extreme heat. This year, she couldn't collect a single fruit. Mu Xiang first released the purified water she brought back into the water storage wells around the yard. Then she thoroughly watered the treehouse and the large and small trees nearby. Finally, she used her plant powers to cultivate thorny shrubs that could produce small berries in the second yard. She also realized that this place is quite resilient. It is resistant to drought and pests. When it's almost winter, she can quickly prepare some food inside the main building. Just in time for winter, she can also create a special planting room in her treehouse to grow vegetables and fruits. Then she can pick what she wants to eat fresh from her own garden. Right now, her environmental gene is active, and she wants to add more fresh green to this mostly yellow desert. She plants trees, fetches water, waters the land, and enhances her supernatural abilities. Mu Xiang has been very busy this second half of the year. A bunch of thorny bushes, shaped like fish scales, surround her small yard and spread into the desert. Each semicircular scale is about 100 meters wide. The cleared land inside the bushes is filled with drought-resistant wild grasses. Mu Xiang regularly checks on these bushes, waters them, and uses her plant-based powers to help them grow. The grasses are left to grow freely once they sprout. She plants these patches one by one, waiting until winter approaches to plant some starchy vegetables like sweet potatoes and potatoes in the main yards for winter food. Perhaps because the environment in the desert is harsh, or maybe because the area is large and sparsely populated, Mu Xiang avoids the half-beast Man Valley for the next few years. Starting from the original breadfruit tree, she uses her powers to plant trees toward the second water source, gradually turning the sandy land into lush fields of grasses and bushes. After several years of training her abilities, her big treehouse still can't move on its own, but she has grown a small tree about 8 meters tall that can be used for transportation, although slowly. Inside this small tree, she has made a fairy tale-like house. You enter through a small door at the bottom, and inside is hollowed out into a 3-story house. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The second floor is the bedroom, and the third is a storage room. You can also go directly to the top of the tree via a staircase. Mu Xiang built a small platform there using her plant powers. At night, she practices and improves her abilities on this platform. She also uses her powers here to control the entire treehouse and move it around. She was now near the second water source. After several years of reforestation, this place had turned into a small, thriving oasis, and it covered quite a large area. Most of the plants were still drought-resistant desert species, shaped by the harsh environment, but compared to when she first arrived, things had improved greatly. When there were no good conditions, she created them herself. Now, her home was no longer an endless desert. With more plants, there was less flying sand. Less sand and more greenery meant more animals and insects were drawn to the area. Mu Xiang didn't even need to go out hunting anymore. She simply used her wood-based powers to set traps with vines in the areas where mutated animals roamed. Every day, food and energy crystals were easily delivered to her by her little tree companion. Perhaps she had truly grown used to living alone. Mu Xiang no longer thought about finding a group or joining an organization. She had water, food, crystals to help her grow stronger, and materials from mutated beasts to make weapons and clothes. Her heart felt calm and steady. She thought that unless something major happened, she probably wouldn't move again. At just over 20 years old, she already felt like someone in their 40s or 50s, ready to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. Maybe it was because she had lived quietly for too long that she had lost the drive to fight or explore the world. But this was a wasteland world, a time that seemed determined to erase humanity. How could it possibly allow Mu Xiang to live so peacefully? Where there was grass, there were animals. Where there were herbivores, predators would surely follow. Among those drawn by the scent of prey was a new kind of being, the third kind. The kind Mu Xiang wanted to avoid at all costs, the half-beasts. The familiar sound of camel bells echoed, and a familiar team emerged from the desert. They were well covered, coming from the direction of the Free City. Because of a previous sandstorm, they had strayed from their original route and accidentally arrived at the mountain area where Mu Xiang had first found the breadfruit trees. There stood neat, scale-shaped windbreaks and tall, strong mutated breadfruit trees. Within the windbreaks grew mutated plants that looked both familiar and strange. All the scenes indicate to visitors that this place is not a naturally formed green area. "Team leader, shall we go in?" asked the young lamb-legged boy. "Yes, we go. Our supplies are almost gone, and nothing is more dangerous than death. Let's stay on the outskirts and not go too deep. Once we're done gathering, we leave immediately. I don't think we'll be so unlucky to be caught by the owner just after approaching such a large area," replied team leader. The Camel Bell squad set up camp on the spot. A few experienced and quick members checked their equipment carefully, then cautiously moved through the bushes at the edge into the green area inside the windbreak, searching for any edible creatures, regardless of type. Based on their past experience and knowledge, they were prepared for a long-term inspection. But when they used their scanners to check the area, beep beep, moderate radiation, edible. Beep beep, moderate radiation, edible. Beep beep, high radiation, not edible. Beep beep, low radiation, edible. The beeping continued, mostly indicating plants within edible ranges, including many with low radiation levels. The radiation levels of the plants here are much lower than those in other regions they have visited. Initially, they planned to explore only the outskirts without entering others' territory. Now, they didn't even need to go deep. Just staying near the windbreak bushes was enough to gather enough food for the squad to return to the Half-Orc Valley. In this era, any organism that is non-toxic and not overly radioactive is considered safe to eat, whether it's weeds, vegetables, or fruits. They dug up and carried away all the edible plants they scanned nearby, including mutated windblown grasses, mutated sandbushes, mutated cacti, and mutated meat-bearing plants. Anything growing within this circle was safe to eat. The squad had been out for a long time, and few people from the valley had explored this direction, so they didn't know when this oasis formed or who carefully cultivated the grassland here. Once they returned to the valley and rested, they planned to talk with the team leaders and elders to see if they could come here and communicate peacefully with the owner of this place. Even if the goal is only to find ways to reduce the plant's radiation levels, it would be very good if they could come here to exchange and collect some fruits and vegetables. When leaving, Commander used a special bag to hold a bag of salt and hung it on a branch of the bushes, showing they are not just greedy people who take things. They are exchanging, trading salt for food. This is also a test for future negotiations and communication. There was no time to carefully prepare the food. Everyone divided a few mutated plants they just stepped on, shook off the dust, and directly chewed, and ate them with a crunch. The taste is really good. I can't remember the last time I ate natural plants with moderate radiation. My mouth has forgotten what it feels like to chew on this water-rich green grass, said a sheep-headed person wearing a large hood. If it's tasty, eat quickly. Finish early, hit the road early, get back to the valley sooner, and have the elders lead the team to negotiate. Then we can eat this more often and won't have to chew energy bars every day. Commander sat on the camel, looking into the green area. This green land isn't the only one. At this moment, their tired and hungry hearts seemed to be filled with a spring of life. If these grasses are all low to moderate radiation, how long could they last? Or they could be turned directly into nutritious liquid or energy bars. They taste better than those made with technology, and they can be sold outside. TSK, 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 I dare not think about it. Only when they found cassava in the safe zone before did they feel this excited.
Sigh.
Let's go home, hurry home. All the good things haven't yet become real. He must go back quickly and have a good talk with the team leaders and elders. This must be negotiated successfully. Commander chewed the grass loudly while sitting on the camel, urging the team to leave quickly. This special grassland was deliberately planted by Mu Xiang. The radiation decreased because she divided the vines and planted many in the grassland and around the bushes. This way, she can sense the real-time situation everywhere in the grassland. Also, the vines need sunlight to grow, and they absorb radiation substances to split and grow. For everyone, these are dangerous materials, but for the small vines, they are nutrients that help them grow quickly. So, when the small vines grow quickly, they constantly absorb harmful substances from the surrounding environment. The more they absorb, the faster they grow. As a result, the harmful substances in the mutated edible wild grasses decrease significantly. When Commander and his team approached, the fragrant wood scent was already detected. After they left, the gaps they had cleared were quickly covered by vines. A bag of salt was also passed rapidly from one small vine to another, eventually reaching the large bread tree at the center, where it was placed into a covered clay jar. The sensing of their approach, their entry into the grassland, their harvesting of a small amount of mutated wild grasses, and the hanging of a small bag on the bushes all triggered her awareness. Initially, when she planted the fragrant wood trees, her goal was simply to improve her living environment. She was fortunate to have dual-element abilities of wood and water. Her abilities were quite special, so over several years, she gradually cultivated a large forest and grassland in this deserted place. As her planting increased, she naturally cared less about minor disturbances. She never chased away the mutated herbivorous animals that came here to eat and drink, unless they caused deliberate destruction. Today was the first time she sensed human presence, along with their friendly gestures and cautious probing. She hadn't interacted with humans for a long time, and her daily life still involved some technological tools. Not everything could be made by hand. Technology could bring more convenience to people. In this mutual understanding and silent anticipation, a team of half-beast humans dressed in black robes arrived at the outermost edge of the windproof shrubbery. They first set up tents 50 meters outside the shrub wall, resting and eating, and settled their camels and other animals. Then, a tall man, about 2 meters, muscular, with thick hair and beard, stepped out and approached the shrub wall. When he stopped at the wall, the vines suddenly moved. A piece of animal hide with writing on it was lifted and opened. It listed the items for exchange: a patch of grassland for 2 bolts of cotton cloth, 30 jean of coarse salt, 10 bundles of paper towels, grass paper, and 30 types of plant roots and seeds. There is also a simple map showing the nearby grasslands, with 4 sections marked with check marks to indicate which areas can be exchanged this time. Mu Xiang knows what kind of grass she is growing. Although these small grasses have grown quite tall, she doesn't need to put in much effort because her vine handles most of the work. The vine is the name she gave to her primary wood element ability, while her water element ability is called Mu Miao. But the vine belongs to her, so anything grown from it is considered her property. Trading with people who share a good aura is always smooth. From the first meeting to the initial trade, there was no need for complicated talks or bargaining. Both sides seemed to understand each other clearly, without words. No need to meet face to face or communicate directly. They just stood there with a piece of animal hide, and the trade was completed. The orc team piled the items Mu Xiang needed next to the bushes. The dense, winding bushes seemed to intentionally make way for a small path. The team split into 3 groups inside the grassland. 1 for testing, 1 for harvesting, and 1 for transporting. Bundles of edible mutated wild vegetables were carried out through the opening, carefully packed into large baskets and covered tightly for transport. These are all food, fresh, green, and vital. In this barren wasteland era, nothing is more important than fresh green food. They hurried to transport the vegetables, aiming to bring them back to the valley as soon as possible so they could be served at the table. Thinking about the delicious aroma when the plants are cooked, saliva involuntarily gathered in the mouth. Over many exchanges, the grasslands outside Mu Xiang's treehouse were repeatedly harvested. Her needs evolved from basic supplies to personalized orders. The orc trading teams provided Mu Xiang with a list of their available goods, including the types of craftsmen they had. These low to medium radiation wild vegetables were always in demand, but the daily consumption of the life supplies Mu Xiang traded was not very high. So, the wise elders in the valley came up with the idea of personalized orders. Mu Xiang could make requests freely. If they had the items on hand, they would produce them. If not, they could sell them later. They have workers and trading teams. As long as Mu Xiang wants something, they can definitely bring it to her. They work together for mutual benefit, each getting what they need. Because they planned to cooperate for a long time, they built a row of houses outside the bushes with stone bricks. These houses are used not only for living but also for initially processing the fresh wild vegetables they dig up every day. The living environment here is very harsh. In the first half of the year, it's extremely hot during the day. In the second half, it's very cold. The air is also very dry. No matter how good their protection is, the fresh wild vegetables brought back to the valley still become dry and shriveled. At first, they didn't know that their business would last long, so all the wild vegetables they brought back were processed into nutrient liquids or energy bars. So, it didn't matter if they were dry or not. But now, after working together for a long time, they are harvesting more and more wild vegetables every day. Everyone has the chance to taste fresh vegetables and fruits. Who would want to eat dried ones when fresh ones are available? That's why a small processing plant appeared next to the pasture. Every bundle of freshly picked wild vegetables is blanched and packed here. It's like the vegetables made into products during the civilization era, just much larger in size. What was originally a small effort to improve their living environment has brought Mu Xiang continuous benefits. They have everything they need for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. More than that, Mu Xiang once again obtained the original special crystal cores and energy stones that can enlarge her space. These items are rare and only found in high-level mutated beasts or special geographical areas. She was lucky enough to find a few in an ant nest, which expanded her space from just a few dozen square meters to a much larger area. After so long of migration and travel, she has encountered more and more things, and she wants to keep more and more of them. The space she originally thought was enough is now completely full. She was worried about how to store everything, but unexpectedly, they brought her a big surprise. Because of the scarcity of the special crystal cores and energy stones, Mu Xiang decided to exchange all the grasslands outside the second courtyard of her treehouse with the half-beastmen in one go. These lands, after years of continuous farming, have developed a stable structure and performance. As long as they water and fertilize on time and do not disturb the thriving plants and vines, the radiation levels here will not rise too high. They will stay within a reasonable and acceptable range. The big treehouse cannot be moved for now, but everything inside the house and in the yard has been stored in the space. Near the treehouse, she left a larger vine clone to grow around the big tree, covering the doors and windows to hide them. She worked hard to build the house. Even if she might not live there again, she didn't want others to take over it. Yes, she wanted to leave again. With more space and supplies, her heart was eager to set out once more. During her forced migration and escape, she deeply wished to find a place where she could stay and live peacefully. Later, she found a place to stay and worked hard to live a stable life she had dreamed of. After some small changes, she started to look forward to exploring the unknown world and new life. She didn't really know what she wanted, but with enough space and special abilities, she felt she couldn't just sit still and do nothing. Moreover, the world was already like this. How much worse could it get? Her vine could absorb radiation, so she wondered if she could use her efforts to make the vine shine brightly in this crazy, strange world. Changing the big environment was impossible, of course. But if she could absorb less radiation, at least she wouldn't worsen the environment and could strengthen her abilities. With this idea, the small desert suddenly seemed too small for her. The world is so big. She wants to see it all. People haven't met each other for a long time during their exchanges. Although she couldn't guarantee that everyone was completely good beasts, free of selfishness or greed, their cooperation was still quite good. So, after receiving special items like top-grade crystal cores and energy stones, she carefully packed her belongings, left a note, and opened the land around the big treehouse for trading with the unknown half-beast leader. All the thorny shrubs along the windbreak are attached to vine branches. Under the special control of the wood fragrance, any person or beast that maliciously damages or forcibly destroys the shrubs will be attacked fiercely by the vine branches. These vines grow by absorbing radiation and mutating every day. Their toxicity is quite high. Touching them could be deadly. Previously, the wood fragrance did not take special measures to protect this large area of grassland. Now, after changing the attack habits of the vines through the main vine, she also warned the semi-beasts harvesting wild vegetables to stay away from the vines, not to get curious, and not to try tasting them just because they can't detect radiation levels. Areas where the vines grow densely are off-limits to outsiders. She hopes others will continue to harvest in designated zones, one after another, without overexploiting the land. She told them she is busy with other matters and that they no longer need to transport replacement supplies here. They should keep track of their harvests and manage the grasslands themselves, planting and tending to them. Given how quickly the plants are growing now, there's no need for manual sowing. However, she feels some areas still need planting, fertilizing, and watering. After reviewing her message once more, she felt she had said everything necessary and given all the instructions. Finally, she personally delivered the letter to the edge of the grassland, hanging it prominently on a small vine. She then used her wood-based powers to communicate with nearby vine branches, exchanging information. Without looking back, she headed toward the second water source. She can't take the big treehouse now, but the small one is fine. Plus, her space has expanded again. She can store the small treehouse inside her space. When she wants to leave, she can carry it on her back. When she doesn't, she can control it to move slowly. If she finds a good place, she can stay and take root for a while. The small treehouse is like her second home. Wherever it is, she is there. When she arrived at the second water source and was about to leave at night, she controlled the small treehouse to depart. Uncle S' team arrived again at the edge of the grassland. This time, their team had a new little girl, a small child with a serious face, pretending to be an adult. This is the child that Captain and his team found quietly returning to the previous safe zone. He lives alone in the ruins of the city. He stays in the old mercenary's small courtyard once shared with a good friend. He is wary of everyone but is especially close to Xiaoming. Fortunately, Xiaoming is not too resistant. The two, one big, one small, both have serious faces and are silent, but they seem to understand each other well. The team's old friend knew about what happened too late and had limited ability. Despite their best efforts, they only managed to rescue a half-dead Xiao Ming. They spent a lot of resources on the black market to treat Xiao Ming. They saved his life, but he now looks half human, half beast. And the once cheerful, sunny boy no longer shows that bright smile. He is silent and never asks about his parents, teammates, or the reasons behind everything. He moves through the team like a walking corpse, eating, working, sleeping in silence. Before returning to the safe zone the second time, he wanted to avoid him. But somehow, he learned about it without saying a word, standing silently in the team to show his decision. He went alone to his old home, where he met the child living there. The big and small just silently looked at each other. When Xiao Ming returned, a little girl was by his side. She followed Xiao Ming closely, clutching his cloak. Feng Ming used his gaze and silence to signal the child to leave. The child responded with actions and silence, showing that it was impossible. So, the two of them, one big and one small, ended up walking together. Feng Ming, living a quiet, task-focused life, was forced to accept this silent, reserved child. Captain noticed Feng Ming's slight anger after the child arrived, so he specially placed the big and small together in the grassland, with a team collecting wild vegetables and testing the environment. He hoped this would help deepen their silent bond and bring a little more hope to Feng Ming's eyes. They just arrived, and she left again, once more passing each other. The vast Gobi Desert remains unchanged by the small oasis of wood fragrance. Leaving his comfort zone, all he sees is endless yellow mountains, yellow soil, yellow withered grass, and yellow dead trees. The desert is harsh, and in good areas, there are usually few living creatures. In bad areas, the environment is also tough, with little food or water and generally no animals around. If there are any, they are usually strong and powerful. After living in my self-made oasis for several years, it was strange to suddenly be outside again. So, Mu Xiang only controlled her small treehouse to move around for one night. Before the sun rose, she left her treehouse and packed everything up. She changed her vehicle and traveled for half a day, then chose a spot with exposed rocks to stop. She parked her vehicle in the shade of a large rock, took out a woven mat made of thin vines, and rested on it. Because of the many strange insects in this wasteland, Mu Xiang was often scared and troubled. So, she usually chose to rest near rocks, caves, or beside large stones. This time, her choice helped her avoid a big danger again. She had no specific goal or place she had to go. After noon, when the weather cooled down a bit, Mu Xiang didn't rush to pack up and leave. She planned to stay here overnight and continue her journey in the cool morning. She also saw several hardy succulents growing in the cracks of the rocks. Small stone flowers, with unknown mutations, looked normal on the outside. Using her water ability, Mu Xiang made tiny water droplets appear from her fingertips, which quickly disappeared near the cracks. The dull gray stone flowers suddenly expanded rapidly, grew bigger, and cracked open. A small flower bloomed quickly from the middle of the thick leaves. Just as Mu Xiang was marveling at the miracle of life, distant screams of panic sounded. She immediately ran to the large rock where she rested at noon, then quickly climbed to the top with a ladder. After packing away the ladder, she took out her telescope and looked toward the source of the noise. Mu Xiang saw a group of wild dogs fleeing in panic across the desert. They were running and barking, looking back in fear. Behind them, on the sand, she saw a raised about a meter wide moving quickly. One weak wild dog accidentally fell behind and dropped to the back of the group. Before she could get up and run again, she quickly disappeared into the sandy ground. The heat wave twisted the air over the desert, melting distant sand dunes into flowing golden seas. Every grain of sand sparkled under the noon sun, shining like countless tiny mirrors reflecting the deadly light. Moxiang squinted her eyes, stung by the bright light. Sweat ran down her sunburned temples, sliding to her chin where a fragile, shimmering droplet hung. The droplet finally fell under gravity, making a soft hiss as it burst on the hot rocks, instantly turning into a wisp of white smoke that vanished. It's here. It has finally arrived. Faint tremors in the sand reached her through her boots, causing Moxiang's spine to shiver. This was the legendary predator she had been wary of since entering this deadly wasteland. The desert death god, a mutated worm known scientifically as the desert rainbow giant moth, capable of moving freely beneath the sand. This creature relies on ground vibrations and body heat to track prey. It is the undisputed ruler of this desert. Moxiang clenched her fists and looked into the distance. Compared to similar creatures in the holographic images from her previous world, this one seemed almost tame, like a pet. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. The adrenaline made her tremble, blurring the line between fear and excitement. Perhaps both had merged at this life-and-death moment. Not far away, the tragic state of a pack of wild dogs proved how terrifying this monster was. Those once ferocious predators now howled painfully, their claws desperately scratching the flowing sand, as if trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. Suddenly, the first wild dog sank down. The sand surface bizarrely bulged and then collapsed. A huge rainbow-colored figure flashed past, leaving only a pool of steaming dark red blood behind. It spread across the golden sand like a deadly, glamorous flower. The remaining few wild dogs scrambled over the broken stones, crawling and rolling. Their fur was matted with sweat and sand, and their ribs rose and fell with rapid, frantic breaths. One of them had a mangled back leg, dragging a thick trail of blood on the reddish rocks, attracting countless scavenging beetles. These tiny black beetles, no bigger than a fingernail, emerged from the sand, their antennae twitching excitedly, waiting for the next feast. The jagged hill of broken stones where Moxiang stood in the middle of the desert had become a temporary ark. They hurriedly ran up the rocky hill, curling up in the cracks and making frightened, whimpering sounds. Their fur stood on end as they stared intently at the moving mound of dirt on the ground. Worms wandered around nearby, their rainbow-colored bodies flickering beneath the sand, but they could not break through the hard rocks. After several tries, they sank back into the sand, and the surface became quiet again. But it was too quiet. Even the never-ending desert wind seemed to have paused, and the air felt like it was frozen in clear amber. Moxiang could hear her heartbeat pounding in her chest and the trembling chattering of the wild dog's teeth. Sweat ran into her eyes, causing a burning sensation, but she dared not blink, afraid of missing any sign of danger. Suddenly, a loud sounded. A weathered piece of rock fell from the mountain, making a deafening noise in the silence. In the next moment, a sandstorm suddenly erupted. A huge rainbow-colored creature burst out of the ground, kicking up sand like bullets flying everywhere. Under the scorching midday sun, its skin reflected a mesmerizing rainbow glow, looking like flowing liquid metal or warning colors of a poisonous frog. Its cylindrical body, over 2 meters in diameter, defied logic, soft yet capable of easily breaking rocks. Most terrifying was its circular mouth opening, 3 rows of jagged teeth arranged in concentric circles, each gleaming with a cold, surgical, knife-like shine. Inside the mouth was a spiral arrangement of muscles, contracting and relaxing with a creaking sound that made her teeth ache. Moxiang smelled a foul stench, death emanating from the half-digested prey inside its digestive tract. Her stomach clenched, but her trained body automatically responded. Green vines burst from her fingertips, weaving into a thorny shield in front of her. The vines instantly hardened into a protective layer similar to Kevlar fibers. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The worm sensed the vibration of the rocks and burst out of the ground, but found no opening to enter. It shook its head in anger and roared before retreating into the sand. However, as it briefly appeared nearby, Moxiang noticed that the worm's skin was not completely smooth. What seemed to be soft wrinkles were actually covered with fine scales, shimmering with a pearl-like rainbow under the sunlight. When it moved, the scales opened and closed like breathing, revealing a pinkish layer of flesh underneath. Perhaps that was the weak spot. Moxiang's mind raced as she recalled all the biology she had learned in her previous life, trying to find the weakness of this perfect predator. The surviving wild dogs let out faint whimpers. Muxiang turned her head and saw the last few making a cruel choice for survival, not for dominance, but to decide who would become the other's food. The weaker one's belly had been torn open, and dark red organs steamed strangely in the 40-degree heat. The victor devoured its fallen companion greedily, sharp teeth tearing at the still warm body, a low growl of satisfaction rumbling in its throat. It didn't know that this was only a brief reprieve granted by death itself. When the bright moon rose, a cool breeze replaced the day's scorching heat. The rocks cracked with sharp sounds from the temperature change, like the cooling bones of an ancient beast. Muxiang's sunshade, woven with her special power, turned into a shelter that kept warmth. Dew gathered between the leaves, reflecting the moonlight like strings of crystal pendants. She carefully used her power to collect this precious water into a bottle. In this endless desert, every drop was priceless. A soft rustling came from all directions, not the wind, but the whisper of scales sliding over sand. The worm had never left. It had been weaving an invisible web of death beneath the sand, waiting for the moment its prey let down their guard. Sometimes, a small dune would suddenly rise and then flatten again. That was the hunter adjusting its position. Muxiang gripped the energy crystal tightly, feeling the pure energy burning through her veins. This was the key to her survival in this wasteland. This battle between life and death would not end until one side was completely gone. A cold determination lit her eyes. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, one could only be the hunter or the hunted, and she had made her choice. When the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, Muxiang opened her eyes. The crystal in her palm turned to dust and drifted away with the wind. The sight before her made her frown. The last wild dog was gnawing on its companion's body, its mouth stained red in the morning light. The instinct to survive had overcome all sense of morality. That was the cruel law of the wasteland. "It's time to end this," she whispered, her voice rough like sand scraping against stone. Green vines shot out like living snakes, wrapping around the broken bodies of the dogs and flinging them onto the sand. The living wild dog immediately barked and chased, but it was exactly what Muxiang wanted. Vines like bait traced winding marks on the sandy ground, deliberately creating vibrations. The underground predator was instantly attracted, its rainbow-colored back moving quickly beneath the sand, causing the grains to part like flowing water.
Chirp.
Chirp. Chirp. A harsh screeching sound rang out, like rusty gears grinding against each other. The worm kept missing its target, angrily revealing half its body and roaring. Under the sunlight, its rainbow-colored shell shimmered with an ominous glow, and its mouth parts opened to reveal writhing flesh inside. That foolish wild dog still didn't realize the danger and barked aggressively at the worm. In the next moment, a rainbow-colored lightning bolt flashed across, and the wild dog was swallowed whole before it could even scream. The worm curled its body contentedly, making a gurgling, swallowing sound, then slowly sank into the sand, leaving only a ripple in the dust. Once again, the world fell into absolute silence. Muxiang withdrew the vines, watching the last rainbow-colored shadow of the worm disappear beneath the sandy sea. She knew this hunting game was far from over. Once again, the world was plunged into complete silence. Muxiang slowly retracted the vines wrapped around her left arm, the bright green tendrils covered in sparkling grains of sand, shimmering under the blazing sun. She squinted her amber eyes, watching the last rainbow glow sink into the rolling sand waves. The desert's heat distorted the air, melting distant dunes into flowing golden seas, making every breath feel scorching and hard to endure. She instinctively licked her cracked lips, tasting a rusty, bloody flavor. At some point, her lips had split into tiny wounds. 7 times already, she murmured softly, her hoarse voice swallowed by the hot air. Her knuckles turned unnaturally pale from overexertion, and the vines around her wrist emitted faint creaking sounds. This seemingly absurd hunting game was far more dangerous than she had expected, each move feeling like dancing on a knife's edge. Enough testing. She took a deep breath, the burning air searing her lungs. Better than being ambushed in open ground, she whispered to herself, her voice low and firm. Her gaze swept over the endless sandy sea, the golden grains dazzling under the sunlight. The gray-brown rocky mountain looked like a lonely island in the ocean, the only place she could stand in this sea of death. Suddenly, her wood-based powers surged. Several vines shot out from her fingers like awakened snakes, with dark purple patterns on their bright green skins. The vines precisely wrapped around the scattered rocks. She began to tap rhythmically on the edge of the mountain. The dull sound echoed in the silent desert, like the beating of war drums. Suddenly, the sand surface bulged strangely. A huge rainbow-colored figure burst out of the sand, kicking up a shower of golden sand. A circular opening, about 2 meters wide, fully opened, revealing 7 layers of jagged teeth, each shining with a cold metallic glow. Mako was prepared. The vines suddenly retracted, pulling the rocks back to a safe area. She could even smell the rotten odor coming from the creature's mouth. The creature missed its target, making a harsh, chatter sound like metal scraping, which was very sharp to the ears. Sand slid off its smooth surface, reflecting strange rainbow colors in the sunlight. Its skin looked like an unbreakable armor. "Come again." Mako's eyes flashed with fierce fighting spirit. Sweat soaked her bangs. She kept changing her position, moving nimbly on the mountain, using rocks to lure the creature into attacking. After many close calls, she finally marked a red zone on the ground with broken stones. This was the creature's maximum attack range and the boundary between life and death. To stay safe, she stepped back another meter, drawing a yellow warning zone. Sweat dripped down her forehead, creating dark little pits on the hot sand, which quickly evaporated. The noon sun was fierce and blinding. Even with her protective suit, the heat felt like it was drying out her last bit of water, making it hard to breathe. "It's time to build a base," she thought. Mako wiped the sweat from her eyes with her dusty hand. The salty sweat stung her eyes. She began to carefully clear the broken stones from the mountain. Using her full wood powers, dozens of vines moved like skilled arms, pulling all the scattered rocks into the safe zone, creating a flat area at the top of the mountain. She took out her pre-prepared treehouse number 3 from her space, her mobile fortress made from a mutated golden acacia tree. "Grow now." She knelt on one knee, pressing her palm against the rough bark of the tree as powerful plant energy surged like a tide. The tree roots made a creaking sound, like a waking giant snake, slipping into the soft sand beside the rocky mountain and quickly digging deeper underground. The 3-meter-high trunk grew taller at a visible speed, and the canopy spread out like an umbrella, providing precious shade. The new green leaves grew rapidly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Sand particles jumped on the mountain, and worms, angered by the growing roots, shot forward like colorful projectiles. The worms' mouths brushed against the roots, scratching deep marks on the tough bark, which oozed amber-colored resin. "TSK, holding a grudge, huh?" Muxiang sneered, a cold glint flashing in her amber eyes. She would find a way to deal with it. The treehouse was finally built, a small wooden cabin emitting a fresh scent, partly hidden among the canopy. Muxiang took a deep breath, finally able to rest for a moment. She summoned a water sphere about the size of a basketball. Cool water flowed over her, washing away the dust and sand. But when she looked through the window of the treehouse and saw the occasional rising marks on the sand, she knew the real fight had just begun. The coming days turned into a dull but dangerous tug-of-war. Every day at dawn, before the first light pierced the horizon, Muxiang woke up on time. This was an instinct deeply ingrained in those who had long lived in the wasteland. She began collecting moisture from the air. She skillfully used her water element ability, causing thin water molecules in the air to gather in her palms, forming sparkling dew. No matter how much fresh water or morning dew was stored inside her space, as long as she had time and the environment allowed, she would collect several large buckets of clean water before the first sunlight. This was a rule for survival. After collecting the dew, she would stretch her stiff limbs from sleeping, then start her routine, morning exercise. using plant vines to whip the sand, luring worms to appear. After many attempts, she had developed a complete attack plan. Poisonous pesticides were made into water bullets, shot precisely into the worms' open mouths. The monsters, like savoring fine wine, swallowed them and even seemed to enjoy it, swaying their bodies. The crystal core gun, charged with energy, shot blue beams that left no marks on the skin. The specially made beast bone knife produced a ringing sound of metal striking metal when swung, and the blade directly cracked open a gap. Even after swallowing a high-explosive grenade, the worm's body only briefly inflated like a balloon, then expelled a puff of black smoke like a hiccup, without any damage at all. Not sure how many times her attack had failed, Muxiang angrily threw a piece of broken stone at the distant sand. The setting sun cast her long shadow, forming strange patterns on the sand, resembling an ancient curse as the worm moved. She began to change her strategy. Since brute force didn't work, she would try clever tactics. Muxiang planted a circle of mutated cacti at the edge of the safe zone, using her wood element ability to speed up their growth. This was her first line of defense, something both edible and protective. I have to try all possibilities, she muttered to herself, creating several planting areas next to her treehouse. Watermelon and pumpkin seedlings grew quickly under her powers, their green vines climbing on specially built frames. These would be her supplies for long-term survival and her way to continue living in this deadly sea of sand. At dawn, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Muxiang noticed something disturbing. The once neatly arranged circle of cacti was now crooked, with some plants completely missing, leaving behind huge sand pits. Even the immobile plants had been attacked. She didn't know if it was intentional testing or just destruction. Looking out over the endless desert, the barren sea of sand, she wondered if the harsh environment was the only reason for the lack of life. At noon, under the blazing sun, Muxiang decided to make one last attempt. She bundled a large number of high-explosive grenades with vines into a simple cluster bomb, wrapping it in a layer of mutated beast meat. When the giant worm appeared again, she timed her move perfectly. The vines shot out like spears, accurately throwing the bomb into its open mouth. "Try this." She quickly retreated and triggered the explosion. Amid the deafening blast, the worm's body expanded to its limit, its skin stretched tight, with colorful scales bulging out. Then, a muffled bang. The worm shook violently a few times, then contracted sharply, spewing a large amount of dark green slime. And that was the end of it. Eventually, it slowly retreated into the sand, its skin still unbroken, not even a. Wuxiang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This was her last trump card. As night fell, she leaned on the railing of her treehouse, gazing at the starry sky. The desert's temperature swings greatly between day and night, and her breath quickly dissipated in the cold air. The worm still lurked outside the warning line, its slow movements sounding like whispers from the Grim Reaper, constantly reminding her of the danger nearby. "It looks like I need to prepare for a long fight." Wuxiang skillfully manipulated a sparkling water droplet in her hand. The droplet danced on her fingertips, reflecting bright starlight. Her eyes fell on the small watermelon she had just grown. Its green skin still had tiny hairs. This seemingly silly survival game was turning into a test of willpower, and she would never give up easily. When the first morning sunlight broke through the desert horizon, Wuxiang was already awake. She slowly guided the dew she had condensed with her water element ability into a large covered wooden bucket. "Today's dew collection went well," she whispered to herself. This was her way of getting water in the desert, and it also helped her improve her control over water element powers. Her water ability allowed her to sense the growth of plants, while her water powers helped her collect and store moisture from the early morning air more efficiently. After finishing her morning preparations, Wuxiang took a deep breath and focused on today's main event, the fight with the desert worm. She stretched her shoulders, feeling the flow of her elemental energy. A month ago, she was forced to be trapped on this small rocky hill, but now she was constantly improving through her battles with the worm that kept her here. "Come on, big guy," she whispered. Her hands, infused with wood element energy, summoned countless vines that lashed down the ground. The ground trembled as the desert worm quickly burrowed underground, rushing toward where the vines struck. Wuxiang quickly jumped back, and the vines twisted, setting a trap in the predicted spot. A loud explosion sounded as the rainbow-colored desert worm burst out of the sand. Its mouth, full of ring-shaped sharp teeth, opened wide, emitting a harsh chattering sound. Wuxiang's vines immediately tightened, trying to wrap around the beast's neck. But the desert worm's skin looked rough and wrinkled, covered with a layer of fine scales. Vines are hard to grip and cannot be firmly fixed. The wrinkled skin stretches up and down, making the worm resemble a giant, slippery water hose. If you don't grip tightly, you can't hold on. If you grip harder, it slips right off. Poison sting. Mako changes her hand gesture, and countless black spikes instantly grow on the vines. This attack seems to have some effect, not because of the venom in the spikes, but because the small protruding thorns can barely hold the worm for a few seconds. Mako clenches her teeth, unsure if this can really be called an effective attack. The creature's strong defense forces her to think hard every day to come up with new ways to attack. She specializes in wood and water elements, or both combined. She crosses her arms in front of her chest, and her water ability begins to surge. She draws a curved line with her left hand. Water blade, continuous slash. 12 crescent-shaped water blades shoot out in a fan shape, heading straight for the worm's mouth. But as soon as they touch the sharp teeth, they are shattered and turn into mist. Are you giving me a teeth cleaning again? Mako stomps her foot in frustration. The monster opens its mouth as if enjoying it, even adjusting its angle so the water blades can clean each tooth evenly. She clearly sees those sharp teeth shining with a pearl-like luster after being cleaned. This attack seems like a special cleaning for the worm. Besides making the few teeth hit by the water blades whiter, it has no other real effect. Or maybe there is. Perhaps the desert worm is quite satisfied and excited by this kind of attack. She sighs in frustration, sometimes really doubting whether this worm is secretly getting smarter while she sleeps. She is seriously attacking, yet the worm is happily enjoying its teeth cleaning? Is that something a proper monster should do? Its attitude toward battle is too casual. Although she constantly improves her elemental attack techniques and skills through daily attacks, many times she really feels like calling the police. But Mako quickly calms herself down. No anger, no anger. If she gets sick from anger, no one will replace her. It's often said that an elemental user who can't even clean their teeth isn't a good warrior. Failure is normal here. Every failure means new possibilities. Relying on her attacks to do care?
Impossible.
She immediately switches tactics, and the thorny vine extends out fiercely, giving the wide-open-mouthed worm 2 whacks. Suddenly, a wild idea flashed through her mind. If her supernatural attack couldn't break through from the outside, could she attack from within? Mu Xiang quickly changed her plan. She used her wood element powers to wrap many thorny plant seeds with vine-like branches and aimed them at the worm's mouth. Then, at the moment of entry, she triggered a catalyst to make the thorny plants grow rapidly. They quickly became thick, spiky plants, intending to hurt the worm. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The once messy thorny plants were crushed and swallowed as if by a machine. Mu Xiang even thought she heard a burp. The huge number of thorny plants created by her supernatural power was enough to make the desert worm eat them like crispy snacks. She realized she had underestimated her enemy. Even high-explosive grenades couldn't break its defense, so her small thorny plants were no match. Forget it. Instead of thinking about how to break through the defense, she should focus on increasing her power and attack methods. Mu Piang teared herself on silently. She gathered her wood element powers into sharp wooden thorns and attacked the worm from underground. She created a giant wooden hammer and struck the worm's head hard. She even developed a flying leaf skill, speeding up tough leaves to shoot like flying knives at enemies. Her water element powers also made great progress. Besides basic water bullets and water blades, she found that turning water into mist could effectively hide her shape. What surprised her even more was a dry skill. Using her water powers in reverse, she could draw water from enemies, causing dehydration damage. Although this skill might cause significant harm to the worm, she couldn't use it from afar, nor dared to get close to the desert worm. So, this new attack method would have to wait until she fought other supernatural beasts. In the evening, Mu Xiang sat on a tree trunk to rest, thinking about her progress. She raised her hand, and a lotus made of water appeared above her palm. The petals slowly rotated, reflecting a brilliant glow under the sunset. This was her latest skill, Water Lotus Explosion, detonating a high-pressure water sphere in a special way to create a powerful shockwave. "Tomorrow I'll try this," she said with a smile as she put away the water lotus, her gaze fixed on the distance. What lies beyond the desert?
She didn't know.
But she clearly knows that she is no longer the young girl who needed protection from her team. The practice partner, Desert Worm, though cold and annoying, helped her grow quickly. Night falls deeper, and Mu Xiang returns to her small wooden house. Tomorrow, the fight will continue. But now, she feels no longer fear or resistance, only anticipation, looking forward to trying new skill combinations and pushing her limits. Under the starlight, Mu Xiang closes her eyes. Her wood and water elemental powers flow gently through her meridians like two calm streams. In the quiet desert, she seems to hear her heartbeat growing stronger as she becomes more powerful, collecting dew, catalyzing plants, and fighting to improve. Every day, Mu Xiang is busy from the moment she wakes up. She even works through the hottest noon hours when the sun is strongest, taking time to absorb crystal cores to restore her energy for continued battles in the afternoon. Her busy, full life helps her forget, for a short time, the harshness of the wasteland and the tough environment. For 2 days, the dew collection was cut in half, which she thought was due to the hot, dry season. It wasn't until she saw the dark, rolling sky on the horizon that she suddenly woke up. In this crazy wasteland, mutations are just part of it. The harsh environment is another huge challenge. There's no time for more thoughts or to keep fighting. Mu Xiang quickly gathers her small garden's planting boxes into her space. Then, she uses her powers to make the roots of the mutated golden acacia tree, which supports her treehouse, grow deeper. She also pulls the tree's crown in as much as possible to cover the house and keep it safe in the middle. Seeing the storm approaching fast, Mu Xiang quickly places large stones around the roots and trunk, then uses vine-like wood powers to tie the stones and trunk tightly, including the huge rock beside the treehouse that's exposed on the rocky mountain. As for the fat cacti nearby, Mu Xiang has no time to care now. Because the storm is near. The death invitation is rushing toward her at 300 kilometers per hour. The black storm, starting as tiny black lines, expands between her breaths into a huge, sky-covering curtain. This is not an ordinary sandstorm. It's a black storm with coarse sand particles that have been exposed to long hours of sun and radiation. Each grain has sharp edges and spins rapidly, capable of crushing anything it touches like a blender. I hope her efforts can make a small difference. Mu Xiang suddenly bites her tongue, the taste of blood snapping her out of her shock. She can't wait any longer. She must quickly go inside and hide. She rushes into the house, locks the door, and activates her powers to tighten the tree bark wrapping around her. At the same time, she pulls the large rocks nearby closer to block the entrance. There are too many things to control, and her powers are quickly running out. She slumps down, exhausted. Outside, there is a loud, dense pounding sound. It's the sound of larger stones falling nearby. There's no time to rest. She quickly takes out her crystal core to absorb energy, then transforms and releases it to strengthen the outer skin of the small treehouse, making it more durable. She also quickly heals the wounds caused by the gravel and stones. Her plant-based powers pour in desperately. Stay alive. Please. She can't imagine how she would survive this fast-approaching storm without the shelter of the small house. And besides the small rocky hill, there's a sneaky desert worm hiding beneath the sand. Suddenly, a blinding blue light splits the darkness. Muxiang looks up and sees a spherical lightning bolt explode in the eye of the storm. The lightning ball, over 100 meters wide, melts the sand into glass rain that pours down. The nearby cacti, not yet blown away, are struck by the glass rain and instantly turn into spiny hedgehogs, then shatter into fragments as the next wave of gravel hits. The treehouse suddenly creaks painfully, like teeth grinding. The sky turns completely dark. Strong winds keep pounding the tiny tree, making it creak as if it's about to break. Listening carefully, she can hear the faint sound of large stones shifting and grinding. The entire house seems to be shifting unsteadily. Muxiang can only grit her teeth, force herself to absorb more energy from the crystal core, and increase her powers to repair the trunk and vines. The rapid use and replenishment of her powers cause a numb, burning pain throughout her body. She doesn't know how much longer she can hold on, nor how much damage this fast cycle of energy intake and output might cause her body. She only knew she must not stop. She had to persist. If she ceased using her powers and repairing, only destruction and death would follow. The darkness lasted as if for a century, with no clear measure of time. When the first rays of light returned, Muxiang was already stiff and numb. From inside out, she felt rigidity, soreness, and numbness. Her original body surface had been numbed and insensitive from the initial sandstorm, with stones and gravel hitting her. Later, her powers quickly charged and dissipated. From her skin to her muscles, Muxiang became completely numb, with visible swelling and stiffness all over. Dawn did not mean the sandstorm was gone, only that the wind had weakened a bit. She absorbed the remaining energy from the crystal core in her hand to repair the tree trunk and vines one last time. Muxiang was stiff and collapsed onto the ground, unable even to move to the bed. When the first shy light peeked through the gaps in the treehouse, her body had become a terrifying power container. Her fingers were swollen and shiny, with the wrinkles between the joints gone, like a blown-up rubber glove. Beneath her skin, purple energy channels flowed like raging rivers under nearly transparent skin. Every faint heartbeat caused these frightening lines to glow with a sickly hue. She tried to move her body, but found she couldn't even bend her fingers. The sensation from her fingertips was not pain but a strange numbness, like her hands no longer belonged to her. Muxiang struggled to look outside, through her swollen eyelids. Through the dusty resin glass, she saw the storm still raging, but the crashing sound of gravel had changed to a rustling noise.
Not
over yet, her broken voice drifted between cracked lips and teeth. Her salivary glands had long stopped working, leaving a thick bitter coating on her tongue. Swallowing felt like rubbing sandpaper, and a rusty, bloody taste filled her throat. When Muxiang finally managed to sit up, her swollen feet made a dull thud as they hit the floor. She looked like a clumsy marionette, each joint heavy as lead. Removing her protective suit was almost like torture. Her exposed skin was covered with purple-red bruises, some forming ominous, transparent blisters. The straw of the nutrient solution was difficult to slide between swollen lips. Muxiang had to bite tightly on the mouthpiece with her molars to prevent her trembling hands from spilling it. When the cool liquid flowed down her throat, she vaguely heard her dry internal organs making a greedy sound. Outside the window, the howling of the sandstorm was changing tone, shifting from a destructive roar to a tired whimper. Inside, a wounded life was using the clumsiest way to declare its resilience. The green crystal core in her hand was used to repair her nearly shattered body. At dawn, then dusk, then dawn again, the green crystal core lost its brilliant color and turned into a dull gray stone. Her body was still swollen, but much better than yesterday. She got up and put the discarded protective clothing from yesterday into a special quarantine trash bag. Muxiang looked out through the faint light from the window. Today, the sky was still filled with dust. The wind had lessened, but the sandstorm continued. She took out a bowl of instant noodles from her space to fill her stomach, then took out 2 large buckets of water. One bucket of water was used to run the air humidifier, helping to reduce dust and add moisture to the room. The radioactive dust was still harmful to her now. The other bucket was for washing and cleaning. She hadn't done manual cleaning for a long time. Since gaining her supernatural powers, she usually used vines or water spheres to clean the shelter daily. But now her meridians were damaged and she couldn't use her powers, so she could only rely on her hands. Fortunately, she couldn't go out now or do anything big, so she used cleaning as a simple way to exercise. Of course, she kept repairing her body with the green crystal core without interruption. Whenever a crystal core lost its brightness and faded, she replaced it immediately. After cleaning, she strengthened and repaired the shelter's ceiling and ventilation. Several busy days passed, costing her dozens of green crystal cores, until her supernatural meridians were fully restored. Her fingertips moved slightly, and a cool stream of water, like an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time, gently curled upward. The water happily danced in her palm, finally gathering into a clear, sparkling droplet. Mu Xiang stared almost greedily at this long-lost moisture, her lips trembling unconsciously, almost smiling. "I'm back. Finally back." She hadn't spoken in a long time. Her voice was hoarse and rough, but her joy couldn't be hidden. Water-based powers, which are more valuable than gold in this wasteland world, have finally returned to her control. Then she took a deep breath and tried to activate another long-dormant power. Her slightly swollen fingertips glowed faintly green. The light was dim, but stubbornly refused to go out. A small sign of life, like a tender sprout in early spring, quietly emerged from her fingertips. Mu Xiang closed her eyes, clearly feeling the familiar life energy flowing through her meridians, like a gentle stream slowly and steadily healing every injury. She took a deep breath, and the tense nerves she had held for months finally relaxed. Leaning heavily against the back of the small sofa, she realized her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. "Fortunately," she murmured, "fortunately, I have enough green crystal cores stored." This habit saved her life. Since she learned that green crystal cores could eliminate accumulated radiation and heal injuries, Mu Xiang instinctively kept energy crystals ready at all times. Those clear green crystals each contained pure life energy and were the most precious supplies for water elemental users. Without these energy boosts, she couldn't imagine how long she could survive in this deadly desert where even the toughest shrubs struggled to live. Losing her powers was scarier than facing a horde of radiation beasts directly. The difference between having powers and losing them was even more terrifying than never having had them. Mu Xiang curled up on the treehouse sofa, looking out through the resin-reinforced window at the dull, yellow world outside. She had seen many ordinary people without powers struggling to survive in the sandstorms. Those scavengers, hunched over, risking crossing deadly dunes just for a sip of murky radiation water, the thin children, trudging like zombies under the scorching sun, and the radiation-contaminated plants, which often required hundreds of tests to find a single edible leaf. And she, almost one of them. Without powers, on this crazy and strange land, even with space abilities, she might not last long. Those threats she once easily handled, radiation scorpion swarms, quicksand traps, deadly dust storms, each could have taken her life. "Luckily, I guessed right," Mu Xiang said, touching her revitalized meridians, a determined look in her eyes. The energy from the green crystal core had used up a lot, but it allowed her to stand again. Now, she was once more a powerful dual-element ability user. Her water ability could filter water sources and condense moisture from the air. Her wood ability not only helped plants grow, but also allowed her to sense their radiation levels precisely. This meant she could create her own oasis in this wasteland, growing edible mutated plants or finding wild desert plants and turning them into safe food. This power was like a miracle in the wasteland world. Normally, an ordinary person eating an untreated cactus fruit might die from radiation poisoning and pain. But she could enjoy safe food, almost like in the old world. A strong wind suddenly woke Mu Xiang from her thoughts. Outside her treehouse, the 7-day-long super sandstorm was still raging. She looked through the resin window and saw chaos everywhere. The yellow sand was like a rushing army, never stopping. The sand carried high levels of radioactive dust, turning into sharp little knives in the storm, capable of cutting through even the toughest protective clothing. Mu Xiang withdrew her gaze and carefully checked her treehouse. This shelter, built inside the trunk of a mutated acacia tree, was one of her proudest works. She guided the branches to grow into a strong space, fixing the small, specially built house firmly in the middle. The walls inside were covered with thick insulation to block radiation dust. She snapped her fingers, and a water sphere the size of a fist appeared, rolling slowly along the ground. This was her usual cleaning method. While rolling, the water sphere absorbed dust from the air, then collected and purified the contaminated water. In the resource-scarce wasteland, not a drop of water could be wasted. East side vines damaged 30%. Northern roots show slight cracks, Mu Xiang muttered as she checked her surroundings. During the flow of her wood-based psychic ability, the damaged plant tissues began to repair at a visible speed. This delicate process was unimaginable before her powers fully recovered. Using her unique perception of her wood-type ability, she could see outside the treehouse. All the dozens of mutated cacti around the rocky mountain had disappeared, either blown away by strong winds or buried in sand. Surprisingly, the rocky mountain, which only showed a small part above ground, now revealed more of its structure. Continuous storms swept away the sand covering it, creating a depression about 3 meters wide around the area. More interestingly, at the bottom of the depression, a layer of shimmering blue glow mineral fragments, lightning rock, was piled up. This is one of the most dangerous radiation sources in the wasteland, yet also a sought-after energy catalyst for advanced psychics. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Although the sandstorm brought endless trouble, it also seemed to bring unexpected opportunities. Time lost meaning in the storm. Her usual method of collecting nighttime dew was now useless. Constant winds prevented any moisture from remaining in the air. Purified water was running low, and she didn't know how long this situation would last. Even though her storage of clean water was sufficient, she had to reduce her daily drinking to a minimum. A burning thirst reminded her of the first rule of surviving in the wasteland. Here, death is often not sudden but a slow poison that eats away hope. She forced herself to shift her focus. She began practicing fine control of her psychic abilities. This was how she kept her mind clear during the endless sandstorm. A drop of water split into 10 smaller droplets, forming complex geometric patterns. A vine moved like a snake under her control, ending in a delicate flower. These seemingly useless exercises were actually very important. The strength of her psychic power depended not only on her energy reserves, but also on her precision of control. A psychic who can precisely control each water droplet usually lives much longer than a brute who only relies on raw force. At sunset on the 7th day, if she could still tell time during the storm, her wood-type perception suddenly detected something unusual. It seemed the desert worm, which hadn't been seen for days, was trying to come back for a quick clean in her mouth. A huge body kept spinning around the rocky mountain, as if sensing whether she, the cleaner guardian, was still alive. Outside the window, the black sandstorm that had swallowed countless days and nights finally dispersed completely. Only the hot, silent air remained, humming softly. The murky orange sky was replaced by a blinding, pure white light. Mu Xiang sat on the sofa near the window. Her heart, still pounding from surviving the disaster that almost tore her apart and caused her powers to go out of control, was not yet calm. A cold, absurd thought crept in. After experiencing that catastrophe, which nearly destroyed her, the first and only thing to confirm her existence was the desert worm beneath the sand, trapping her tightly in this low, rocky mountain. Maybe because she had been alone for too long, she yearned for others. She wanted to see other humans. Through the window, she saw a huge shadow with ringed teeth swimming underground nearby. Its rainbow-colored body stirred the sand, like a lurking ghostly beast. It made a low, piercing, chattering sound through the rocks, a predator's probing, as it slowly patrolled around the modest mountain. Its rough body rubbed against the rocky base, making a dull scraping noise. Was it waiting for the figure that once dared to challenge it? Mu Xiang held her breath, her fingers tapping the sturdy inner shell until the suffocating pressure gradually eased. Ironically, on this wasteland, prisoners and guards were separated only by a small pile of broken stones. The storm finally ceased completely, but the temperature was terrifyingly high. Go out? That's asking for death. Water? Mu Xiang's mind moved slightly, her consciousness sinking into the vast space inside her mind, her greatest reliance. After multiple enhancements, this space was like a huge three-dimensional warehouse. Rows of sealed barrels stored an astonishing amount of clean water. She casually drew a stream of water into a water pouch, feeling the coolness slide down her throat, bringing satisfaction. But after satisfaction came deeper caution. Next refill? The desert worm, like an invisible cage, kept her tightly locked on this resource-scarce, low rocky mountain. Her activity was limited to the mountaintop. Going down, the soft sand was the worm's hunting ground. No matter how much water is in the space, it cannot be wasted because it is uncertain when one will leave or when more water can be collected. Every sip of water is carefully calculated. Saving is a natural instinct for survival. The string of survival is always tight. Inside this sturdy but cramped wooden fortress, day after day of extreme effort is the only constant rhythm. The body is a container for special abilities. Strengthening the flesh is the fundamental base for long-term survival. Is the space small? That's not an excuse. Heavy sandbags, space reserves, hang from rough wooden beams. Each powerful strike makes the beams creak, sweat bursts out, and is quickly evaporated by the limit. Deep squats, explosive push-ups, core plank variations, quick dodges, and counterattacks against reinforced wooden walls. Each move pushes muscles to their limit. Heavy breathing echoes, muscles cry out. Improving physical strength, power, speed, endurance, resilience is the key to mastering all tools. At the same time, training special abilities and controlling their growth is very important. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the living room, focus sinks into a steady core. Thoughts move, and a clear, full water sphere instantly forms. But this is just the beginning. Variety, multiple lines, precision. The water sphere suddenly splits. One divides into two, two into four, four into eight. The 8 streams of water flow like agile snakes emerging from holes, each performing different tasks. One forms a spinning water shield, humming to protect the chest. 2 form cold ice spikes, piercing swiftly. One snakes along the ground, sensing textures. Another rises and turns into mist for cooling, just for focus. 3 intertwine in the air, transforming into water webs and geometric shapes. The 8 streams of water move at high speed, each with different shapes, paths, and functions. With eyes closed, the person concentrates deeply, eyebrows furrowed, veins slightly visible, fully immersed in this mentally demanding multi-line combat. Maintaining independence, precision, and no interference is 10 times harder than a single form. A slight delay or a tiny mistake can cause the balance to collapse. This is a brutal challenge to control limits, a delicate operation pushing mental strength to the extreme. Hissing, breaking the air, humming, scattering. These form a complex symphony of special abilities. Time passes, the storm subsides, and the torment begins. The hot, dry season is one of the hardest times, even in the jungle, let alone in the desert. Opening the door, a wave of heat intense enough to melt iron hits you. Outside the door, a hellish scene. Burning cobalt blue clouds solidify the sky. White dwarf stars spew poisonous flames. Air twists and rocks steam. Ultraviolet rays sting the skin. The wooden hut blocks the rays but cannot withstand the intense heat. Inside, it feels like a steamer, with the walls boiling hot. Even when she takes out ice from her space storage, it barely helps. Insulation. The hut must be insulated. For materials, she uses the abundant sand, mixed with reserved clay and dry grass. Using her powers, she controls vines to quickly grab a large amount of sand and pull it back. She gradually fills the trenches created by the storm, then pushes the sand up the piling it under the tree roots. The ground shakes. Near the rocky hill, the sand suddenly rises, an earthquake. The sound of friction warns that worms have been disturbed. Since they've been noticed, she decides to reinforce the wall. Her eyes sharpen, and she controls the vines to lift sand, mixing a small amount of clay, dry grass fibers, and water from her space to make mud. She quickly applies it to the hot outer wall of the hut, fast and precise. The activity on the sand slows, and the worms retreat underground. She continues. Her vines reach out again, pulling, scraping, and applying mud, repeating the process. Centered on the hut, a thick, rough shell of sand and earth gradually forms. Using the trunk of an acacia tree as a support, she extends and thickens the structure outward, like a giant beehive. Though it looks rough, the effect is clear. The inside of the new fortress finally feels a bit cooler, easing the oppressive heat. At night, the temperature drops from boiling to steaming. She places the planting box outside under a tree. The moonlight is cold, and the rocks are still hot to the touch. The soil in the box feels cool, and the growing vegetables are still lush. She presses her hands on the soil, and her plant powers surge. The plants begin to grow wildly, taller, with new leaves and flowers, and fruits ripen and fall. With enough energy, growth is no obstacle. But now, the intense heat makes the nights only slightly cooler, and that's not enough. Sweat soaks her clothes and then dries, salt stings her skin, and high temperatures drain her stamina faster. The brief, cool period before dawn is too short. Growing a watermelon to maturity takes almost the entire night, leaving no energy for a second plant. All ripe watermelons on the vine are picked and stored in the space. The remaining vines and planting boxes are taken back into the space. Today, this is all for now. The remaining pots will be planted again tomorrow evening. This cycle continues. Mu Xiang works tirelessly like an ant, taking advantage of the brief, cool moments between the deadly heat. She stands at the top of a cage built by worms, rebelling against the dry season rules, slowly squeezing out the last bits of survival food. Under the moonlight, her sweaty figure casts twisted shadows alongside those plants that have rapidly matured under special powers, ignoring the seasons. The scorching heat finally dominates the land completely. After the last vegetables and fruits planted before the storm are harvested, the outside temperature, even inside heavy protective clothing, still feels hot enough to burn the skin. She retreats to her fortress, a simple wooden hut built against weathered giant rocks, and does not step outside again. Compared to the carefully chosen, more spacious summer retreats of previous years, this place feels a bit cramped. But special measures for special circumstances. In this wasteland twisted by high temperatures, finding a shaded and relatively stable spot to rest during the hottest season is a rare luck. Outside the window, it's a blazing inferno. Inside, Mu Xiang stacks large blocks of ice against the sun-facing wall. They stand silently, radiating a bone-chilling cold that silently opposes the raging heat outside. A ceiling fan whirs loudly, blowing desperately at the ice blocks. The cold air, mixed with the tiny, drip sounds of melting ice crystals, is the only relief in this oven. Mu Xiang sits cross-legged at the edge of this artificial, cold zone, sweat dripping from her forehead. Before it reaches her chin, the cold wind catches it. The intense heat confines her body, but cannot imprison her will. Time stretches long and sticky in this furnace of high temperatures. Mu Xiang tears it apart, kneading it into every corner. The small space becomes her personal training ground. Every inch of the floor is soaked with her sweat. First, she does 300 push-ups, palms pressing on the rough, gravelly floor. Her body stays straight, and each push-down makes sweat plop onto the ground, forming small circles that quickly blur at the edges from the heat. Her arm muscles, like glowing red iron bars, silently scream with each push-up. She counted herself, her voice deep and steady, cutting through the hum of the fan. When 100 or so standard push-ups became easy, she increased the difficulty by doing narrow push-ups, supporting herself on one arm. Her body trembled intensely, sweat dripping from her nose and chin in a continuous line. After a short rest from the push-ups, she began doing squats. Sometimes she carried a heavy, old backpack filled with stones to add weight. Each time she squatted down and stood up, her thigh muscles felt like they were being repeatedly pricked by countless needles, with a sharp, aching sensation that seemed to reach her head. To build explosive power and balance, she even did jump lunges, suddenly jumping up from a squat, switching legs in midair, then landing heavily. Her soles endured great impact, sweat flying off with each jump, creating tiny silver streaks in the dim light. After all this, she would do a period of planks. Supporting herself on her elbows and toes, her body was tense and suspended, like a solid iron plate. Time seemed to freeze, only sweat flowing like a small stream down her neck and spine, soaking the wooden board beneath her. Her abdominal muscles burned painfully under the heat and pressure, making each breath difficult. She stared sharply at the timer beside her, her eyes intense. Only when her body started trembling uncontrollably did she allow herself to collapse onto the board with a loud thud, gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In addition to these, she also did leg raises and high knee running in place. Her training plan was carefully reviewed and adjusted repeatedly, with the intensity constantly pushed to the edge of her body's limits, then increased. Each set of exercises was accompanied by heavy breathing and a subtle tearing sensation in her muscles. Whenever her body reached its limit, her inner energy would automatically activate, flowing through every sore part like a summer spring. This not only eased her fatigue, but also pushed her beyond her limits again. The desert was not silent. Her old neighbor, the elusive desert worm, seemed to enjoy this extreme feast and became very active. Every day, on the undulating sand dunes, the iconic sandbag left twisting trails at astonishing speed, like molten lava flowing beneath the surface. Accompanying this was the clear, penetrating sound of chatter. Chatter, through thick wooden doors, sometimes distant, sometimes near, like drumbeats striking nerve endings, reminding the outside world of the large, dangerous creature that was active. This sound, both a threat and a strange kind of companionship, became the constant background in Mu Xiang's cat summer days. Her days were filled with sweat, coldness, green light, water mist, and the rustling of threats, creating a strange sense of fullness. One morning, as Mu Xiang habitually touched the wall, she suddenly realized that the intense burning feeling had quietly faded. A faint, precious coolness filled the air. She was surprised to understand that the peak of the hot season was already over. Time seemed to shrink in the face of focused survival. The short transition period, like quick-moving sand in an hourglass, was so precious it made her heart race. This was the last fleeting window before winter arrived. Without hesitation, Mu Xiang threw herself into a race against time to plant seeds. She worked like tireless worker bees around her small territory at the foot of the stone mountain, using her wood-based powers to accelerate growth. Seeds quickly sprouted, grew taller, blossomed, and bore fruit. The cycle of life sped up at her fingertips. Hardy vegetables and fruits ripened rapidly under her powers, ready to be stored for the coming icy season. During a moment of planting, Mu Xiang's gaze drifted outside to the loose, worm-trodden sand. An idea flashed through her mind. She took a deep breath and used her water powers to attack the passing desert worms with a large water sphere. The water instantly soaked into the sand, turning the gravel dark brown and soft, losing its original flow. Every time the worms passed by, Mu Xiang would attack with water spheres. Gradually, the sand became loose and moist. Her wood powers seamlessly connected. Green vines shot out like snakes, their tips holding tiny grass seeds, which she precisely scattered onto the damp sand. Then, even stronger life energy surged in. The grass seeds seemed infused with wild vitality, almost bursting out of the ground the moment they landed. Thin grass shoots rapidly grew upward, leaves spreading out, quickly covering the small moist area. This was a type of short-cycle grass that emitted a special fresh scent. Mu Xiang remembers clearly that this type of grass, after completing its brief and brilliant life, spreads its offspring in a nearly fierce way. Its seed pods build up great tension as they mature, shooting seeds like bullets in all directions. What she needs is exactly this kind of chaos. She doesn't have much time to practice with her old neighbor, but she also doesn't want to see it wandering around like a supervisor while she is busy and eager to grow more hands. The plant's natural ability just happens to solve this problem. Many seeds are shot out at high speed, embedding deeply into the surrounding sand, taking root, growing again, and shooting out once more, repeating this cycle. Soon, this area will be covered with this uniquely scented grass. This will cause her old neighbor to get lost in the suddenly appearing sea of grass that emits a strange fragrance, unable to patrol around the stone mountain as precisely as before, circling it again and again like territory. After planting one batch, she waters the soil again with a water bullet, and new grass grows. The area isn't large, but the effect is obvious. The short transition period feels like flowing sand between her fingers. Time quickly passes during Mu Xiang's almost frantic planting and harvesting. When the last cold-resistant tuber is carefully stored deep in her space, the faint coolness in the air has quietly turned into a biting cold wind. In the early morning, Mu Xiang pushes open the wooden door of her small house, which is blocked by a thick blanket. A mist like white silk suddenly gushes from her mouth, freezing in the cold air and lingering without dispersing, slowly fading away after a long time. The boundary is once again drawn. Even with her special abilities, Mu Xiang clearly feels the irresistible power of nature. The cold air, like countless tiny ice needles, pierces through her thick protective clothing and into her bones. The land has quietly frozen overnight. The surface gravel is as hard as iron, shining with a gray-white cold light. Even if the seeds activated by her powers managed to sprout, their weak roots would be unable to this hard frozen soil, let alone survive in the increasingly fierce cold. Facing nature, Mu Xiang smiles bitterly and shakes her head. She knows her limits well. The heat of summer can be managed with cleverness and perseverance, but the cold of winter is a pure, crushing force. Mu Xiang's gaze finally shifted from the small patch of ground beneath her feet to the nearby sandy area, focusing on the shadow that had always lurked in her life, the desert worm. It was time to test the results of her quick-witted Maoxia tactic. She was full of energy, rubbing her fists in anticipation. Her supernatural power flowed, forming a more refined and faster water arrow than before. She aimed at a sandbag where a new worm was emerging, and with a sharp hiss, the water arrow shot through the air, hitting precisely. The sand instantly turned dark brown, wet and soft. Next, her plant-based power activated. Several tough vines broke through the ground, striking the sandbag. Mu Xiang held her breath, focused her mind, and prepared for the expected counterattack. She imagined the worm being angered by this sudden attack, angrily pushing out the sand surface. That would be the perfect moment to try her new techniques, either earth spike vine strangulation or ice water delay. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes went by. The predicted surge of sand and the earth-shaking tremors did not happen. The sandbag that was hit, apart from the small wet area from the water arrow, showed no other movement. Only the cold wind swept up dry dust, making a whimpering sound. Mu Xiang was stunned. This was unusual. Given the worm's usual temper and sharp senses, such a provocation should have made it burst out in rage. She patiently tried several more times, water arrows, wooden spikes, even deliberately making louder noises. But still no response. The desert remained silent except for the howling wind. The normally lively beast, like a volcano beneath the sand, seemed to be hibernating. An absurd yet heart-pounding thought suddenly struck Mu Xiang. Could it be? Afraid of the cold? Has it been frozen? Could it be that this terrifying monster, which even high-explosive bombs couldn't harm and seemed almost immortal, had a fatal weakness, something as ordinary as low temperature? No way. No way. Muxiang muttered to herself, her voice trembling with disbelief, yet she couldn't suppress the budding joy. She remembered that at the end of the warm season, the worm's chattering seemed to slow down, and its movements were less frantic than in midsummer. And now, with the transition period, its appearances had decreased significantly. Now that the cold season had just begun, it had completely gone into hibernation? Is it really that simple? The huge hope burns like hot lava, scalding her mind. But her harsh experience surviving in the Rocky Mountain tells her that trusting too easily is like risking her life. For a whole week, Muxiang acts as the most careful hunter. She stops using her special powers in large amounts and instead tries the simplest ways, throwing stones from afar, tapping the frozen ground, and even lighting small fires far from the mountain to make noise. Her guesses are confirmed more and more. The worm reacts weaker each time, and more slowly. On the third day, a big stone hits the edge of its curled-up trail. The sand underneath barely moves, like a sleeping person annoyed when disturbed. On the fifth day, Muxiang intentionally makes some noise near its usual area, but the sand remains silent. By the seventh day, Muxiang is almost close to that area. Her heart pounds like a drum. She gathers a small amount of water power and makes it turn into cold rain. The ground beneath her feet is completely still, with no tiny tremors. It has been frozen. Or maybe the cold has made it hide deep inside, unable to respond to outside stimuli. Joy floods Muxiang like a huge wave, almost making her lose her balance. How long has she waited for this moment? How many nights and days has she spent restless under its shadow? How many times was her life at risk? The mountain is both a safe harbor and a prison. And now, the door of the prison has been opened by this relentless cold. To be safe, Muxiang forces herself to hold back the urge to run away immediately. She stays on the mountain for another week. She acts like the most patient guard, watching every inch of the sand and listening to every sound of the wind. Complete silence. Total silence. The sand line that once woke her from nightmares countless times no longer appears on the dunes. Muxiang takes a deep breath of the cold, biting air, her eyes sharp as a blade. She no longer hesitates. She walks to the strange, mutated golden acacia tree that has been her companion, its roots deeply embedded in the cracks of the mountain. She places her hand on the rough trunk, and her powerful plant powers surge out, not to grow, but to control. She clearly senses the large, tough root network underground. Under her will, the thick roots seem to wake up like giant snakes, struggling to pull free from the frozen, hard sand and stones. Soil and debris fall away. These roots in the air seem alive as they dance, twist, and intertwine, making a creaking sound. They eventually weave into a large, strong, root tray, covered with soil and roots. Gather. Muxiang's mind moved, activating her space powers. The strange little house in front of her was pulled into her space. On the top of the stone mountain, everything suddenly became empty, leaving only the howling cold wind. Muxiang did not look back. She waved her hand, and her modified off-road vehicle, covered with thick cold-resistant material, appeared in the open space. She opened the car door, feeling the cold metal handle numb her fingers. She jumped into the driver's seat. The familiar smell of leather and engine oil mixed with the cold air rushing into her nose. She turned the key, and the engine roared loudly, clear in the silent, cold wind. Vroom! She pressed the accelerator hard. The tires screeched as they gripped the frozen, rocky ground. The modified off-road vehicle, like a wild horse breaking free, sped down the mountain with determination. The car bounced violently on the bumpy rocky. Muxiang tightly held the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the gradually opening plain ahead, covered with light snow and hard sand. The car crashed down the mountain, hitting the frozen sand with a heavy thud, kicking up ice chips and dust. Without stopping, it headed in the direction Muxiang had already marked on her map, away from the worm nest, away from known danger zones, toward higher ground or ruins further north. Outside the window, the landscape sped past, a bleak wasteland coated in a layer of gray-white coldness. Withered bushes hung with ice, twisted like skeletons. Occasionally, frozen bodies of small mutated animals could be seen. The wind outside howled sharply, as if countless spirits were chasing after. Mu Xiang pushed the accelerator to the limit, the dashboard needle-trembling in the red zone. She dared not stop, nor could she. It seemed that if she stopped, the silent desert behind her would wake up, and the nightmare, sand line, would reappear in her rear-view mirror. Thirsty, she took a sip of cold water from her bottle. Hungry, she tore open an energy bar and ate it randomly. Exhausted, she pinched her thigh hard or chewed a spicy root to stay alert. She only dared to stop the car behind a large, windproof rock when her mind could no longer handle the stress. She set up a simple alarm trap and curled up to sleep for 2 or 3 hours in the cold driver's seat. Nightmares still came. In her dreams, worms broke through frozen soil with bloodthirsty mouths. She often woke up sweating and with a pounding heart, quickly checking her surroundings to make sure only endless silence and cold wind remained before starting the engine again. She traveled day and night, the wheels rolling over dunes and barren land. It had been 1 month and 5 days. Mu Xiang didn't know exactly how far she had gone. The odometer was broken from the constant bumps. All she knew was that she had been driving nonstop for over a month. Her tires were badly worn, and her car was covered with ice and scratches from impacts. Her face looked tired, with deep eye sockets, but her eyes shone with a bright light, hope and freedom. When the extreme cold showed its true power, with temperatures dropping so low that even the special antifreeze started to freeze, and the engine made ominous groans, Mu Xiang knew she couldn't keep going. If she kept driving, her car would break down completely in this white. She slowed down and looked carefully across the empty wilderness. Finally, she saw a good spot, a small hill with a windproof side made of frozen, solid soil and the windward side exposed with jagged dark rocks. It wasn't pure sand, which meant that even if worms could chase her, though she thought it was unlikely, their large bodies, suited for soft sand, would have trouble climbing or burrowing through this terrain, which was harder than steel.
"This will do," she said.
Mu Xiang carefully drove the car to the sheltered side of the hill and stopped. She got out, her feet crunching on the frozen ground. The sound was dull. The cold wind cut her face like a knife. She looked around to make sure it was safe. No point digging a foundation. The frozen ground was too hard, even for steel tools. Planting trees? Impossible. Even the strongest roots of mutated trees couldn't this ice.
Fortunately, she was prepared.
Mu Xiang focused her mind and entered the space. A sturdy, solid stone house appeared on the flat ground behind the hill, protected from the wind. She had built this stone house during her free time in the warm season, stacking and cementing hard rocks with clay. The walls were 1/2 meter thick, designed to withstand the extreme cold. But that is not enough. Although the is gentle, what if there is a strong wind or shaking? Mu Xiang's awareness sank again. The large, irregularly shaped stones collected in the space, some mined from the mountain, some picked up along the road, were taken out one by one. She acted like a precise engineer, carefully stacking these heavy stones, some weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds, around the outside of the stone house, layer by layer, tightly packed. The large rocks fit closely together. Water was added to the gaps to form ice, creating a windproof, unbreakable stone foundation. This kept the small stone house securely protected in the center, like filling in a sandwich. After finishing this, Mu Xiang quickly entered the stone house and shut the door tightly. Inside was pitch black, cold and biting, as if the air had frozen. But this small space gave her an unmatched sense of safety. She groped around and took out prepared firewood and fire-starting materials, placing them in a simple fire pit made of fireproof bricks in the center of the room. Click! A spark flew from the flint. A faint flame flickered, greedily licking the dry tinder. Soon, orange flames rose up, happily jumping and making crackling sounds. Warmth finally began to chase away the deep cold in her bones. The firelight lit up the rough walls of the stone house and also illuminated Mu Xiang's tired but determined face. She moved to the corner, where there was a low bed built with stones, connected to the fire pit. She stuffed some hard, fire-resistant wood into the bed's opening. Soon, a comforting warmth spread from the cold bed surface. Mu Xiang took a long, deep breath, and her breath turned into a big cloud of white mist in the cold air. She took off her heavy, cold coat and sat by the warming bed, taking out a small pot of water from her space and placing it on the stand next to the fire. She also added dried meat strips and some storable root vegetables into the pot. The flames danced, and the water in the pot started bubbling. The aroma of food mixed with the smell of burning wood, gradually filling the small, warm fortress wrapped in rocks and ice. Outside was a freezing that could end life. Inside was the flickering fire of life and a pot of hot soup about to boil. Mu Xiang leaned against the warm wall of the bed, listening to the crackling fire and bubbling water. After more than a month of tension, she finally felt a little relaxed. She is safe, at least during this cold season. The freezing wind bites hard into the wilderness, swirling snow like countless tiny ice blades, constantly scraping the outside of a stone house with a ghostly wail. The temperature has long fallen below the lowest point on the thermometer, and even the white breath from breathing seems to freeze instantly into ice crystals. However, inside this small space tightly wrapped in tons of cold rocks and frozen earth, it is a different world. It is warm, dry, and even. A little lazy and comfortable. The fire in the hearth is like an eternal sun, constantly shining in this little universe. Thick dry wood burns steadily, making a comforting crackling sound. The orange-red flames cast flickering shadows on the rough stone walls, like ancient cave paintings. The heated kong, a traditional bed, is warmed by a glowing fire hole. The wooden aroma fills the air. She wears only a thin cotton house robe, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the kong, leaning against a fluffy, sun-dried animal hide blanket. In her hands, she holds a steaming cup of fragrant, slightly exotic rose tea. Ah, so comfortable, so relaxed. The nerves that had been tense for more than half a year seemed to be gradually soothed and loosened by this continuous warmth. Survival, fighting, extreme training. Those deeply ingrained feelings of tension are temporarily set aside in this absolutely safe fortress. Would Aroma decides to give herself a break. A real winter holiday. No more pushing her physical limits. No more frantic training to drain her last bit of supernatural power. Training and exercise become simple and relaxed. In the morning, she wakes up wrapped in the warmth of the fire. She first sits cross-legged for half an hour. Her mind sinks into her consciousness, where wood and water elemental powers flow like gentle streams, slowly blending and healing her internal injuries. Then, she performs half an hour of gentle yet precise physical activity, doing a set of soft martial arts within the limited space, stretching stiff muscles caused by long drives and the cold, or doing a few static core strength exercises. The intensity is gentle but enough to keep her body lively and alert, like maintaining a delicate machine. The rest of the long day becomes a slow, tender time of her enjoying the warmth and the simple pleasures of life. The abundant ingredients stored in the space now become her treasure trove for cooking. The simple fire pit and stand are her magical stage. Tapioca flour is poured into warm water and kneaded into dough. She kneads and pounds it on a rough stone slab, making it very elastic. A pot of boiling water, and she skillfully pinches small pieces of dough to cook. The result is a clear, chewy, pearl dumpling soup, topped with a thick, flavorful mutant rabbit meat sauce, filling the air with a rich aroma. The mutant bamboo rice, as big as eggs, is washed and placed on a steaming tray lined with clean broad leaves, then set over the fire pit. Steam rises, and the fresh scent of bamboo rice mixes with the smell of firewood and smoke. After steaming, each grain is white, soft, and sweet. Eating it plain is a delight, but dipping it in her homemade sweet and sour wild berry sauce makes it even better. She also tries mashing the steamed bamboo rice, mixing it with fermented tapioca flour to make fluffy, soft rice cakes with a unique sweet aroma. Near the fire, in small planting boxes, bright green mutant fishy herbs grow stubbornly under the faint nourishment of wood-based powers. Carefully, she digs out 2 stalks. Don't ask why only 2, just because the plants grew big, washes off the dirt and cuts them into small pieces. She adds minced garlic, a pinch of salt, and a few drops of her homemade sour berry vinegar, creating a refreshing, appetizing wild vegetable salad. Dried mutant mushrooms are soaked in warm water, torn into strips, then slowly fried in hot mutant wild boar fat until crispy and golden. Sprinkled with salt and pepper, they smell even more tempting than meat. The remaining white, delicate pork fat residue from rendering oil is a winter delicacy, an irresistible snack. In the corner, a large clay jar contains mutant radish strips and mutant cabbage, preserved in salt water with Sichuan peppercorns and wild mountain peppers, slowly fermenting with a faint sour smell. Another small jar holds mutant bean sprout pickles quietly fermenting. Dried mutant corn cobs, with hard grains like small stones. She finds a small stone mill, also prepared during the warm season, patiently crushes and grinds the corn, sifting out golden yellow cornmeal. The work is dull but strangely relaxing, listening to the rhythmic clatter of the stone pestle and mortar, watching the powder pile up. She feels very peaceful. The cornmeal can be used to make porridge or mixed with tapioca flour to make pancakes, another type of staple food. After eating and drinking well, feeling energized, Mu Xiang immerses her mind into her portable space, which feels like a second home. The warm season and the items collected during her escape are too many and too mixed. She takes this chance to organize everything thoroughly. Food is carefully categorized: storable tubers, dried meat strips, smoked fish, sealed fats, various powders, dried goods, pickled vegetables, and precious spices. Like a meticulous warehouse manager, she arranges similar items together, counts them, estimates consumption, and keeps track of everything in her mind. Tools and weapons are stored in a separate area: bows and crossbows, spears, knives, various tools, spare parts, ropes, and fuel. She cleans and maintains them regularly, checking their condition to ensure they are always ready for use. The miscellaneous living items, clothes, bedding, pots and pans, medicines, books, are organized. Items that belong in their place are put away, and anything unnecessary is discarded decisively. When tidying the clothes, Mu Xiang looks at the worn-out garments, stained with dirt, dried blood, and marks from fighting and fleeing. She frowns. These clothes carry heavy memories. Without hesitation, she piles them by the fire pit and throws them into the flames. The fabric curls, blackens, and turns to ash in the high heat, burning away the moments she prefers not to remember. The flickering firelight reflects her calm face. She takes out new, plain-colored but durable fabric, along with bone needles and tough plant fiber thread. Mu Xiang begins to cut and sew new clothes for herself. She measures carefully, stitches tightly. She makes a warm, thick padded coat, loose trousers for easy movement, and a close-fitting undergarment. There are no fancy designs, only practicality and comfort. When she puts on the new clothes, the soft fabric envelopes her, bringing a sense of freshness and renewal. After securing her basic needs, safety and food, she finally makes time for self-care, which had become a luxury during her struggle for survival. Using sharp scissors, she carefully trims her long, slightly messy hair in front of a mirror. Loose strands fall, and she finishes with an electric clipper, giving herself a crew cut similar to the warm, determined look she remembers from her past. She misses sisterly. Her nails are trimmed and smoothed until neat. She even indulges in a simple, soothing mask, warm water mixed with a little honey and preserved mutated aloe vera gel from the space. The cool, moist feeling on her face brings a long-missed sense of relaxation and comfort. Though aging is inevitable in this post-apocalyptic world, this moment of self-care is the best reward for her body and mind. However, comfort does not make Mu Xiang forget the coming hot summer. Taking advantage of the cold season when outside turns into an endless icy kingdom, she begins another important project. The door of the house opened slightly, and a biting cold wind immediately blew in. Mu Xiang wrapped herself tightly in her cloak, quickly filling a large wooden tub with pure snow and carrying it back into the warm house. Rolling up her sleeves, she used a faint, precisely controlled water elemental ability to seep into the snow. The cold spread from her fingertips, but she paid no attention. Her ability acted like an invisible stirring stick and compressor, making the loose snow particles stick together and harden. Then she raised her hand, aimed at the snow in the mold, and suddenly slapped the air. A sharp sounded, not from her hand touching the snow, but from the compressed force field created by her ability. The snow in the mold was instantly pressed and shaped into a solid, brick-like form with clear edges. Several neat, white, dense snow bricks were removed from the mold and carefully stacked in a shady corner of the house. They would serve as special building materials and cooling agents, stored carefully in her space. Thinking about how these snow bricks would bring coolness during the hot summer days, Mu Xiang couldn't help but smile. Life flowed quietly and peacefully in this busy, fulfilling rhythm filled with the warmth of daily life. The crackling of the fire pit, the clattering of dishes, the grinding sound of the stone mill, the sewing needle threading fabric, and Mu Xiang humming an off-tune little song, these wove together a unique winter symphony inside the stone house. There was no excitement, only simple peace. Her tense muscles relaxed completely, and her mental energy slowly replenished. Her heart found unprecedented calm and healing amid daily chores and needlework. Until one morning, Mu Xiang was awakened by a faint, continuous tick-tock sound. It was not a sound inside the house. She hesitated, got out of bed, and went to the door. A moist, cool air, unlike anything she had felt before, rushed in. Outside the door, the snow on the shady hillside was still deep, but on the rocky top exposed to the morning sun, the thick snow was quietly melting. Sparkling water droplets rolled down the dark brown, rugged rocks, gathering into tiny streams that flowed beneath the ice layer, making a pleasant tick-tock sound. Although the wind was still cold, it was less sharp and biting, carrying a subtle softness of new life. The snow and ice had begun to melt. Mu Xiang stood at the door, taking a deep breath of this cool, earthy, thawing air. In his eyes, the relaxed and lazy expression gradually faded like a tide, replaced by a familiar sharpness and calmness. The winter holiday was over. She turned back into the house, moving quickly and efficiently. The fire pit was completely extinguished, and the remaining embers were carefully covered. The warm bed was tidied up, and the bedding was rolled up and stored away. All signs of daily life inside the house were carefully cleaned. Pickled vegetables, pots and bowls, sewing needles, all the small items used during the winter were neatly packed away. Finally, she stepped outside and looked at the rocky fortress that had sheltered her through the cold winter. With a slight thought, the large rocks disappeared one by one, revealing the sturdy stone house inside. With another thought, the entire stone house was also stored away into the space. Only a clear imprint, shaped by the heavy rocks, remained on the ground. An old, weathered off-road vehicle appeared on the open space. Moxiang opened the hood and quickly replaced worn parts, the aging belt, cracked hoses, worn brake pads. All the spare parts stored in the space came in handy now. She checked the fluids, tested the circuits, making sure this old friend was ready for a new journey. Everything was prepared. Moxiang got into the driver's seat and closed the door. The engine rumbled deep and powerful, dispelling the last chill of the morning. She took one last look at the hillside that had sheltered her all winter. There, some withered grass soaked in snow water stubbornly sprouted tender green buds. No hesitation, only firm resolve to move forward. She turned the steering wheel, and the wheels rolled over the gradually softening frozen ground, kicking up some mud. The off-road vehicle, like a well-rested hunting leopard, sped down the small hill, heading toward the vast wilderness where the snow was melting, life was beginning to stir, and challenges and unknowns awaited. A new journey had begun. The engine hummed steadily and deeply, like a steel beast breaking free from frozen soil. It left deep tracks on the muddy and sandy terrain of the thawing wilderness. Outside the window, the world was silently transforming. In the shaded areas, the lingering power of winter, the thick snow, still stubbornly resisted, reflecting a cold light. But on every hilltop, rocky edge, or even tiny mounds of stubborn soil pushed up by dried grass roots where sunlight can reach, sparkling water droplets quietly form and then slide away, leaving dark kisses on the deep brown frozen earth. The wind still carries coldness, but its sharp edge that could freeze bones and tear skin has softened quietly. A faint, gentle scent of moist soil and new life about to break through the ground begins to drift in the air. Mu Xiang carefully controls the steering wheel, her gaze calm as it passes over the vast, unfamiliar land ahead. Inside the car, warmth keeps out the chilly spring air, but it cannot ease the sense of urgency in her heart from afar. Her homemade map, spread out on the passenger seat, looks rough. The charcoal line shows her route westward, her plan for survival, to keep moving west as much as possible before the intense heat arrives and turns the land into a blazing furnace, crossing the increasingly dry and barren terrain before her. The legend of the oasis, or simply escaping this endless sea of yellow sand, is a small but unbreakable hope in her heart. The wheels roll over soft gravel, stirring up dry dust. In her view, dull gray-yellow dominates, with occasional patches of withered, twisted low shrubs, tough, but also hinting at life's persistence. The dry air makes every breath feel like rubbing sandpaper. Mu Xiang licks her cracked lips, her sharp eyes like an eagle's, watching the horizon for any tiny change in landforms or plants. Day after day, the scenery is so monotonous it becomes exhausting. Her hope for an oasis grows faint amid the dull journey. Until one morning, when sunlight spills over the earth, a sudden scene on the distant horizon captures all her attention. It's a mind-bending forest. Under the magical glow of the morning light, it looks like a fairy tale kingdom cast under an eternal sweet spell, suddenly appearing on this desolate land. There are no towering trees or waving branches, only large, crystal clear, adorable, and shimmering succulent plants. They cluster densely, each with a different shape, but together creating a stunning, dreamlike visual feast. The mountain roses are no longer just toys in her hand. They are as big as soft, fluffy cotton candy hills. The layered leaves appear soft and gentle, with shades of pink-green, creamy yellow, and light purple. Their edges have a translucent quality, and under the sunset, they seem to flow with melted honey, giving off a sweet, tempting aroma. The mutated purple lily leaves have become thicker, showing a semi-transparent deep purple or burgundy color. They look like solidified, high-quality amber candies, and when sunlight passes through, they reflect a dazzling, jewel-like glow, as if a gentle touch would cause a sweet nectar to flow. The bear-shaped plant looks like countless plush toys scattered in the forest. Its fuzzy green leaves are topped with bright pink tips that resemble strawberry juice stains. They are round, chubby, and adorable enough to make one's heart flutter. The large tangine leaves stretch out, with edges tinged in bright orange-red or deep purple. They resemble a giant, flattened, colorful fruit leather, faintly emitting a sweet and sour scent. Peach eggs are truly as described, plump, round like baby fists, with a soft pink hue similar to premium peach candies. Their skins are delicate, as if coated with an inviting layer of sugar. White moon shadow has a smooth, gentle milky white color. Its leaves are tightly packed, resembling fine, white, unmolded mung bean cake. Ice jade looks like a piece of sorghum candy wrapped in transparent sugar coating. Its outer leaves are semi-transparent pale green or pink blue, with a rich core that glimmers enticingly in the sunset. There are many unnamed varieties. Some resemble fruit-filled candies coated with sugar, vibrant and colorful. Others emit a rich, irresistible aroma like freshly baked strawberry cream cake, creamberry. Some branches are adorned with tiny, round, semi-transparent candy grains, like a scattering of colorful sugar beads. This endless candy forest, under the magic of the sunset, reaches peak saturation, crystal clear, luminous, thick, and sweet. The air is filled with a complex, intensely sweet aroma, elegant yet not overly cloying. It's a wonderful symphony of flavors: hard fruit candies, caramel toffee, cotton candy, candied fruits. Countless sweet tastes blending perfectly. An off-road vehicle stops steadily a few dozen meters from this dreamlike land. A person opens the door, stepping onto this land soaked in sweetness. The scene before them is breathtaking, like a dream. The sky is painted with warm orange-pink hues from the sunset, reflecting the shimmering candy world around them. However, the survival instincts honed through harsh times quickly override the amazement. The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous. She takes a deep breath, suppressing the primal craving for sweets that stirs in her heart. The wood-based abilities act like the most precise detector, quietly extending from her body, carefully sensing the lush jungle of succulent plants emitting a deadly allure. Her sensing tendrils gently brush over the large, thick, and shiny leaves and stems. The feedback relaxes her tense nerves, and she feels a surge of great joy.
No harmful radiation.
Life energy is abundant. To ensure accurate data, she takes out a high-level detector.
Beep.
No radiation. Edible. Rich in pure, easily absorbed sugars, high-quality plant protein, and various vitamins and minerals. Recommended for large-scale harvesting and storage, this is a perfect food storehouse. Her heart beats faster at this conclusion. In a resource-scarce world, such a vast, safe, and nutritious natural grain depot is like a miracle. The idea of candy seems about to become real. Without hesitation, she takes out a special large collection basket lined with soft, waterproof fabric, puts on thick protective gloves, and quickly walks toward this dreamlike forest. Up close, the sight is even more shocking. Each plant is enormous, with thick, full leaves that are pure and bright in color, as if they could be broken with a gentle touch. She touches the edge of a giant mountain rose leaf. With a slight press, a soft pop sounds as the leaf sheds a glossy, sticky section, like concentrated flower nectar. The rich rose fragrance instantly fills the air. She cuts off a small piece from the edge and tastes it. Her taste buds are overwhelmed by the pure, intense sweetness of roses. The texture is soft and dense with a slight bounce. The juice melts in her mouth, and gentle energy drives away fatigue, far surpassing any rose product she remembers. She picks a purple lotus with semi-transparent amber-colored leaves that are cool as jade. Inside, there is a rich, deep, sweet, and grape-berry flavor, layered and long-lasting in aftertaste. She tears off a fuzzy claw of a bare cub plant with fresh green apple mixed with a faint milky aroma, crisp and juicy. She rips off a fruit leather from tangine, sweet with a hint of tartness, thick and chewy. A peach egg melts in her mouth, pure peach fragrance. Bai Yueying carries a delicate bean aroma with a sweet aftertaste. The icy outer layer is sweet and crisp, while the core is soft and chewy like honey candy. Each one is truly deserving of the name, even surpassing her imagination. The wood-based abilities make her feel like she has entered a mythical candy treasury. Every collection and taste brings immense satisfaction. Her movements are swift and precise, and her collection basket quickly fills with colorful, fragrant candy succulents, efficiently stored in her space. The sun was setting in the west, casting a warm glow across the sky. The wood fragrance finally stopped. I don't know exactly how much I collected, but the signs of harvesting were quite clear. Looking at the gemstone forest still faintly shining under the sunset, I let out a satisfied breath. The lingering sweet scent in the air was intoxicating. But I was really tired now. Carrying the candies and sweet burdens all day had worn me out. I decided to stop here for today. I drove the vehicle to an open, rocky area at the edge of the forest. I lit a small campfire to chase away the darkness. In the pot, I cooked bamboo rice porridge mixed with dried rabbit meat and a few crushed, white moon shadows. The sweet bean aroma blended with the rice and meat scents filled the air. After a hearty meal, exhaustion hit me. I checked the vehicle, reinforced the simple snare and warning line, wrapped myself in a beast fur blanket, and lay down inside the car. The flickering firelight reflected mysterious and beautiful forest shadows outside the window. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a strong, suffocating dizziness and nausea. It felt as if a cold, sticky giant hand was choking my throat, and my heart was struck by an invisible, heavy hammer. I sat up abruptly, cold sweat soaking my clothes instantly. My vision darkened, and I felt dizzy and disoriented. Ugh. I tried to sit up, but my whole body was weak and limp. I collapsed heavily onto the cold car floor with a loud thud. The violent impact made stars burst before my eyes. My chest was churning, and waves of nausea and suffocation swept over me like a tide. Outside the window, the fairy tale world of daylight now emitted a creepy, strange aura. All the succulent plants seemed to awaken as if possessed by mischievous spirits. Their leaves, stems, and even entire plants were wildly releasing a scent 10 times stronger than during the day, an overwhelming, intoxicating sweetness. This aroma was no longer tempting. It had a powerful hallucinogenic and aggressive effect. It was like countless invisible tendrils with sweet hooks violently invading my nose and stabbing deep into my brain. They crazily tempted and pulled at my consciousness, making me feel an uncontrollable urge to rush in and indulge. Protective. Mask. I forced myself to resist the intense dizziness and urge to. My teeth clenched tightly, and my trembling hand fumbled in the darkness. Finally, my fingertips touched the protective mask hanging behind the driver's seat. It had multiple layers of filter cotton, activated charcoal, and tiny green crystal cores, capable of effectively filtering toxic gases and blocking radiation. I struggled, my fingers trembling from weakness. It took 3 attempts before I managed to fasten the buckle tightly. The cold rubber edge pressed tightly against her skin as the filtration system activated, blocking out most of the deadly, sweet-smelling fumes. Cool air rushed into her lungs, and her muddled mind finally had a moment to breathe. But her body's warning signals did not stop. The deep, numb cold and chest tightness still persisted. Wood element. Internal vision. She immediately sat cross-legged, forcing herself to focus. Her mental energy concentrated intensely. Instead of reaching outward, her wood-based power acted like a precise scanner, diving deep into her own meridians and organs. Within her mind, her awareness suddenly became clear. She saw the blood flowing through her veins, and floating within it were strange, faint gray-green deposits. They looked like dirty water plants tangled around the blood vessel walls and even seeping into her muscle tissue. These were the cause of her dizziness, nausea, and weakness, the plant nerve toxins. Detox. Purify, she silently commanded, channeling her wood power with all her strength. At her dantian, a green energy core spun wildly. Pure life energy transformed into countless tough green vine-like shadows, rushing instantly into her limbs and body. These energy vines precisely targeted and wrapped around the gray-green toxins in her blood and tissues, acting like efficient cleaners, forcibly stripping and absorbing them. A faint, corrosive sound echoed inside her body. The absorbed toxins were guided along the green vines and forced to gather in her right palm. A tiny appeared on her palm skin, and a thick, foul-smelling, greenish pus, mixed with a sickly sweet and rotten odor, was forced out. It dripped onto the sandy ground outside the carriage, sizzling as it melted small patches of gravel. At the same time, her water element power was activated. Cool water flowed through her body, working with the wood vines to wash and dilute the stubborn black radiation spots. Most of the toxins were expelled, and her dizziness and nausea eased significantly. She gasped for breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and felt a lingering fear. Struggling, she crawled to the window. Through the protective visor, she looked out at the forest glowing eerily in the night. What she saw made her blood run cold almost instantly. The moonlight was pale and bleak, draping the enchanted forest in a cold silver veil. The once adorable, crystal-clear candies from daytime now silently performed a chilling death ritual under the moonlight. At the edge of the forest, many mutated creatures, lured by the extremely sweet aroma, unknowingly walk into this beautiful death trap. A few small, fist-sized mutated beetles with shiny metallic shells flap their wings excitedly as they rush toward a creamy berry emitting a strong, sweet smell. As soon as they land on the seemingly soft, harmless large leaves, the surface instantly secretes a large amount of clear, sticky liquid like syrup. The beetle's legs and wings are immediately stuck, and no matter how wildly they struggle, they are like ancient insects trapped in tree resin, unable to move. Even more frightening, the sticky syrup seems highly corrosive. The beetle's tough outer shells soften and dissolve at a visible speed. They emit faint but piercing screams as their bodies twist and deform in the goo, eventually turning into a murky puddle of pus, which the leaves greedily absorb. The whole process is silent. Only the slow, sticky sound of the goo flowing is heard. A quick-moving mutated gecko, about a foot long, and attracted by the tempting pinkish color of a peach, skillfully climbs onto a huge peach. It sticks out its tongue and tentatively licks the pink surface. The moment its tongue touches, the gecko's body suddenly stiffens. Then, its scaled body quickly forms strange greenish foam. The gecko writhes in pain, rolls off the peach, and falls onto the icy leaves below. The leaves, coated like candy, instantly wrap around it. The gecko thrashes and twitches wildly between the transparent leaves, its body melting and breaking down at a visible speed, as if poured into strong acid. In the end, only a small puddle of strange-colored liquid and a few broken scales remain, quickly seeping into the roots of the ice jade. All that can be heard is faint, intermittent hissing as it struggles in its final moments. Further away, a larger, lizard-like creature, seemingly attracted by the richer sweetness deeper in the forest, crawls aimlessly toward a cluster of huge, fluffy bear-like plants. It steps into what appears to be harmless, cotton candy-like bare paws. Suddenly, those pink tiny claws secrete a large amount of pink sticky liquid. The massive body of the lizard is instantly submerged in the goo. It emits a dull growl and struggles desperately, but the sticky substance wraps around it like a living creature, pulling it deeper with every struggle. The pink slime quickly eroded its scales and muscles. Its huge body trembled and spasmed violently in the pink frosting, then slowly sank, leaving only a string of despairing bubbles and a thick, strangely pink-stained area. Under the moonlight, the edge of the forest looked like a colorful, terrifying carpet made of the remains of mutated creatures and sticky fluids. New moths, attracted by the sweet smell, kept flying in silently, getting stuck, corroded, broken down, and absorbed. There was no fierce fighting or loud screams, only faint sounds of slime flowing and occasional chilling, sizzle, noises as creatures dissolved. It was like a grand, silent death ritual. Beautiful on the outside, but silently devouring everything in a terrifying way. In her stomach, Mu Xiang felt a strong churn. She tightly covered her mouth to stop herself from vomiting. During the day, she had been right there, happily feasting. Now, she thought it was like dancing with death. She forced herself to gather a strand of mental energy. Her would attribute supernatural power carefully reached toward the nearest mountain rose. The feedback was cold and piercing, like a judgment from poisonous. The neurotoxin level surged. High radiation. The energy level was off the charts, far beyond lethal. The energy field twisted wildly. It was full of greedy, devouring desire. The gentle, harmless, nourishing energy field she felt during the day had completely shed its disguise at night, turning into a living trap emitting deadly temptation and terrifying killing intent. The shiny leaves became toxic sacs, and the semi-transparent, beautiful shells turned into radiation sources. The entire forest resembled a waking, hungry, sweet demon, using its stunning appearance to lure prey, then silently killing and digesting with night-borne toxins and radiation. The toxic substances collected in her space during the day also became poisonous. She quickly took out her detector. Several readings were the same as during the day, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the scene outside the window, she felt a strange wave of nausea. She couldn't look too closely or think too much. What's inside my space are just sweet candies. Mu Xiang kept telling herself mentally that in this wasteland, no strange food was off-limits. As long as it wasn't poisonous and had low radiation, she could eat it. Besides, the things during the day were harmless, non-radiative, and rich in flavor and nutrients. Let's go. Leave immediately. She couldn't stay here even for a moment longer. Afraid that staying too long would cause her to remember too many terrifying images, which might affect her appetite later, she also feared that something even more frightening might emerge from the strange, candy forest nearby. She forced herself to stay strong, despite her body feeling weak and sore, and rushed to the driver's seat. Her fingers trembled slightly from fear and lingering toxins, but she clenched the steering wheel tightly. Her eyes became sharp and focused again. The engine roared with a deep, angry sound. The headlights shone like two sharp swords, piercing through the thick, deadly sweet fog and darkness. The tires spun wildly, kicking up gravel. The off-road vehicle, like a frightened beast, suddenly turned around and drove away, leaving the silent, deadly candy realm glowing under the moonlight behind. The intense, suffocating sweet poison fumes were quickly left behind. Outside the window, the night wind of the wasteland howled cold and sharp. She stepped the accelerator, racing forward into the unknown, desperately fleeing. Finally, the wind was no longer a scorching whip of sand and grit, licking and drying her skin. As she slowly crossed the last rocky hill covered in weathered stones, the scene before her made her dry, sore eyes almost unable to focus. Note: the car had to stop a month after leaving the terrifying candy world because of the terrain, so she could only walk. A rare, almost supernatural green, thick and vibrant, spread across the valley ahead. Unlike the desolate, yellow sands and dead earth behind her, this place seemed like a forgotten corner of the apocalypse or a strange new life growing after the land had decayed. Tall, twisted trees curled and tangled, vines like giant snakes hanging and twisting. The ground was covered with thick, shiny, black moss and ferns that could sink into her ankles. The air was moist and sticky, filled with a strong smell of decayed organic matter and an indescribable, sweet, floral scent. It entered her lungs and made her feel a strange dizziness. After months or even years of wandering through deserts, she hadn't seen such vast natural plants in a long time. This lush, eerie valley was like a devil's temptation. She finally stepped out of the desert. This was the first stop on her new journey. The instinct of someone in the end times was to be cautious and wary of everything unfamiliar. She drew a sharp knife from her waist and carefully stepped toward the edge of the valley. The moss under her feet was soft and damp, muffling her footsteps. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. There are no bird songs or insect sounds, only the wind passing through layers of thick leaves, making a deep, sighing sound like a lament. The sunlight is broken into scattered patches by the dense canopy, sparingly falling and keeping the valley in a deep, damp gloom. The first few steps are still quite peaceful. Mu Xiang finds a narrow stone path almost buried by plants, as if left behind after a dried-up stream. She carefully follows it into the valley, constantly scanning her surroundings. Huge, twisted tree roots are exposed, like giant claws coiled around. Vines hang down and sway gently in the breeze, like still snakes. Everything here looks lively and full of energy. Yet, strangely, there is no sign of other life, and it feels eerily quiet. Mu Xiang has a constant feeling of running down a busy street with many eyes watching her, curious, surprised, or greedy. Suddenly, she stops and looks carefully. Just a few meters ahead, at the base of a thick tree, it seems, there is a human-shaped figure nestled there. Her heart tightens. Mu Xiang holds her breath and grips her short knife. The figure remains still, with its back facing her. It is covered in thick, dark green moss and tiny vines, blending almost completely with the tree trunk. Its posture is strange, like it's curled up or hugging the tree. No breathing or signs of life. Is it dead?
Or.
Mu Xiang dares not get closer and tries to go around. As she moves her steps, she catches a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. To her front left, behind a tall, plump fern, there is a blurry face with only rough outlines of features hidden in the shadow of the fern leaves. The face is covered with fine moss-like fuzz, and its eyes are two deep, dark holes, silently watching her. On the right side, a figure hangs upside down from a thick vine covered with wart-like bumps. Its lower body seems to have grown into the vine, with rough bark-like skin. Its arms have turned into long, thin vines hanging naturally. Its head is bowed, with a pale white flower blooming on its face. Behind her, Mu Xiang suddenly turns around. Just now, passing through a seemingly ordinary bush with small purple flowers, she saw several pairs of dull, lifeless eyes peering through the leaves and flowers, silently watching her. These eyes belonged to different creatures. Some had mushrooms growing on their faces, others had half their bodies twisted like tree trunks. They looked like part of the bushes, unmoving, with only their cold, empty eyes observing her silently, as if they were not human. A cold chill shot up from her feet to her head. Suddenly, Mingxiang understood the source of this silence, the reason she was being watched. This place was not a no-man's land. It was their home. These plants were like people. They were hiding among the environment, like patient hunters, quietly waiting, using their inhuman eyes to silently watch anyone who entered. Fear wrapped around her heart like cold vines. She no longer hesitated. She turned and ran back the way she came. What new world? What nature? To with it. She had to leave now. However, the clear stone path she saw when she arrived mysteriously disappeared a few steps after she turned to run. Thick, jagged-edged leaves closed in like living creatures. The lush moss quickly covered her footprints, and hanging vines silently shifted their angles, forming confusing new barriers. The scenery around her seemed to rearrange silently, trapping her completely in this green maze. Mingxiang cursed softly, forcing herself to stay calm. She tried to find her way, but the dense canopy blocked most of the sky, and the broken patches of light offered no guidance. The air was thick and sticky, like solid glue. Every breath carried the sickly sweet smell of decaying plants, making her feel sick. It was like coming out of a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's trap. She chose a direction she felt might lead to an exit, swinging her short knife to cut through the vines and branches blocking her way. The sharp blade sliced through the vines, but instead of sap, a thick, dark green, foul-smelling liquid oozed out. The cut vines twitched violently like injured snakes, quickly growing tiny white roots that clawed at the air and ground. This strange scene made her scalp tingle. She hurriedly pressed on, cutting through everything in her path without hesitation. But the resistance grew stronger. The plants that had been still seemed to wake up from her movements. Thick tree roots rose like giant snakes beneath her feet, trying to trip her. Vines hanging overhead whipped down silently, like whips. The tough grass blades became sharp as knives, cutting fine scars into her bare arms and calves. Even more frightening, those originally just watching plants began to move. Next to the moss-covered humanoid figure by the roots, it slowly turned its head like a rusty machine. Moss fell away, revealing a face with skin like old bark and blurry features. Deep-set eyes glowed with dull green light. It did not stand up, but the vines wrapped around it suddenly shot out like living tentacles, aiming at Mu Xiang's ankles. "Get away!" Mu Xiang shouted sharply, slashing with her short sword. The blade struck the vines with a dull thud, as if cutting through tough leather. The vines were cut, but more surged from all directions. Meanwhile, The figures in the bushes also stood up, stiff but quick. The flowers blooming on them emitted faint, strange glow in the dim light, silently closing in. Water tornado. In desperation, Muxiang used her remaining water element powers. A swirling stream of water, as thick as her arm, appeared out of nowhere, roaring as it tore through the air, smashing fiercely into a mushroom-covered plant humanoid rushing toward her. But the expected impact and pushback did not happen. The mushroom humanoid faced the water tornado, not only avoiding or getting hurt, but it even stopped its steps. Its face, covered with grayish-white fungus spots, suddenly stretched into an extremely stiff, eerie smile. It opened its arms, letting the water tornado hit it. The moment the water touched its body, a strange change occurred. The mushrooms on it, which had looked wilted, suddenly expanded and grew rapidly, like a parched plant meeting rain. The gray-white caps became plump and shiny, emitting a stronger, sweet, and slightly spore-scented odor. The water was greedily absorbed, nourishing the plant parts inside it. It let out a satisfied, creaking sigh, like old wood rubbing. Water powers not only failed, but became its food. Muxiang's heart sank to the bottom. She immediately cut off her powers, causing the remaining water to splash to the ground, quickly absorbed by the greedy moss. Another half-body plant person, with a twisted trunk, is approaching. It swings its wooden arm, smashing down with a gust of wind. Muxiang awkwardly rolls backward to dodge. The wound on her arm brushes against moss, burning with sharp pain. Thorny vines. Almost instinctively, Muxiang activates her last life-saving skill, her wood-type supernatural power. She tries to control the surrounding vines to bind the attacking plant person. A green glow flashes in her palm. At the moment her wood power activates, a huge, cold, vast mental presence like an ocean suddenly locks onto her, as if an invisible net has caught her. This mental force comes from the deepest part of the valley, carrying an ancient, indifferent, and greedy feeling. It's like an invisible hook that suddenly pierces her mind, pulling and assimilating her wildly. Ugh! Muxiang lets out a painful groan, her head splitting with pain, as if her soul is being forcibly torn out. The energy she releases from her wood power not only fails to control the vines, but is like a drop of water thrown into the sea, instantly drawn in and absorbed by that vast mental force. Even more terrifying, she feels a strange tingling under her skin where she releases her energy, as if tiny roots are growing beneath her skin. Assimilation. Infection. Overwhelmed by fear, she immediately cuts off all her supernatural connections, forcibly shielding that external mental presence from her consciousness. The cost is her mental sea being struck by a heavy hammer, causing her vision to blacken and a salty, metallic taste to rise in her throat. Meanwhile, the plant person she tried to attack, affected by her wood energy, suddenly shudders violently. Its parts creak loudly, and its surface quickly sprouts more tiny branches and leaves, as if nourished further. Its tree-like eyes, like swollen buds, stare fixedly at Muxiang. Murky green light reveals a deeper desire and a hint of confusion. Supernatural powers, the greatest reliance for survival in the wasteland, have become a deadly curse here. Water powers feed the enemies, while wood powers attract the gaze and pull from the depths of the valley, speeding up its plant transformation. She wonders if she can disguise herself as one of them, with a faint plant-like aura, but without attracting too much attention or deeper pursuit from the depths. This thought, born of despair, strikes like lightning through the darkness. Right now, she is surrounded by several plant people. In front of her, a larger mushroom creature, having absorbed a water vortex, loomed. To the left, a tree-like plant person with new tender leaves still trembling. On the right, the moss person near the roots was also moving closer, with broken vines on its body sprouting new buds. Behind her, several figures from the bushes had stood up and gathered around. Their flowers glowed with flickering light, like ghostly flames. The air was filled with a sweet floral scent, the smell of plant juices and spores, mixing into a sickening, ominous smell. They did not attack immediately. Instead, they circled her silently, moving closer. In their hollow or cloudy eyes, there seemed to be a look of examination, a form of recognition. They were judging whether this intruder was a fellow or fertilizer. The sudden burst of scent from the tree earlier confused them. Despite the intense pain in her mind and body, Mu Xiang forced herself to stop all movement. She no longer ran or fought with her weapon, even trying to control her rapid breathing caused by fear. Slowly and stiffly, like a rusty puppet, she sheathed her short knife back at her waist. She mimicked the moss person's posture, slightly hunched, with her arms hanging limply at her sides. She summoned the faintest, almost negligible amount of wood element energy within her, not to attack, but carefully, as if dancing on a knife's edge, spreading this tiny bit evenly and steadily over her body. Her hands transformed into tiny vines, wrapping around her, imitating the weak, unstable, plant person state just after mutation. She lowered her head, letting her messy hair cover most of her face, only revealing a bit of her chin. Her eyes were vacant, trying to imitate the hollow, expressionless look of a plant person. She even attempted to slow her heartbeat and breathing to near hibernation levels. Time seemed to freeze. She could feel those cold, scrutinizing gazes sweeping over her. The strong spores smell from the mushroom creature almost choked her. When the tree approached, the faint creak of wood rubbing against itself sounded in her ears. The damp, decayed smell of moss clung to the moss person. Cold sweat, or perhaps fear-induced cold sweat, soaked her back, sticky and icy. The wounds on her arms and calves throb faintly, and the bleeding attracts tiny movements of moss on the ground. But she dares not move, not even swallow. Her mind is not silent. It seems there is silent communication among the plant-like beings. A deep, humming sensation, like countless roots rubbing underground, presses on her consciousness, creating a constant, irritating low noise. Every second feels like a long eternity. Finally, the plant-like being in the tree branch moves first. It stiffly turns its body and slowly walks toward a twisted big tree. Then, as before, it opens its wooden arms in a hugging gesture, slowly pressing itself against the trunk. Soon, its outline begins to blur, blending with the tree's bark, leaving only a faint human-shaped bump. Next is the mushroom creature. Its glow flickers slightly, then it slowly turns around and walks stiffly toward a dark, damp corner where thick decayed leaves pile up. It crouches down slowly, curling up, and the mushrooms on its body quickly absorb the moisture from the environment, becoming plumper. Soon, it looks like a mound of soil covered with mushrooms motionless. The moss person wriggles and slips back into the shadows beside the roots. Moss and tiny vines climb over its body again, covering it. A few figures in the bushes also slowly lower themselves, blending into the dense branches and flowers. The glow disappears. The feeling of pressure is not entirely gone, but the deadly sense of being targeted as prey has temporarily faded. They seem to have accepted her faint, unstable presence, carrying the scent of fresh plants, and have put her into the background of this silent hunting ground. The wooden creature still maintains its stiff, bowed posture, not daring to move. Cold sweat slides down her forehead, dripping onto the moss below, instantly absorbed. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and a sense of relief after surviving, she feels like she might be drowned by a rising tide. She knows this is only the beginning. She is trapped in this valley of vibrant life, yet deadly silence. Among countless cold eyes that could open at any moment and stare at her, either become fertilizer for the plants or join them. And her third choice, find a way to escape and survive. Deep in the valley, the huge, ancient, greedy thought seems not to have fully disappeared. Like the breath of a sleeping giant beast, it faintly sweeps through the silent jungle. This makes Mu Xiang more cautious, and her body becomes even stiffer. Her wandering here has come to a silent end, turning her into a prisoner struggling to survive under the watchful eyes of plants. Disguise has become Mu Xiang's breath and heavy chains. The survival after her initial escape did not bring relief, but dragged her into a more delicate and desperate game of living. There is no peace here, only constant watchfulness and endless, crazy noise in her mind. During the day in the valley, everything looks like a frozen painting, a silent grave. Thick green plants cover the silence, and even the air seems to have stopped moving. Mu Xiang has learned to survive like a real, simple. She must move very slowly, each step carefully calculated, like rusty gears turning with difficulty. She lifts her foot, then places it down, waiting several seconds before lifting the other. She avoids overly shiny moss, which seems more sensitive, and any place that looks like a fusing point. She once saw with her own eyes a seemingly ordinary ancient tree, big enough for 3 people to hug. In the cracks of its twisted roots, there was a half-human face embedded. The skin had merged with the bark, showing deep brown wood grain. The eyes were 2 dark hollows, with faint green light flickering inside, like sleeping monitors. She held her breath, stiffly moving past, feeling as if the hollow eye sockets were silently focusing on her. It was only after she moved 10 meters away that the cold feeling of being watched slightly eased. This was not an isolated case. Under a large moss-covered stone, thick, blood vessel-like red roots protruded from the ground. At the end of the roots, there were torn pieces of cloth and a small white finger bone, traces of some flower fertilizer. When she tried to go around, the roots slightly twitched, as if sensing a living creature. She froze like stone, waiting until the movement stopped, then slowly and gently slipped away. Their gazes are like motion-activated lights in a dark hallway. As soon as you pass by, they turn on and keep watching you until you leave their range or step into another person's sensing area. Every time her stomach clenched with hunger, or her throat felt dry like sandpaper, she could only endure as much as possible, waiting for her body to reach its limit, then quietly sipping some nutrient fluid. Feeling frustrated? That's deep despair, like being locked in a treasure vault, but starving to death. She didn't even dare to think about what was inside, afraid that strong thoughts might attract the attention of unseen forces. If the silence outside is frozen fear, then the scenes inside Mu Xiang's mind are like a never-ending, frantic madhouse. Since the time she was forced to use her plant-based powers and attracted the attention of the mother tree, her ability to sense plant energy was forcibly opened to an unclosable gap. This gap is like a pipe too, constantly flooding her mind with the mental noise of the entire valley's plant network. At first, it was a low hum, like billions of insects crawling and rubbing underground. But that was just the beginning. Soon, countless chaotic, overlapping, meaningless sounds appeared. They weren't real noises but mental echoes directly imprinted on her consciousness, carrying strong plant desires and twisted collective thoughts. Sunlight. Not enough. Not enough. A sharp, greedy voice echoed in her left ear. Nutrients.
Fresh.
Flower fertilizer.
Waste.
A hoarse, cruelly satisfied voice responded in her right ear.
Come. Come.
Together. We grow together. Countless voices repeated, layered, and echoed like a spell deep in her mind. This was the main melody, monotonous, obsessive, and maddeningly sticky. They came from all directions, moss at her feet, leaves overhead, and seemingly sleeping plants. Here.
Cold.
Roots. Deep in the ground. Water. Snatched. From me. Too crowded.
D. Bloom.
Must bloom. The most beautiful flower. The tones of these voices were strange. Childlike whispers, vengeful curses from old women, frantic roars from strong men, and inhuman murmurs like the friction of decayed wood. They intertwine without logic, talking about basic needs, sunlight, water, nutrients, space, and about rejecting different things like flowers used as fertilizer, and longing to fit in, be together. They argue, complain, beg, and command, creating a never-ending, chaotic sea of thoughts. The most frightening part is their repetition and endless echo. A phrase like come, come, come is received, processed, and repeated by countless minds, forming layers of sound that never stop. Come, 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 come. Together, 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 together. These sounds have no beginning or end, filling every corner of consciousness, like millions of needles constantly stabbing the nerves. Mu Xiang feels like her mind is a balloon being constantly inflated, close to bursting. Her temples throb, and she often sees tiny flashes of gold and flickering shadows. Thinking becomes very hard. Every clear thought struggles to surface amid the loud noise. She must focus all her willpower to keep up her fragile disguise and avoid losing her mind or moving strangely under the noise. She has learned to empty her mind, trying to make herself like a real piece of wood, reducing her sensitivity to external mental noise. But this takes a lot of effort, leaving her exhausted and often with a blank, numb look in her eyes. Finding a way out is her only hope to avoid completely breaking down. Even though hope is as faint as a candle in the wind, she still slowly and carefully explores the edge of the valley during each safe move. She once got close to a seemingly weak barrier, a sparse area made of huge thorn bushes. Behind the thorns, she faintly saw wider land and distant, barren mountain outlines. Hope flickered slightly, and suddenly, a strange change occurred. When she entered about 100 meters near the thorn bushes, a huge, cold, greedy, and malicious thought hit her mental defenses like a solid wave. It was more aggressive than the vast, indifferent mind of the mother tree. At the same time, the ground trembled violently. In the center of the thorn bushes, the soil boiled and surged like a raging sea. An unimaginably huge plant burst out of the ground. Its main trunk is thick and twisted, like countless giant snakes coiled together, showing a disgusting dark purple color. The scariest part is its branches. Those are not real branches, but many thick, writhing vines. Every vine's surface is densely embedded with human faces. Hundreds and thousands of faces. Men, women, children. All with expressions frozen in extreme pain, fear, and despair. Their skin blends with the purple vine skin, their features distorted and deformed, mouths wide open as if silently screaming. The eyes of each face are hollow, flowing with dark green, sticky liquid, like frozen tears. The sheer number of faces and the dense coverage of the vines create a moving, living picture of nourishment,
Fresh.
left behind, merge,
Become.
part of,
Pain.
so much pain, together pain, hate,
Kill.
kill everything. Countless faces speak at once, not with words, but with a wave of mental shock far stronger, more chaotic, and filled with extreme negative emotions than before. This wave is no longer just noise, but a fierce mental attack, directly hitting Mocha's mind. Ugh. Mocha is struck hard. Her vision suddenly goes dark, and it feels like warm liquid is flowing from her ears and nose, a physical manifestation of her mental overload. She feels her soul being torn apart and absorbed by these countless, painful thoughts. Her body's instincts override her will. She frantically steps back, using all her strength to cut off all connection with the plant energy outside, curling into a ball, desperately gathering her mental power inward to build the strongest defense barrier. The face-covered vines do not chase her but wave wildly, emitting silent roars. Every painful face is fixedly staring at the direction Mocha is fleeing. The area they cover forms an absolute death zone. Any living creature trying to approach the boundary, no matter how strong or weak, will be captured if its mental strength isn't enough to resist the mental pollution and physical devouring of this face-giant tree, becoming a new, suffering, wailing face on the vines. Mocha keeps retreating until she no longer feels that terrifying thought, then collapses to the ground, soaked in cold sweat, as if just pulled out of water. She gasps heavily, each breath carrying a bloody smell. The spiritual world is in chaos, with the frantic faces crying out as if echoing faintly inside her mind. These sounds blend with the background noise of the valleys, come, 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 creating a more complex hellish symphony. This path is a dead end. She doesn't dare think about other directions. Every time she nears the edge, she risks awakening a deeper, more terrifying boundary guardian. The faces on the stems are countless predecessors who tried to escape but failed. 3 days. That is the limit her body can endure. Her thirst causes her lips to open into bloody wounds. Hunger makes her stomach burn with pain. Her limbs tremble slightly from lack of energy and the strain of her tense disguise. She must replenish her energy. The nutrient fluid in the space is her only hope, but taking it out is a risky gamble. She chooses a relatively safe corner, a large, heavily weathered rock with a hollow at its base. It's shaded here, with little moss, and no obvious plant-human fusion points nearby. But appearances can deceive. Who knows if there are hidden eyes lurking in the cracks of the rock or deeper underground? She curls up in the shadow of the rock, shrinking her body to the smallest size, like an unremarkable stone. She closes her eyes, gathering all her mental strength, preparing for the dangerous operation. Carefully, as if opening a rusty gate, she slowly guides the faint source energy of her wood element within her body. A faint green glow flickers on her skin. Suddenly, the storm inside her skull intensifies sharply. Energy.
Fresh.
Wood element. Capture.
Draw.
Assimilate. Come, come, come. Hurry over. Join us. Countless voices, as if sensing blood, become sharper, more urgent, clearer. The layered come, come, come hits her consciousness like heavy hammers. Her head feels like it will split open. A dull pain spreads from her temples to the back of her head. Her thoughts slow and become sticky. She must grit her teeth, using iron willpower to resist this powerful pull and noise pollution, maintaining a stable energy output. No more, to attract the mother tree. No less, to form an effective shield. She guides the expanding wood element energy, not to attack, not to defend, but to control it with extreme precision. Thin, green energy threads like hair seep from her fingertips and skin, moving around her body as if alive, quickly weaving and wrapping. They absorb faint plant energy from the air, growing faster, thickening, and becoming denser. In a few breaths, a roughly half-foot thick cocoon made of fresh vines forms around her curled body. The vines emit a strong, plant-like scent, tightly wrapping and blending with her body and the items she's about to take out. At the moment the vine cocoon forms, her mind is almost overwhelmed. The noise feels like a sharp blade cutting into her. She dares not delay, her thoughts sinking into her space gear. There is no bright glow, only faint space fluctuations hidden by the vine scent. A small bag of nutrient liquid appears in her hand. She doesn't have time to open it properly, biting a small hole with her teeth and greedily squeezing the thick, strange-tasting liquid into her throat, desperate and reckless, ignoring the usual slow, stiff process of disguise. The nutrient liquid slides down her esophagus, bringing a faint warmth that temporarily eases her stomach's burning. But this small comfort is nothing against the overwhelming mental shock. Having replenished her energy, her body instinctively wants to relax and maintain this protective shell. But Mu Xiang knows that each extra second of maintenance increases the risk of being detected by the mother tree exponentially. Moreover, the continuous output of her wood-based powers has pushed her mental load to the limit. Her mind feels heavy, like it's filled with lead, dull pain making her almost want to. She endures the intense discomfort and temptation, beginning to reverse her actions. Her mental strength struggles to pull at the energy threads forming the vine cocoon, slowly causing them to wither and dissipate. This process might be easy elsewhere, but here it is slower and more difficult, like pulling her legs out of mud. Each vine that disappears weakens the noise in her mind a little, but the dull pain and exhaustion remain unchanged. When only the fake disguise remains, Mu Xiang collapses onto the cold rocks, exhausted, gasping heavily. Sweat soaks a small patch of moss beneath her. She feels drained, her dizziness from mental exhaustion making her spin. This brief recharge feels like surviving a fierce battle. The little energy she managed to gather was barely enough to keep her alive, but the cost was her mental health deteriorating further and an increased risk of exposure. She curled up in the shadow of a rock, motionless, like a real stubborn stone. The outside world was silent and still, surrounding her, while inside her mind, a relentless chorus of "Come, come, let's go together" played non-stop. This was accompanied by whispers about sunlight, nutrients, and death, becoming the only background noise in her consciousness. The greenery of the valley no longer symbolized life to her, but appeared as an endless, slow-consuming graveyard of terror. On the night of the full moon, the mother tree's call, faint within the flood of her mind, hung like a sharp sword above her head. As time passed, it drew closer inch by inch. The valley turned into a huge green maze, with each leaf like an observing eye. The scent of wood and plants, like a wild grass blown crooked by the wind, moved day after day within the folds of the valley. She dared not rush or slow down, each step carefully mimicking the sluggishness of the low plants around her. The moss under her feet was slippery and sticky. Every step she took made a faint, biting sound of adhesion, amplified in the silence, as if she were stepping on some living creature's skin. The sweet, rotten smell of decayed organic matter grew stronger, seeping into her nose and lungs, almost becoming part of her breath. With each inhale, she felt tiny, invisible spores quietly taking root inside her. Finding a way out was hopeless and futile. She moved cautiously, probing like an insect trapped in amber, futilely hitting an invisible barrier. Every time she approached the thorny boundary guarded by the face-shaped giant tree, even from a distance, the hundreds of faces frozen in extreme pain on the vines seemed to cast cold, sticky malice toward her. Silent screams and curses from deep within her soul felt like tangible spiritual toxins, stabbing fiercely into her already overwhelmed mind. She could only stumble backward. Each failure dimmed the faint flicker of hope in her heart. What was even more terrifying was the internal erosion. The mental hospital in her mind never stopped making noise. Instead, it grew louder and more intense. The never-ending chant of "Come,
Come, come.
let's go together" echoed like a festering wound deep in her mind, repeatedly shaking, layering, and resonating. It was no longer just background noise. It now carried more specific, closer thoughts. Lost.
Pour.
Stay. Root. Planted. Here. Home. Fragrant. Her scent. Mother tree. Likes. These fragmented thoughts, like tiny roots, quietly wrapped around her mind. She was terrified to realize she sometimes stared blankly at a patch of moss on the ground, feeling that its rich green color was very soothing. Seeing a ray of sunlight struggle through the thick canopy and cast spots of light, a strange longing flickered in her heart. Even for those strange, frightening plants hiding in the dark, she occasionally felt a twisted, almost belonging, sense of calm. This calm was more terrifying than fear. "No," she silently shouted inside, nails digging into her palms, trying to use sharp pain to stay awake. "I'm human. I'm not them." But every time she fought back, the noise in her head grew even louder. Her thoughts felt like soaked cotton, sinking deeper and becoming more sluggish. Her moments of clarity grew shorter, and numbness along with a strange sense of obedience, like cold waves slowly washed over her human nature. She looked at her hands, covered in tiny scratches and plant sap, sometimes feeling faint green veins beneath her skin. Still okay. When the first bright silver light, like a spotlight, pierced through the thick, murky fog of plant breath and spores that had lingered over the mountain valley for years, the entire silent valley suddenly seemed to be infused with a strange vitality. An invisible, vast will awakened. It did not come from a specific point but spread through every inch of damp air, seeped into every leaf's veins, and vibrated deep in the soil beneath her feet, full of decay and nutrients. This will, with an undeniable call, like the breath of an ancient sleeping god, brushed every corner of the valley. Mugxiang was curled up in the shadow of a large fern, trying to resist the wave of mental noise sweeping over her. At the moment of the summon, her whole body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by an invisible electric current. The silence of the outside world was broken, not by sound, but by the quiet roar of countless beings, awakening and moving. She saw in horror that the plants around her, which had been as still as fossils, whether half embedded in roots, disguised as bushes, or hanging upside down from vines, were now coming alive. Their movements were no longer the stiff, quick motions of hunting but slow, solemn, almost reverent steps. The flowering plants unfurled their petals under the moonlight, releasing a stronger, strange fragrance. Those fused with tree trunks seemed to peel away a blurry human shape from the wood grain. Moss-covered ones shook off their green fuzz, revealing their wooden limbs beneath. They moved silently, all without exception adjusting their direction, walking toward the deepest core of the valley, as if attracted by a magnetic force.
No.
Stop, Mugxiang cried out desperately in her heart. Her mind was suddenly flooded with icy coldness, waking her instantly, filled with extreme fear and resistance. She clearly sensed the source of the summon, the center of the valley, a terrifying presence that made her soul tremble. It was the mother nest, a black hole devouring everything. But her body betrayed her. An indescribable, instinctive force of great pull seized her limbs and bones. This power did not act on her muscles, but directly on every cell of her body, on the faint but real wood-based essence flowing in her blood. Her consciousness screamed wildly, "Stop! Turn around! Run!" But her legs, as if controlled by invisible strings, took the first step, then the second, then the third. Her movements became identical to those plants, slow, stiff, with a strange sense of devotion. She joined this silent, terrifying pilgrimage, becoming one of them. Every step crushed her reason and fear, shattering them. She felt like a desperate prisoner trapped inside her own body, helplessly watching herself walk toward the abyss. Tears silently flowed from her hollow, numb eyes, sliding down her cold cheeks and dropping onto the shiny moss beneath her, then vanishing instantly. The moonlight cast a cold glow on her pale face, illuminating her uncontrollable steps toward destruction. In the depths of the valley, beneath the tangled, ancient giant trees, a relatively open clearing appeared. At its center stood the source of chaos, pressure, and summons, the mother tree of the giants. Even with the deepest fear and hatred in her heart, the scent of wood, upon first seeing its true form bathed in full moonlight, caused her mind to freeze and go blank for a moment. It was a beauty beyond ordinary understanding, cold, non-human, and grand. Its trunk was not the twisted, tangled giant tree she imagined. Instead, it looked like countless flowing, semi-transparent crystal veins gathered together. Under the clear moonlight, it emitted a gentle, dreamy glow, like a frozen galaxy or a sacred pillar carved from pure crystal. The crown of the tree was not made of branches and leaves, but of countless hanging, equally transparent roots. These roots were thick as pythons and thin as hair, layered and intertwined, forming a shimmering silver curtain that covered the entire clearing and pulsed faintly. Within this curtain, tiny specks of light drifted and flickered, like stars breathing and pulsating. The moonlight penetrated effortlessly through its semi-transparent trunk and roots, casting shifting, mysterious shadows on the ground. It stood quietly, ancient, peaceful, and sacred, like the only pure light of salvation in this cursed valley. But beneath this stunning glow, there was a deeper horror. Inside the thick, semi-transparent roots near the base of the trunk, she saw imperfections. They were blurry, twisted, and wrapped within the crystal veins, human-shaped outlines. Not just one. Some curled like babies, some stretched like suffering souls, and others were only half a body. They looked like ancient insects sealed in amber, frozen forever in their last moments of pain or confusion. These shapes were not clear, seeming to be remnants of the tree's slow digestion and dissolution of its immense energy, yet enough to tear apart the sacred appearance and reveal a glimpse of its consuming nature. At this moment, all the gathered plants and beings had reached the edge of the clearing. They faced the mother tree like the most devout followers, kneeling down and pressing their bodies tightly against the damp ground. Some stretch out their wooden arms as if to hug. Others bury their heads deep in moss. Those with flowers turn their blossoms toward the mother tree with great effort. A large, unified wave of mental energy rises from them, filled with admiration, devotion, and a deep sense of belonging, silently flowing toward the great tree of light. Mu Xiang's body also kneels uncontrollably, driven by this powerful will. Cold mud soaks her knees, and the strong smell of decayed earth fills her nose. Humiliation and despair bite at her heart like poisonous snakes, but she cannot even lift a finger to resist. At the moment she kneels, from behind the curtain of the mother tree's luminous roots, a small, seemingly insignificant, but incredibly agile and bright root emerges. Like a silver snake with its own will, it suddenly reaches out. It ignores the distance of space and Mu Xiang's feeble resistance, accurately and gently pointing directly at the center of her forehead.
Child.
A vast, gentle, compassionate, and loving thought floods her mind like a warm tide, instantly calming her chaotic thoughts. This voice echoes deep within her soul, bringing a peaceful serenity that makes her feel lost. Welcome back, wandering spirit. You have found your eternal home. Release your chains. Abandon the false self. Merge with us.
Share this
Everlasting life.
and peace.
This thought is like the sweetest poison, each word striking her most exhausted and longing for freedom soul. It paints a picture of painless, conflict-free harmony with all things, a blissful scene contrasting sharply with the terrifying reality of the valley. Mu Xiang's numb mind almost gives in to this gentle comfort, ready to surrender all her pain, fear, and resistance to the peace,
Come. Merge.
inequality, and coexistence. The mother tree's thought continues to pour into her, trying to break down her last defenses. But just as the shining root tip is about to pierce her skin and fully draw her into the eternal peace network, a completely different force, originating from the deepest core of Mu Xiang's life essence, suddenly erupts with a loud burst. It did not come from outside but from within her, specifically from the small, suppressed, and often feared wooden-type supernatural core inside her. This power was full of raw, wild, and unyielding anger. It was like a fierce beast trapped for ages, roaring its last and most violent cry as it faced being completely consumed and dissolved. Roar! An invisible mental roar burst from her out-of-control energy core. This roar instantly shattered the gentle mental comfort of the mother tree. Next, an unimaginable, predatory force erupted from the point on her forehead where a needle was about to pierce her. Instead of connecting with or merging with the mother tree, her wild, supernatural core, like a hungry ghost smelling a delicious treat, greedily and madly pulled back the vast energy transmitted through the roots of the mother tree. The huge, semi-transparent body of the mother tree, made of countless flowing particles of light, twisted and trembled violently for the first time. It no longer emitted gentle, caring thoughts but a piercing scream filled with disbelief, pain, and furious rage, echoing through the entire mental network. This scream exploded in the minds of all the kneeling plants and her soul. What is inside you? That voice was distorted and deformed, no longer divine, only filled with offense, plunder, and an extreme fury caused by some unknown terrifying backlash. An enormous flow of energy and information, like a flood of destruction, surged along the shining root. It was violently torn, swallowed, and backflowed into her mind by her out-of-control supernatural core. This torrent contained terrifying energy accumulated over countless years by the mother tree, shattered memories and grudges of countless creatures it had devoured, and all the information and spiritual marks of the entire valley's plant network. It was too vast, too chaotic, too filthy. Her consciousness, like a tiny boat caught in a storm, could only feel a cold, chaotic flood rushing into her mind, so overwhelming that it instantly flooded and destroyed her fragile mental world. An endless, absolute darkness, carrying the unbearable pain of a soul being torn apart, swallowed her last sense of awareness. In the last moment of her fading consciousness, she seemed to feel something at the top of her head where the roots had touched. It broke through the skin, carrying a new, sharp, and resilient life force, and slowly emerged. On the open ground, the group of vegetative beings knelt in a state of confusion and stiffness. The mother tree's painful tremors and furious screams caused chaos in their sparse minds. The sparkling roots connected to Mu Xiang's forehead, which were being violently drained of energy in reverse. They trembled intensely, and their glow quickly dimmed. Mu Xiang remained kneeling, completely still. The cold moonlight shone on her pale face. A tiny, almost invisible bright green sprout was slowly emerging from beneath her hairline, two tiny, resilient leaf buds full of unyielding will. The mother tree, realizing a solution, cut off the root connected to Mu Xiang. The small new leaves immediately grew longer, merging like palms and gripping the broken root to fiercely again. The root broke apart and disappeared. A thick root quickly emerged from the ground, wrapping around Mu Xiang, then spun her around as if discarding something dirty, tossing her far out of the valley. At the moment Mu Xiang was thrown, the small leaves also changed shape. A layer of sturdy, hollow vines wrapped around her, like a ghostly sphere. She landed and rolled away. Mu Xiang was fixed in the center by the thinnest vines and wrapped in the most delicate leaves. She traveled a long distance before stopping, though the exact distance was unclear. The vine sphere spun. Layer after layer of green leaves grew, sealing her inside and forming a huge green cocoon. The tiny sprout returned to its original form and retracted to the top of Mu Xiang's head. Mu Xiang remained unconscious, uncertain when she would wake up again. Darkness was like thick ink slowly fading away. Mu Xiang felt like a fossil that had slept for billions of years, her consciousness struggling to awaken deep within cold rock layers. At first, she sensed only faint awareness. Beneath her was not cold earth but a tough, cool support with a rhythmic life force, as if wrapped in a living cradle. Then, she felt her eyelids grow heavy. Every time she tries to lift the curtain that blocks out the light, it feels like pushing a huge boulder, only causing tiny, almost unnoticeable tremors in her eyelashes. She doesn't know where she is. Is she inside the clear roots of the mother tree, becoming part of its eternal peace collection? Or has she been completely broken down and digested, with her remaining consciousness just a fleeting illusion before energy disperses? The noise has disappeared. The terrifying mental chaos, like countless frantic insects gnawing and endlessly echoing, come, together. The chaotic energy that nearly overwhelmed her soul has vanished without a trace. A new kind of emptiness fills her mind. But this emptiness is not dead silence. If her previous mental world was like a small pond battered by storms, muddy and on the verge of overflowing, now it has become an endless, deep, and peaceful ocean. Her consciousness drifts slowly across this vast, boundless mental ocean. There is no direction, no boundary, only a strange, almost eternal calm. The water is clear, reflecting the faintest glimmers from her inner light. But this peaceful ocean is not completely silent. A voice, like a pearl dropped into the deep sea, echoes with a crisp resonance, rippling across the vast sky and water. The song is simple, pure, with a naive and joyful innocence like a newborn calf. The melody is straightforward, but the lyrics cause her residual awareness to ripple intensely. No fragrance of flowers, little grass unknown to others. The singing seems to stumble, producing a confused little sniff, as if trying to remember something. Never lonely, never troubled. That doesn't seem right. This innocent song and confused hum sharply the frozen surface of her awareness, like in icy water. No, this can't be right. This voice, so pure, like mountain spring water dripping, free of impurities, belonging entirely to a small being. How could such a voice exist in this strange place? Even the faintest consciousness of the weakest plant human, like moss, echoes with a distorted, hoarse, muddy sound layered with countless thoughts. And the powerful tree-like beings' voices are even more like the friction of ancient trees, full of an inhuman texture. And that mother tree, which claims to be a god, has a voice filled with countless sounds of men, women, children, and elders, a grand chorus. It is full of falsehood that makes people feel lost and a coldness that devours everything. Such purity, such. The voice of a human child could never belong to this valley. Moreover, the song it sings, that lullaby from her past life, belonging to another peaceful and safe world. Little grass. How could it know? A cold, bone-chilling thought suddenly seized her. She had indeed been swallowed. She was completely consumed by that beautiful yet terrifying giant mother tree. Her body became its nourishment, her energy was absorbed, and her memories were read and stripped away, played freely like trophies. This pure, childish voice was just the mother tree mimicking her fragmented memories, mocking her last remaining soul. It had grown smarter, more cunning, using her deepest, softest memories to break her final resistance. Sure enough, she would turn into flower fertilizer. Or maybe a face on a vine. Despair, like cold seawater, tried to drown her newly awakened consciousness again. While Mu Xiang closed her eyes, floating in endless self-denial and fear, that innocent voice suddenly stopped humming. It began to speak. Mom, the voice was cautious, like a newly hatched bird calling. Mom, the pitch rose slightly, full of hope and a hint of nervousness.
Mom.
You're awake now. This time, it was a clear, joyful shout, fragile, like a candy bouncing in a glass dish.
Mom.
You finally woke up. Joy exploded like fireworks, creating happy ripples in Mu Xiang's vast mental ocean. Mom. Yaya has been waiting for you so long that even the flowers are wilting. The voice carried a little bit of grievance, like a tiny nose sound. Mom. Yaya really likes you. Pure, unconditional attachment, like the warmest sunshine, trying to pierce through the icy layer deep inside Mu Xiang's mind. Mom, Mom, Mom. Those calls of Mom sounded like a group of eager little fish, happily gathering at the shore of Mu Xiang's consciousness, opening and closing their tiny mouths, making a series of crisp, frequent calls. Sound gathered together, forming a strange, echoing resonance. Mama, 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 calling so loudly that her surface consciousness felt tiny, tingling currents. Mu Xiang kept her eyes closed, but her brows furrowed slightly because of the persistent, noisy, yet oddly affectionate call. The fear of being swallowed still lingered, and this strange, mental pollution made her already confused mind even more foggy. At that moment, she felt a very faint touch on her forehead. It wasn't from outside, but from above her head, as if something very soft, warm with life, was gently and carefully pressed against her skin, curious and attached. Then the sensation started to move. Two small, tender things, as delicate as new leaves, with a slight coolness and resilience, clumsily pressed against her cheek, like a baby learning to walk. The touch was fine and gentle, carrying a faint, pleasant plant scent. They felt like tiny hands trying to protect her, softly supporting her face. Mama, the childish voice sounded again, this time with a hint of slight grievance and worry. Look at Yaya. Yaya isn't a little goldfish, the voice emphasized, as if misunderstood. Mom. Open your eyes and look. The voice was full of eager hope. Mu Xiang was still lost in the despair of being swallowed, reading memories and residual consciousness, ignoring the call. A thought floated through her mind. It's over. My consciousness is completely confused. Even talking to myself to comfort is happening. I'm going to die for sure. The small thing above her seemed to sense a resistance. The two tender leaves supporting her cheeks, with a determined effort, started to move upward. One leaf was extremely gentle but persistent, and carefully pressed against her upper eyelid edge. Then, it gently lifted upward. Blinding, long-lost sunlight, warm with life, like a red-hot sword, suddenly pierced through the heavy darkness in front of Mu Xiang's eyes. Ugh! Mu Xiang instinctively let out a short, muffled sound. Her eyes shrank sharply from the sudden bright light, and tears burst out naturally. A wave of fear swept through her like lightning. The sensation of someone pulling at her eyelids felt so real. This was definitely not a confusing hallucination. Her instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed all her confused thoughts. Mu Xiang suddenly opened her eyes wide. Even though tears blurred her vision and the bright light hurt her eyes, she immediately became alert, like a frightened animal, and quickly looked around in all directions. What she saw was not the tree roots that seemed to swallow life, nor the twisted, terrifying plants in the valley. She was trapped inside a dense, airtight ball made of countless green vines. The vines were thick and tough, radiating a strong sense of life and a familiar, calming wooden energy that made her feel safe. These vines were not dead. They moved slowly like living snakes, winding around to keep the safe cocoon shape, with tiny rays of light shining through the gaps. Beneath her was a soft bed woven from the vines themselves. A vine ball. These are her vines. Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The breath she had been holding, as if frozen in her chest, slowly and tremblingly escaped. Her stiff body also loosened a little. Almost at the same time, she felt something above her head shrink back quickly, leaving only a faint, affectionate ripple of mental energy. Mu Xiang's eyes instinctively followed that feeling upward, but all she saw was the intertwined vines above her. She blinked, adjusted to the light, and carefully looked around again. The inside of the vine ball was small, just enough for her to curl up. The vines emitted a gentle green glow, lighting up the space. Besides her, there was nothing else. What was that thing that just pulled at her eyelids? And those mama sounds. A wave of confusion and exhaustion flooded her like a tide. She closed her eyes, rubbed her still sore and teary eyes hard, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her pounding heart and chaotic thoughts. Whatever it was, at least now she seemed safe for the moment, and she was out of that nightmare-like valley. When she opened her eyes again, her vision was much clearer. She carefully focused her mind, activating the somewhat unfamiliar wooden energy within her. With a slight movement of her mind, the vine ball approached a small area in front of her face. The vines, as if alive, silently and slowly wriggled apart, revealing a tiny slit for one eye to observe through. Mushi held her breath, leaned closer to the slit, and looked outside. All she saw was a desolate, reddish-brown landscape. There was no dense, suffocating greenery, no moss or vines everywhere, and no cold eyes hidden in tree roots or behind bushes. Outside were exposed, huge, fierce-looking dark red rocks. Between the rocks, there was dry, reddish-brown dirt. The sky was gray and cloudy, unlike the fog of spores that hung over the valley all year round, allowing her to see the distant sky clearly. The air was dry, carrying a scent of dust and scorched rocks from the hot sun, very different from the damp, sweet, and nauseating smell of decayed organic matter in the valley. This realization hit Mushi like an electric shock. A huge, unreal joy instantly overwhelmed all her exhaustion and doubts. She had really escaped from that silent green. She didn't bother to think about how she got out, nor about the strange feeling above her head or the little singing thing in her mind. Her strong desire to survive pushed her. Leave. Immediately. Right now. Get as far away from this terrible place as possible. She forced her stiff and numb body, as if sleeping for centuries, to move quickly, controlling the vine ball. The tough vine ball, like a blooming lotus, silently and swiftly unfurled layer by layer, freeing her. Her feet touched the solid ground again, though covered with broken stones, feeling the dry wind brush her face. Mushi almost cried. She greedily took a few deep breaths of this free air, even though it smelled of dust. Without hesitation, she didn't even check her body's condition or tidy up her disheveled clothes, torn and covered with dried mud, green moss juice, and unknown stains. Her hair was tangled into a mess. She quickly took a large, sandy-colored cloak from her space gear, wrapping herself from head to toe, leaving only her eyes visible, still shaken but incredibly determined. She quickly identified her direction, away from the faint green shadow behind the reddish-brown mountain rocks that made her heart race. Then, she took a step forward, no longer moving stiffly and slowly, like in a valley. Instead, she is running with all her strength. Her legs felt a bit weak and floaty from long rest and previous energy bursts, but the quiet energy inside her seemed to wake up completely as she ran. A purer, more powerful energy, like some strange life force, surged through her like a thawed river, rushing through her dry veins. Wherever this energy passed, it loosened her stiffness, eased her soreness, and gave her a new sense of strength and lightness. She looked like a yellow-brown shadow blending into the wind, quickly moving through the red-brown rocky landscape. She crossed steep slopes and deep ravines, leaving the nightmare valley far behind. Her speed increased, and her movements became more coordinated. The setting sun cast a long golden shadow of her, until dusk fell and the stars began to appear. When she reached a relatively flat and wide mountaintop, she finally slowed down. She gasped heavily, her lungs working like bellows. Sweat soaked her clothes, but she felt very excited. After making sure it was safe around her, she took out an item from her space gear. It was a large, 5-meter-high baobab tree. This was also something she prepared while resting in the desert. The thick trunk was cleverly divided inside. One part was a small bathroom with a shower head and simple drainage, another was a tiny bedroom with soft mats and thin blankets, and there was even a small living room with a foldable table and chairs, just big enough for one person to turn around. Xiang entered the treehouse quickly and closed the wooden door that smelled of fresh wood. It kept everything outside. Her first action was to rush to the small shower room. She turned on the simple shower head made of vines and water-storing plant roots. Cool, plant-scented water washed over her, thanks to the treehouse's built-in filtration. It washed away dirt, sweat, and the deep, rotten valley smell clinging to her. The water flowed over her skin, giving her a feeling of almost rebirth and cleanliness. She washed for a long time, until her skin turned red and the sticky, watchful feeling was completely washed away. She changed into clean, soft clothes and went to the living room. She took out a sealed, heated, fragrant concentrated nutrient soup from her space gear. She sipped it slowly. The warm, nourishing soup slid down her throat, soothing her cold stomach and gently easing the nerves that had been tense for far too long.
Safe, clean, full.
These 3 words, almost a luxury in the wasteland, now wrapped around Muxiang's weary soul like a stream of warmth. Only then did the exhaustion and mental shock she had been suppressing rise to the surface, heavy and clear, like rocks revealed after the tide recedes. She set down the empty bowl and let out a long, deep breath. Her gaze finally fell on the inner wall of the treehouse, where the vines had cleared a smooth, mirror-like patch. It was time to face the anomaly above her head. She walked to the mirror, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted her head. In the reflection, she saw a pale, tired face, clean now, though still marked by fear and the sharpness of survival. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, fixed on the crown of her head. It wasn't empty. A tiny, tender green sprout, as thin as a newborn bean stem, was pushing its way out from her hair. At its tip were 2 small, heart-shaped leaves, fresh and glistening. The little leaves trembled slightly, as if curious and cautious, studying both Muxiang and the astonished expression on her face. Muxiang. Muxiang in the mirror. The air seemed to freeze. A few seconds later, the slightly larger leaf moved, just a tiny, tentative nod toward the mirror. At the same time, a young, cheerful voice, full of joy and a hint of pride, echoed clearly in Muxiang's mind. Mommy. Look, Yaya is here. The door of the treehouse shut out the desolation and danger of the outside world, creating a small, precious space for rest. Muxiang leaned against the warm wooden wall, her whole body relaxed as she sank into the soft beanbag chair. After more than 2 months of tension, her nerves, stretched to the limit like a drawn bowstring, finally loosened with a faint hum. Then came a wave of exhaustion, rolling over her like a mountain crashing down. It spread from the depths of her soul to every muscle and bone, so heavy that even lifting a finger felt difficult. The constant watching eyes in the valley, the endless noise in her mind, the terrifying ritual under the full moon, the cold touch of the mother tree's roots pressing against her forehead, and finally, the darkness and surge of energy that swallowed everything. Every image, sound, touch, and emotion burst out like a Pandora's box flung open, tearing apart the fragile calm she had just found. She curled up, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees and burying her face deep in her arms. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lower lip so hard, she tasted the metallic tang of blood. It wasn't a wound of the body, but a reaction left by a mind pushed beyond its limits. That silent green valley had become a nightmare carved deep into her soul.
Mommy?
A small, worried voice echoed timidly in the empty sea of her mind, like a pebble dropped into still water. Muxiang's body froze, then began to shake even more. Right, there was still that strange little thing above her head, the one that could talk and called her mommy. Was it a new kind of corruption? A remnant of the mother tree?
Or,
Mommy, don't be scared. The voice tried to comfort her, clumsy but sincere. Bad tree.
gone now.
Bud will protect Mommy. A faint touch brushed the top of her head. Not a push, but a gentle, warm caress full of life. 2 tiny green leaves softly stroked her hair, like the gentlest fingers. A weak yet pure and peaceful energy flowed from that touch, like warm spring sunlight, slowly spreading through Muxiang's tense body and chaotic mind. Though small, the energy carried a strange power to soothe. It was like an invisible hand, gently smoothing the storm of memories in her mind, calming them for a while. Under its warmth, her trembling slowly faded away. Muxiang did not lift her head, nor did she respond. But her tense body slowly relaxed and stretched out under Yaya's clumsy comforting and the gentle warmth that continued to flow. A huge wave of exhaustion washed over her completely. She kept curled up, her mind slipping into a deep sleep filled with safety and deep tiredness, almost like unconsciousness. She didn't know how long she slept. When she opened her eyes again, the soft green glow from the vines inside the treehouse was still there, making it hard to tell day from night. Her body felt like it had been taken apart and put back together, every bone aching softly. But the shock and tension in her mind had mostly gone, replaced by a deep, calm exhaustion, like having survived a disaster. A steady, faint breathing sound came from above. Yaya was sleeping too. 2 small leaves drooped softly, close to her hair. Muxiang didn't move. She lay quietly, feeling her body slowly regain strength and sensing the tiny, real connection of life above her. Fear and doubt still remained, but the pure comfort energy Yaya sent during her worst moments was like a seed quietly planted in her frozen heart. Time seemed to lose meaning in this small treehouse. Muxiang didn't rush to leave. She needed to recover not just her strength but also her spirit and will, which had been almost destroyed by the strange valley. And the little creature above her, whose origin was unknown but seemed closely connected to her, also needed time to observe, understand, and even communicate. In the first few days, Muxiang mostly slept or sat quietly. She carefully looked inward and was surprised to find her meridians had become much stronger and wider. The wood element energy flowing through them was no longer a gentle trickle but a rushing stream, pure, refined, full of vibrant life. This energy seemed to be closely linked to the tiny sprout above her. Yaya? Muxiang tried calling this name for the first time, with a small hint of curiosity. Wow! The little creature above instantly woke up, its 2 leaves standing upright, and a wave of excitement spread through its mental waves. Mama calls Yaya. Mama calls Yaya. The childish voice happily spun in her mind.
Who?
What exactly are you? Mu Xiang asked her main doubt. The little one answered confidently, with the innocence of a newborn calf. It's Mommy's sprout. It grew for Mommy. The thought it sent was clear, pointing directly to the powerful wood energy core inside Mu Xiang's body, and to herself. Mu Xiang fell silent. She recalled the final moment of that full moon night, the violent backlash of her wood energy core, wildly absorbing the energy of the mother tree. Could it be that this tiny sprout was born from that storm of energy, a fusion of her own wood power and the vast energy of the mother tree, forming a new, independent consciousness? The thought shook her deeply. If that was true, then the sprout was essentially a part of her own power, a living crystal of her wood ability. But somehow, this crystal had developed its own innocent awareness. Mommy, I'm hungry. The sprout's thought interrupted her reflection, carrying a hint of sadness and a longing for pure energy. Mu Xiang's heart stirred. She carefully drew out a thread of pure wood energy from within herself and gently sent it upward.
Yay!
The sprout let out a joyful cheer. Its two tiny leaves spread wide, as if opening their arms, eagerly yet tenderly absorbing the energy. The green veins glowed faintly, light flowing through them. The leaves grew fuller and brighter, radiating vibrant life. At the same time, a stream of pure, gentle energy, filled with happiness, flowed back from the sprout into Mu Xiang's body, nourishing her spirit and meridians. The feeling was wonderful. It was like a cycle of energy, or perhaps a resonance of life itself. Mu Xiang could clearly sense the sprout's joy and satisfaction, as if they were her own emotions. In the days that followed, Mu Xiang began to consciously interact and experiment with the sprout. She soon discovered that the sprout's control over energy was astonishingly precise. When she tried to move a vine to pick up a cup, her movements were stiff and slow. But the sprout only needed to send a faint thought, and the vine moved as smoothly as an arm, gently lifting the cup and placing it in Mu Xiang's hand, without spilling a single drop. It seems to naturally understand how to communicate with plants and how to use minimal energy to achieve the greatest effect. Muxiang quietly observes and learns this instinctive control skill. Muxiang once tentatively asked Yaya if it could still hear the terrifying collective mental noise in the valley. Yaya sent back a confused thought. Noisy? No, only Mama.
And light.
Warm. In its perception, the world seems very quiet, with only Muxiang's mental waves and the pure life energy of nature, sunlight, rain, soil nutrients, etc. It appears to naturally block out the chaotic, muddy collective consciousness noise, resonating only with pure life energy and Muxiang's emotions. This reassures Muxiang greatly. Muxiang begins to try combining her special abilities with Yaya's powers. She concentrates, extending her perception outward like invisible tendrils sweeping over the area outside the treehouse. At the same time, she sends a thought to Yaya. Yaya, help Mama see farther and more precisely. The tiny Yaya on her head gently sways, spreading a more delicate and sharp plant perception like ripples, layering onto Muxiang's sensing network. Suddenly, her view of the world changes. She can clearly sense every breath of a stubborn little grass in a 100 meters away, hear the faint tremors of earthworms moving underground, and even track the flow of extremely sparse water molecules in the air. The range, accuracy, and depth of her exploration have made a huge leap. Next, she uses her wood-based powers to catalyze several tough vines that wind out from the walls of the treehouse, weaving like spirit snakes through the narrow space. This creates a simple defensive web. Yaya, reinforce the nodes, add thorns. As soon as the command is given, Yaya's two leaves glow with a faint green light. At the key points where the vines intersect, denser fibers grow instantly, greatly increasing structural strength. Meanwhile, countless tiny, sharp, metallic glinting wooden thorns silently emerge from the surface of the vines. The entire vine net instantly transforms from a binding tool into a deadly thorn trap. Its speed and complexity far surpass Muxiang's solo control. Finally, Muxiang takes out a small grass containing radiation from her space gear. She places the grass in her palm and carefully uses her wood energy to investigate. She could sense the chaos of energy inside the small grass and a cold, corrosive, destructive force lurking within, like a festering sore. But this feeling was vague, as if seen through a frosted glass. Yaya, Muxiang focused her mind. Look at it, those bad things. Yaya's leaves immediately turned toward the radiation grass, slightly drooping as if concentrating intently. In an instant, a clearer, more detailed view shared into Muxiang's mind.
Muxiang saw it.
Inside the seemingly whole leaves of the small grass, there were dense, web-like veins emitting a murky purple-black glow. These veins greedily absorbed the plant's life force and constantly released destructive energy particles. Deeper in the roots, several thick, viscous purple-black energies, like sticky oil, gathered. These were the core sources of radiation pollution. This view was no longer a vague energy sense, but like a microscopic look at the molecular level, clearly showing the shape, distribution, and activity of the radiation pollution.
Bad stuff.
Dirty. Yaya sent a clear, disgusted thought.
Can
I remove it? Muxiang asked with a hint of hope and nervousness.
Yes. Yaya.
Eat. Eat. The little creature's mind was confident, as if it was a simple snack. Its two tiny heart-shaped leaves suddenly glowed with a very pure, almost transparent green light. Muxiang also activated her pure wood energy, gentle like a caring guide, wrapping around the small grass. This protected its fragile structure from being damaged by the upcoming purification and supported Yaya's power. The green glow at Yaya's leaf tips, like a living water, flowed softly over the grass's leaves. A miracle happened. The fierce purple-black radiation veins seen in Muxiang's interview instantly shrank and emitted a silent hissing sound, like ice melting under the sun. They were quickly broken down and dissolved, transforming from stubborn destructive energy into the most basic, harmless particles. The dirty core at the root of those few clusters seemed to encounter a natural enemy, struggling and twisting violently. However, under the gentle yet powerful green light, it quickly shrank, disintegrated, and was completely swallowed and purified by the green glow, turning into wisps of black smoke. The entire process took only a few moments. The small grass in Muxiang's palm was changing dramatically before the eyes. The twisted, yellowed leaves lost their dull color, becoming smooth and rounded. They now looked vibrant and healthy, a bright green, with veins like shining jade, clear and beautiful. The dark purple-black lines at the roots disappeared, replaced by full, white, and fragrant soil. The whole plant seemed to have been reborn. It changed from a fierce, radiation-like monster into a normal, lively little grass. A fresh, pure, and lively plant aroma naturally spread out, refreshing the mind. This is the true smell of life. The natural scent unpolluted and untainted. Yaya sent a clear feeling of satisfaction and happiness, like a child licking a delicious candy.
Sweet.
I like it. It seemed that devouring and purifying those disgusting radiation impurities was just a relaxing and enjoyable little treat for it. The green glow on the leaves gradually faded, making the plant look fuller and more vibrant. Yaya's satisfied thoughts felt like it had just enjoyed a hearty meal. Every attempt brought new surprises and deeper understanding. Muxiang clearly realized that Yaya was not just a simple accessory. It was a rebirth of her wood-type ability, a new form born from strength in desperation. It had its own intelligence and could act independently, yet it was connected to her core, sharing her thoughts. Its existence greatly improved Muxiang's control, energy conversion efficiency, and perception sensitivity. It also gave her ability a new life and spirit, making it more active and lively than ever before. Besides refining her skills, their daily interactions were filled with clumsy warmth. Muxiang sat in front of the only small window in her treehouse, staring at the barren, reddish-brown mountain rocks outside. When she was lost in thought, Yaya would gently brush her forehead with a leaf, sending simple feelings of warmth and love for Mommy. When Moxiang's breathing became unstable and her mind fluctuated intensely due to memories of the valley, Yaya would immediately quiet down and try hard to release a pure, peaceful energy, like a warm little hand gently smoothing the waves inside her heart. Moxiang tried to feed Yaya different types of energy, pure water energy, concentrated wood energy, and even some other unused energy crystals from her space. Yaya was especially fond of pure wood and water vapor energies, while she was more indifferent toward other energy crystals. Even small leaves holding other energy crystals could absorb them, and sometimes transform them into pure wood energy through her own absorption. This discovery made Moxiang very happy, as it meant she would have many more resources to help her develop her special abilities. Sometimes, Moxiang would softly talk to the top of her head, no longer testing but sharing her feelings almost like talking to herself, about the desolation of the wasteland, fragments of memories of lost teammates, and her confusion about the future. Most of the time, Yaya just listened quietly, offering a sense of companionship with Mama and Yaya is here. Occasionally, when she sensed Moxiang's strong sadness, Yaya would try to comfort her by rubbing her ear with her leaves, sending a gentle, "Don't cry" thought, clumsy but sincere. 2 months passed quietly amid the green glow of the treehouse and the red-brown mountains in the background. Moxiang's body had fully recovered, even stronger than before, with abundant and vigorous energy flowing inside her. Though her mental scars hadn't completely healed, the nightmare-like panic had been mostly soothed by time and the small warmth above her head, replaced by a new presence called Yaya. The exhaustion in her eyes was replaced by a calm, restrained sharpness. Yaya, too, had grown from those 2 timid little tender leaves into a more robust form. Her stem was still slender, but shone with a jade-like luster. The 2 heart-shaped leaves had become thicker and fuller, dripping with vibrant green, with clear veins like flowing jade. Her thoughts communicated more clearly and smoothly. Though her thinking was still like that of a naive child, her perception of Moxiang's emotions and her energy coordination had become increasingly harmonious. Mommy, one day, when Muxiang stood at the door of the treehouse, gazing at the vast, sand and wind-eroded wilderness in the distance, Yaya's mental message arrived, carrying a rare sense of clarity and eagerness. Outside.
Big. Bright. Yaya.
Wants to see. Muxiang raised her hand and gently touched the 2 tiny, curious, swaying leaves on her head. A warm sense of life and pure dependence came from her fingertips. She took a deep breath of the dry but free air, and the last bit of hesitation in her eyes disappeared. "Okay," she replied softly, a faint but genuine smile appearing on her lips. "Let's go." The treehouse vanished behind her and was stored away in space. Muxiang tightened her yellow-brown cloak, took a step forward, and once again set foot on the wasteland. This time, her figure was no longer alone. The small patch of fresh green above her head stubbornly declared life and hope amid the dull, yellow world. The continuous reddish-brown mountains looked like the earth's dried ribs, stretching across Muxiang's path. The canyon was deep and dark, with steep cliffs on both sides like axes carved from stone. The sunlight was stingy, only illuminating the highest rocky ridges, while the lower parts sank into frightening shadows. Having experienced that silent green, Muxiang instinctively disliked narrow, enclosed spaces completely swallowed by shadows. She preferred a more difficult and exposed way, climbing over. "Yaya, up there, 3 inches to the left, there's a protruding stone. Is it steady?" Her mental message was like a silent command. "Very steady." "Mommy, hold on." Yaya's cheerful and precise reply came from above. 2 leaves slightly adjusted direction, pointing at the target. Muxiang took a deep breath, pushed off the ground, and leapt lightly. At the same time, several resilient green vines shot out from her fingertips and her backpack, disguised as a disguise. They didn't just tangle randomly, but, guided by Yaya's subtle energy, precisely wrapped around the protruding rock Yaya pointed to, as well as 2 other small shrubs confirmed by Yaya's quick scan. with roots embedded in the cracks. The vines instantly tightened, providing strong and steady pulling force. Muxiang's body traced a clean arc in midair and landed steadily at the target spot. Under her unstable footing, new vines like agile snakes reached out, climbing higher toward the next marked resting point. Her movements were quick and smooth, with a strange rhythm. As the vines stretched and retracted, and her companion guided her precisely, she climbed the nearly vertical cliff like a spider with many energy, long legs, moving faster and more steadily than the most agile mountain goats. Each step avoided loose rocks. Each vine wrapped around a that was the most secure. Her companion's presence made her highly aware of the rock formations and plant root systems, helping her avoid all potential dangers. Climbing was no longer a hard task but a strange kind of practice, a conversation with the mountain and her own strength. Only when she reached the open mountain top, letting the strong, dry wind over her, could she truly relax while looking down at the deep canyon below, like a fierce wound on the earth. Here, the view was wide, the sun shone brightly, and shadows were everywhere. She always chose such places to rest, even if the wind was strong. After days of crossing mountains and valleys, the view suddenly opened up. No longer endless mountain ridges. A very wide, dry riverbed covered with large cobbles stretched like a gray-white giant snake winding between the reddish mountains. The riverbed was wide enough for several trucks to pass side by side, with steep, smooth cliffs on both sides shaped by years of floodwaters. In the middle of the riverbed, faintly visible, was a deeper groove carved by flowing water. Having a riverbed meant there was once plenty of water. The groove suggested there might still be some water left. Hope ignited like a spark in her heart. She quickly descended the mountain, stepping into this vast gravel-filled channel. Following the groove and the old water flow, she moved upstream with determination. Her footprints left shallow marks on the dry gravel. The air was still dry, but there was a faint, water-like dampness in the wind. After walking for half a day, the hard cobbles gradually gave way to finer gravel. Finally, after passing a huge, screen-like mountain wall, she heard it. Not the gentle sound of a stream, but the powerful, continuous rush of flowing water. She quickened her pace, rounded the mountain wall, and was energized by the scene before her. A small river, not very wide but very fast, is rushing lively in the middle of the riverbed. The water is clear and reflects sparkling light under the sun. The deepest part is only waist-high, but the current is very strong, crashing against rocks at the bottom and splashing white foam, making lively sounds. On both sides of the riverbank, there are no longer bare stones. A few hardy drought-resistant plants are beginning to grow. Water. Living water. Clear, lively water. After several days of crossing mountains and valleys, although food and water are supported by supplies, the mental exhaustion and thirst for water are real. This rushing, lively little river, like an oasis in the desert, instantly dispels her fatigue from the journey. She walks along the riverbank upstream to find a good place to settle. Finally, she chooses a small about 10 meters from the riverbank. The rise is 3 or 4 meters above the river, offering a wide view. She can see the river's movement and is less likely to be flooded by sudden rising water. More importantly, the soil here is relatively thick, not just rocks. Here will do. Mu Xiang stops. She needs to rest, not only her body, but also her special powers. Her water-based ability, which was proven to be a nourishment in the valley, has hardly been used since. Now, with a perfect environment for practice, it's a good time to regain and improve her skills. Also, her supplies of food in the space need replenishing, especially fresh vegetables. She takes out the mutated acacia tree with a small wooden house she modified during her time on the desert island. Yeah, take root. Stabilize. Yes. Take root. Yaya is full of energy. A more delicate and powerful guiding force instantly merges into Mu Xiang's control. The roots twist, and the tender shoots grow wildly. The thick roots suddenly look like living giant snakes, full of unstoppable strength, digging deep into the ground. quickly locking onto underground water veins and stable rock layers. The main trunk quickly grows taller and thicker, with a tough metallic sheen on its bark. The crown does not grow wildly, but is carefully gathered upward, forming a large semicircular shade like an umbrella, partially covering the small house in the center and blocking the harsh midday sun. Then, the branches twist and the vines entwine. Several sturdy branches near the riverbank extend downward and crisscross, forming a strong, flexible wooden staircase that connects firmly to the ground. After settling into her new home, Muxiang began clearing a small patch of land beside the treehouse. She took out her treasured seeds from her storage space: mutated cabbage seeds, mutated tomato seeds, mutated corn kernels, and a few flat, round mutated pumpkin seeds. She carefully sowed them one by one. "Daya, let's do this together." Muxiang took a deep breath and pressed her hands into the soft soil. A gentle green light glowed in her palms as a vast wave of wood energy flowed into the ground. "Okay, grow tall." Yaya swayed happily above her head, scattering pure green light like soft rain over the freshly planted seeds. A miracle unfolded before their eyes. Tender green sprouts broke through the soil, stretching their leaves and growing taller at a speed visible to the eye. The cabbage seedlings spread their thick leaves. The tomato plants grew slender stems topped with tiny buds. The corn shoots stood straight and strong, and the pumpkin vines spread quickly along the ground, blooming with small yellow flowers. In just over 10 minutes, a lively half-meter-tall vegetable garden appeared by the riverbank. Every plant glowed with vibrant green life under the sunlight, free from any trace of radiation or pollution. Yaya's energy had purified everything as it grew. Looking at the thriving garden she had created, Muxiang felt a deep, indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was the power of life, the color of hope. With a new source of food secured, Muxiang walked to the river. She took out several large water containers and, using her basic water ability, guided the clear river water into them to refill her supply. When she finished, she stood on a flat rock half submerged in the water, gazing at the rushing current. It was time to retrain the water ability she had long neglected. She stretched out her right hand, palm down, toward the flowing river. Focusing her mind, she awakened the long silent core of her water energy. A faint stream of power extended from her hand like an invisible thread, reaching into the water. "Reverse flow," Muxiang whispered, locking her mind onto a thin stream of water. The current suddenly paused, as if it had hit an invisible wall, trying to surge backward. But the river's flow was too strong, far beyond her weak control. A soft pop sound was heard as the controlled water flow was instantly dispersed, merging back into the rushing river. It was a failure, but Muxiang's eyes showed no sign of doubt. She tried again, aiming at a smaller stream of water, like a stubborn loach struggling against a strong current, twisting and moving backward. This time, she held on for 3 seconds before it was dispersed. "Make it a bit bigger. And steadier." She kept adjusting her energy output and rhythm. Sweat dripped from her forehead, then was dried by the river breeze. Yaya quietly stayed above her head, sensing the water's change and Muxiang's energy fluctuations. Although she didn't interfere directly, her pure life energy silently nourished Muxiang's spirit, helping her stay focused longer. Time passed as she kept trying, adjusting, and practicing. From a water flow as thick as a finger to as thick as a wrist, from holding for a few seconds to over 10 seconds, from struggling under the water surface to slightly jumping out, creating a small splash that flowed backward like a silver fish leaping with effort. Muxiang's goal was clear: a flying water dragon. Like in legends, controlling water to form a tangible giant dragon with the power to strike and crush. Not just serving as nourishment. She practiced tirelessly. When tired, she returned to her treehouse, ate simple food, looked at the lively vegetable seedlings in the garden, or played with Yaya on her head. The little guy would use his leaves to nudge her, sending the thought, "Mommy, you're awesome." When her energy recovered, she immediately returned to the big rock by the river. The vibrant life in the garden was like a beacon in the night, attracting visitors from the wasteland. Several mutated wild rabbits, nearly twice their pre-apocalyptic size with glowing red eyes, sneaked close, trying to nibble on tender leaves. A few mutated mountain goats with gray-black fur and curved, sickle-shaped horns also sniffed the pure plant scent. Mu Xiang naturally didn't hold back. To deal with these small creatures, she didn't even need to use her water element powers, which she was still practicing. She simply moved her mind, and a few disguised thorny vines on the edge of the garden suddenly shot up. Like lightning, they precisely wrapped around the rabbits' and goats' necks or limbs, with sharp wooden thorns piercing through their fur. Their struggles quickly stopped. Although the crystal cores of these low-level mutated beasts had weak energy, even a tiny amount was enough. The meat, after Yaya's quick scan confirming its radiation levels were safe, became fresh food supplies. The areas where radiation levels were dangerously high were buried by Mu Xiang under the acacia trees. She discovered that this highly radioactive waste turned out to be excellent fertilizer for the mutated acacia trees. After just 2 days, their branches and leaves grew thicker and greener, the metallic shine on the trunks deepened, and even the treehouse felt sturdier. Yaya also sent her a cheerful thought that the trees were very happy. Life passed peacefully in a routine of training, tending the garden, and occasionally hunting. The crops in the garden thrived under Mu Xiang's occasional use of her powers and Yaya's care. The tomato plants bore small green fruits, the corn sprouted red tassels, and the pumpkin vines produced several small, fuzzy pumpkins the size of fists. That afternoon, the setting sun turned the river into a sheet of golden light. Mu Xiang stood on a large rock in the middle of the river, fully focused on controlling a stream of water as thick as a bowl. The water swirled and gathered before her, struggling to break free from the river surface and rise upward, faintly forming a vague, claw-like shape. A vein pulsed on her forehead. She was clearly at a critical point of control. Just then, Yaya's voice echoed in her mind, filled with curiosity and warning. "Mama."
Someone.
"Many people are coming." Mu Xiang's heart tightened. She forced the restless water to calm down and sink back into the river, then looked up cautiously. Downstream, on the opposite bank, a group of about 10 people was walking along the river. They were all wrapped in thick, dusty scarves and windproof cloaks, showing only their weary, tired eyes. In the middle of the group were 3 mutated donkeys, blindfolded and carrying heavy loads. They had clearly noticed Mu Xiang and her bright green garden across the river. The group stopped, whispering among themselves. Soon, a tall, broad-shouldered man, apparently their leader, stepped forward alone to the riverbank. His sharp gaze swept over Mu Xiang's treehouse and garden before finally settling on her. Without a word or hesitation, he bent his knees slightly. The ground beneath his feet gave a deep, muffled thud, and in the next instant, he shot upward like a cannonball. A powerful rush of wind followed. The tall figure cut through the air in a nearly perfect parabola, crossing a rushing river more than 10 meters wide. It landed steadily on the riverbank where Mako was only 5 or 6 meters away, with a loud thud like a giant stone. When it hit the ground, it just slightly bent its knees to absorb the impact, and the loose stones at its feet barely kicked up any dust. Such strength. Such precise control. Mako's pupils shrank slightly. The explosive power and body control shown by this leap were definitely better than most third-tier strength or agility-type abilities. She wondered if she could swing across using vines now, but jumping so easily with just her body was impossible. The opponent's team was incredibly strong.
Friend.
The leader's voice came through a cloth mask, sounding a bit deep and hoarse, but still calm, with a hint of urgency.
Sorry to bother you.
We're a trading team coming from the Ash City in the south. We've been rushing here, and are almost out of supplies. Seeing that you have fresh vegetable seedlings, we'd like to buy some. Any leaves or tender stems are fine, and we can discuss the price. His eyes swept over the green vegetable garden, clearly eager. Mako secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The other side was polite, only sending one person to ask, and their attitude was quite humble. It was just some leaves and unripe fruits. Although she felt a bit sad about her hard-grown crops, compared to the potential conflict, losing a little was acceptable. She kept her calm appearance and nodded slightly.
Yes.
How many do you need? Pick them yourself. An equal exchange is fine. She deliberately made her voice sound cold and distant, with a calmness that seemed detached from the world. Thank you. The leader's eyes lit up with a hint of joy as he clasped his hands in thanks, moving quickly and decisively. He didn't waste any more words and strode toward the garden. Mako didn't follow to watch. She forced herself to turn back to face the rushing river, raising her hands again, energy surging in her palms. She needed to maintain her expert image and hide her inner pain. This time, she gathered not water flow, but quickly condensed, spun, and compressed air and water vapor above her palms. She wanted to create a more aggressive and intimidating water lotus. The rapidly spinning, sharp-edged petals of the water lotus flickered above her palms, emitting a low hum. She used this method to show the other side she was not defenseless. However, she underestimated the deadly appeal of pure green, radiation-free vegetables in the wasteland of the end times, and also underestimated the leader's misunderstanding of equivalent exchange. Muxiang's back was turned to the vegetable garden, fully focused on maintaining the delicate, beautiful water lily shape in her palm. She could hear the rustling sound of harvesting behind her. Very quick, she silently thought. A few leaves. A few small tomatoes. A few small pumpkins. At most, a few minutes later, the harvesting sound stopped. Heavy footsteps returned to the riverbank. Muxiang slowly released her energy, and the water lily illusion quietly disappeared. She turned around, ready to receive her reward. Then she saw what was handed to her, a bulging, heavy cloth bag. The bag's opening was not tied tight, and inside, colorful, various-sized crystal cores reflected dazzling light in the sun. The quantity was much more than Muxiang expected. Most of them were low-level or zero-level mixed-color crystal cores with weak energy, but the large number made up for it. This weight alone was enough to buy her entire vegetable garden. Muxiang was stunned and instinctively took the bag. Is this really worth so much? Are her vegetables that valuable? Or does the other person think her high-quality produce is especially precious? While she was lost in thought, the leader quickly clasped his hands again. Thank you, friend, for your generosity. Until we meet again. Before finishing his words, he turned around and leapt back across the river with incredible speed, as if chased by a ghost.
Quick. Pack up.
Let's go, came a low but urgent shout from the other side. The entire caravan was whipped into action, quickly tidying the donkeys and rushing upstream along the riverbank without looking back, raising a cloud of dust, moving several times faster than before. Muxiang held the heavy crystal core bag, full of doubt. She looked back at her small vegetable garden. In the next second, her pupils suddenly dilated. She saw that the once lively, lush garden was now like it had suffered the worst locust plague. Half of it was gone, and the remaining half was bare. The cabbage seedlings? Not even the roots were left. Only a few fresh holes in the ground remained. The unripe small tomatoes? Not a single one left. Most of the supporting branches were broken off. The corn seedlings? The stalks were cut at the roots. Only a few pitiful, trampled leaves remained. The small pumpkins? It was torn away along with the vines. Only a muddy pit remained on the ground. Even some tender leaves were not spared. The entire area that was visited was completely destroyed, leaving only messy dirt and footprints. Ah, Muxiang finally reacted, her anger boiling over as she felt mocked and robbed. She let out a sharp scream of fury that echoed through the valley. Who pulls up vegetables by the roots? She shouted, trembling with rage, pointing in the direction where the caravan had disappeared. She wished she could catch up immediately and slap that fool leader with the bag of crystal cores. It was half a vegetable garden, her hard work and careful care. The leader, who had run several hundred meters ahead, faintly heard her furious scream. He ran even faster, almost leaving a shadow behind. He ran while nervously whispering to the person beside him, "Hurry. Faster." Luckily, I moved quickly. Tonight, you're in for a treat. That tender vegetable almost went straight into my mouth. He didn't know when he last encountered such fresh, radiation-free vegetables, but the pure taste of radiation-free plants kept replaying in his mind. Missing this chance would be a mistake. Outside the scene, location. By the riverbank. Characters: Muxiang, cold expression. Caravan leader, trying not to laugh. Yaya, super busy. Leader: friend, we are heading north to the Steel City. The journey is long and dangerous. Seeing that you are skilled and traveling alone, would you like to join us? It's safer with company, Muxiang. No, Yaya. Wow. Play together. More people. More fun. Her young mental voice screamed in Muxiang's mind. At the same time, the two tender leaves above her head seemed to have a motor, wildly bobbing up and down and shaking side to side. The speed and force made the slender grass bend into bows, as if about to snap. The leaves danced and even tried to form a heart shape. The leader's gaze shifted from Muxiang's cold, tense face to the tiny green seedling above her head, twisted into a spiral and frantically nodding. The contrast made him burst into uncontrollable laughter. The cheek muscles twitched wildly, and the person clenched their teeth tightly on their lips beneath the cloth, making their whole face stiff. Uncontrollably, a tear of natural emotion slipped from the corner of their eye. They quickly looked away, afraid that if they looked again, they would burst out laughing. Inside, they thought, "Master, your treasure on top of your head has a mind of its own. It really wants to come with us." Muxiang, this person looked stiff, with eyes avoiding eye contact. What? Did they change their face after being rejected? Want to fight? The water lily energy in her palm instantly solidified a bit more, spinning faster and making a sharper whistling sound as it cut through the air. Her muscles tensed up, ready for action. She didn't realize that the traitor on her head was secretly betraying her. Yaya. She didn't feel her mother's fierce aura at all, and was still trying hard to perform, to attract new friends. Seeing the captain afraid to look at her, she worked even harder. The two leaves danced like the most charming dancers, swaying side to side, posing coquettishly, even curling their tips to make teasing gestures like beckoning fingers. Her mind kept sending out signals. Come on. Look. Yaya is cute. Captain, help. This little sprout has become a spirit. It even made a heart gesture. The master's gaze on me is even fiercer. I can't hold it anymore. Trade. Finish the trade quickly and run. Staying longer will either make me laugh to death or get beaten up. The caravan disappeared like rabbits chased by wolves at the bend upstream of the river, leaving Muxiang alone by the messy vegetable garden, clutching a heavy but bitterly ironic crystal core, her chest heaving with anger. Steal Yaya's vegetables. Yaya's mental voice came from above her head, her two leaves standing straight and trembling slightly, as if silently protesting. Muxiang took a few deep breaths of the river-scented air, forcing down the urge to catch up and argue. The other side's strength was unknown, and they had the advantage in numbers. If she fought now, she might not win. She had to remember this loss for now. Yaya, she said with a cold, gritted-teeth tone. Get to work. Work. Fight the bad guys. Yaya responded immediately, turning her anger into motivation. Muxiang squatted down, placing her hands on the emptied land. A bright green glow appeared in her palms, more intense and focused than before. Yaya, focus. Ripen. Cover. She commanded simply and firmly. Okay. Grow tall. Faster. Faster. Yaya's mental focus was very strong. Pure life energy, like a precise probe, quickly found the remaining plant roots and scattered seeds in the soil that hadn't been removed. At the same time, a powerful and pure energy for growth, like a green tide, surged from the palm of Muxiang's hand into the earth. The land seemed to tremble with life. Miracles happened again at a visible speed. On the broken remains of corn stalks, which were only a short stub, new, thicker, and greener shoots sprouted incredibly fast. The shoots grew quickly, and within a few breaths, Small corn ears were already forming inside the tender leaves. At the broken branch of the tomato plant, an invisible hand seemed to smooth the cut. New side branches with flower buds and tiny fruits quickly grew stronger. Near the snapped nodes of the pumpkin vine, new vines like green snakes spread wildly along the ground. Yellow flowers bloomed, and small pumpkin shapes quickly swelled. Even the remaining, trampled cabbage leaves at the roots stubbornly sprouted new, thicker, tender leaves. Watching the remaining half of the garden quickly recover and become even more lush under rapid ripening, Mu Xiang's eyes showed a hint of deep thought. This green patch along the desolate riverbank was too eye-catching. The previous caravan was a lesson learned. Yaya, she pointed to the less fertile area near the rocks outside the garden. Let's plant some small grass there. The kind that's unnoticed grows fast and can be woven into things. Mu Xiang found a small bag of tiny grass seeds from her space, collected from a trade with a half-orc. These were mutated tailgrass seeds, very hardy and fast-growing, common on the wasteland, and very unremarkable. Okay, Mom. Yaya likes small grass, Yaya said happily. Although Yaya didn't understand why Mom wanted to plant grass next to the garden, as long as Mom asked, she was happy. She controlled a thin vine, carefully scattering the tiny seeds evenly in the designated area. Mu Xiang pressed her hand to the ground again. This time, her energy was no longer wild growth but very delicate and gentle guidance. She wanted controlled growth, not wildness. Yaya, control the density, guide the shape, make it tough and resilient, she conveyed her specific instructions. Yaya immediately understood. Her fine perception and control skills worked again. On the ground where the grass seeds were scattered, countless tiny new shoots sprouted from the soil. Their growth was carefully controlled, maintaining even spacing so they didn't become too crowded. The stems grew straight and strong, guided by the energy of the young shoots, and the leaves were narrow, long, and thick. In just half a day, a lush, orderly patch of mutated dogtail grass, taller than a person, appeared around the vegetable garden. It looked like a natural green fence, effectively hiding the more valuable vegetables inside. Ma Kong nodded with satisfaction. She walked into the grass and casually plucked a few stems. The stems were very tough, and the leaves were thick and smooth, perfect for weaving. In the following days, Ma Kong took on a new task, weaving. She used vine-like plants instead of her hands to weave. She sat at the door of her treehouse, basking in the sunset or morning light, practicing weaving various tools with the newly grown dogtail grass stems. Under her mental control, the vines moved like the most skillful fingers, helping her with complex weaving, knotting, and shaping. Mom, basket. Yaya excitedly sent her thoughts, watching the basket shape gradually form in Ma Kong's hands. Yes, a basket. Ma Kong patiently guided the grass stems with the vines. Also mats and cushions, she said, trying to weave finer, flatter grass mats. This required very precise energy control to soften the grass stems and adjust their texture. Every failure and success was a test of her fine control over her plant-based powers. Yaya also watched curiously, occasionally sending tiny energy waves to help Ma Kong smooth rough spots or make the grass more flexible. That evening, Ma Kong was weaving a grass mat. Suddenly, Yaya's mental message came with great excitement. Mom. Xiang xiang.
Tian tian.
Grass, come up. Ma Kong paused, following Yaya's guidance. She saw that at the top of a few mutated dogtail grass plants growing at the edge of the grass patch, where the sunlight was strongest, the fluffy, dogtail heads had turned a rich, full golden yellow, completely different from the dull, gray-green, shriveled heads of the others. Curious, she plucked one and gently rubbed it with her fingers. Round, shiny, golden grains, like pearls, fell from the head into her palm. The grains were smooth and plump, emitting a faint, pure aroma typical of grains. Is this millet or sorghum? Mu Xiang was shocked. She recognized the smell. She had seen it in the countryside before. Mutated dogtail grass. Could it be the ancestor form of unpolluted millet? Under the continuous nourishment of Yaya's pure life energy and the relatively good environment here, these grasses had undergone a healthy reversion mutation, producing pure, radiation-free edible grains.
Yaya.
Baby, Muxiang happily rubbed the tender leaves on her head. Found something good. These golden grains are delicious, delicious. Yaya sent curious and happy thoughts, and its leaves happily brushed against Muxiang's fingers. Although it didn't need to eat this, making Mom happy made it happy. Muxiang immediately acted, carefully collecting the small amount of reverted millet from these few spikelets. There weren't many, just a small bag, but it was undoubtedly a big surprise and a hope for the future. She carefully stored these precious seeds separately and marked the mother plants with the spikelets, hoping they would produce more seeds. In the early morning, mist shrouded the river surface. Muxiang still stood on that familiar large stone, facing the rushing water. Her water element abilities training had never stopped. After countless failures and adjustments, the water flow, or the initial lotus shape she once struggled with, was no longer there. Now, a semi-transparent, solid-like arc-shaped water blade about 1.5 meters long floated in front of her. The water blade spun rapidly, its edges as thin as cicada wings, extremely sharp, emitting a deep, dangerous hum. The clear river water was stirred by it, forming a rapidly rotating whirlpool around the blade. Muxiang's eyes sharpened, and she suddenly swung her arm forward. The spinning water blade, like a huge crescent moon-shaped sword thrown with force, tore through the air, emitting a piercing scream, and slashed into the rushing river. Splashes of water shot up several meters high. The riverbed seemed to be split open by an invisible giant axe. Murky river mud surged upward. A clear, half-meter-deep cut mark remained on the riverbed for a full second before the turbulent water filled it again. Muxiang took a slight breath, a satisfied look on her face. Although she was still far from summoning a flying water dragon, this condensed, high-speed, destructive water blade was undoubtedly a major breakthrough in her water abilities. It was no longer just nourishment, but a deadly weapon capable of tearing flesh and breaking bones. Mom is awesome. Water is powerful. Maya happily swayed on her head, expressing genuine admiration. The days by the river were peaceful and fulfilling, but as time passed, the air began to change. The midday heat remained intense, but the breezes in the morning and evening carried a noticeable coolness. The sky was higher and the clouds thinner. The harsh cold of the wasteland's winter was like a sleeping beast slowly awakening behind the horizon. The treehouse was nice, but being close to the river made it too exposed, not a good place to spend the winter. When the river froze, or if stronger ice creatures or unfriendly groups appeared, this place would be dangerous. Maya, it's time to go, Muxiang said from the top of the treehouse, looking at the rushing river flowing into the distance. The lower downstream areas usually had better terrain for shelter, stable water sources, geothermal heat, and hiding spots for winter.
Go.
Water. Maya asked curiously. Yes, follow the current downstream. Muxiang nodded. She carefully took down the mutated acacia tree that supported the treehouse. All the ripe vegetables, newly sprouted millet seeds, and many tough foxtail grass stems in the garden were carefully stored away. Then she went to the riverbank, selected a few sturdy, buoyant logs, the ones she had practiced water powers with earlier, washed down from upstream, and tightly bound them with strong vines to make a simple raft. The raft floated into the water, gently swaying with the rushing current. Muxiang lightly jumped onto the raft and used a long pole to steer. Maya, curious, looked around from above as the riverbanks sped past. The raft carried one person and Maya, drifting down the rapid stream toward the unknown downstream. The journey started smoothly. The river widened, and the flow slowed a bit. On both sides were continuous red-brown cliffs and narrow riverbanks occasionally carved out by floods. Muxiang stood at the back, using the pole and the occasional current to steer clear of rocks protruding from the water. Maya acted as the sharpest radar, constantly sensing changes in the water flow, underwater terrain, and even the activity of mutated creatures on distant riverbanks, passing this information to Mu Xiang.
Mom. Water. Stones. Bendy. Mom. Left.
Big bird. Flying. Mom. Sun. Warm. Maya's innocent voice and simple descriptions were the only soundtrack during this drifting journey. However, when the raft floated through a narrow part of the river called the One-Line Sky, with steep cliffs on both sides like gates, the water ahead became very strange. The water here seemed to fall into a huge, almost still deep pool. The current slowed suddenly, and the surface turned a strange dark green, deep and bottomless. Floating on the water were large, rotting tree debris, giving off a bad smell. The tall cliffs blocked the sunlight, making the deep pool look very dark and gloomy. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. An indescribable, frightening feeling of pressure filled the air. Yaya instantly became quiet. Her two leaves pressed tightly against Mu Xiang's hair, sending a clear and strong warning. Mama.
Below. Big. Bad.
Fierce. Mu Xiang's body hair stood on end. She quickly gripped her long stick, and water energy quietly gathered in her palm, ready to release water blades. The raft slowly drifted into the silent, deep pool due to inertia. The water was as calm as a huge dark green mirror, reflecting the narrow, gray sky above. Only the faint splash when the raft broke the water sounded loud in the silence. Suddenly, the raft shook violently. It was as if a huge creature had hit it hard from underwater. Next, less than 5 meters ahead, the dark green water suddenly surged upward. Like boiling water, a huge, terrifying shadow burst out of the water.
Was it
a fish?
No.
It looked more like a terrifying ancient beast from the deep abyss. Its size was unimaginably large. Just its head and a small part of its body above water were as big as a small truck. Its body was not covered with scales but with a slimy, heavy, dull gray-white rough skin, like mud accumulated over thousands of years, covered with algae. Its huge, flat head had two dull, emotionless yellow eyes, like two hellish searchlights, fixed tightly on Mu Xiang on the raft. What was most frightening was its huge mouth. It nearly took up 2/3 of its head. Inside, countless sharp, dagger-like teeth were layered and packed tightly. Each tooth shone with a cold, white and dark red glow and was covered with bits of unknown prey remains. When its enormous mouth opens wide, a strong, disgusting smell of rotting flesh spreads instantly throughout the space like a shockwave. Shaga, a sharp, hoarse scream filled with greed and ferocity erupts from that abyss-like mouth. It sounds like rusty steel tearing through metal. The sound waves cause the water surface to ripple violently, making the ears ache and the head throb. This is a mutated predatory catfish, and it is a terrifying creature. Its cloudy yellow eyes lock onto Mu Xiang. Its huge body stirs the dark green water, creating huge waves. Its mouth, full of deadly teeth, looks like it can swallow everything with a terrifying power. It's like a collapsing mountain, lunging toward the tiny raft and the small patch of green above her head. At this moment, the abyssal mouth opens completely. Time seems to freeze the moment the predatory catfish bursts out of the water and then shatters when its terrifying mouth opens wide. Mu Xiang's heart feels like it's being clenched by an icy claw, and her blood almost stops. Should she turn and run? In this deep canyon, doing so would only expose her back completely to this underwater beast. Yaya. Vines. The highest point. Quickly, Mu Xiang's mind races like thunder, bursting out with unprecedented speed in her panic. Yaya's thoughts scream with fear, but instantly turn into instinctive action. Several green vines, already prepared, shoot out like snakes sensing prey from behind Mu Xiang, around her waist, and from her sleeves. Their target isn't the water surface, but the steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon, covered with jagged rocks and wind-carved marks. This place is barren, with only cold, hard rocks echoing the previous desolate river scene. Sizzle. 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 The vines tear through the air, wrapping precisely around the largest, most stable rocks high on the cliffs. As they coil, The thorns on the vines embed deeply into the cracks and crevices of the rocks. At the same time, Yaya channels a powerful pulling force into them. Now, Mu Xiang kicks hard at the edge of the raft, launching herself upward like an arrow. Just as she leaves the raft, her mind moves, and the simple raft instantly disappears, absorbed into space. This will be useful later. Under the strong pull of the vines, her body rises rapidly, and the rushing wind roars past her ears. However, just 2 or 3 meters above the water surface, she thought she was temporarily safe. Suddenly, the huge abyssal mouth below shrank sharply. A terrifying suction force erupted suddenly. It was as if the bottom of the deep pool turned into a giant vacuum whirlpool. The air was crazily in, producing a piercing scream. Mako felt as if countless invisible hands were grabbing her ankles tightly, stopping her upward movement instantly. Her body hovered in midair, neither rising nor falling. The suction beneath her was like thick mud, trying to drag her back and pull her into the giant mouth that emitted a deathly stench. Vines were pulled taut by this immense force, making a grating creak sound, as if they were about to snap. "Hold steady." Mako clenched her teeth, bleeding gums visible. Her wood-based powers surged wildly into the vines, while she sent the most determined thoughts to Yaya. "Mommy isn't afraid."
Yaya, hold on.
The little one's mental voice trembled with tears, but showed incredible resilience. It controlled the energy nodes of all the vines, evenly distributing the pulling force to the most secure attachment points. The thorns on the vines sink deeper into the cracks of the rocks like steel nails. The powerful life energy worked at full strength, resisting the terrifying suction below. It was a standoff, a tug-of-war between life and death. Mako hung in midair, with the abyssal mouth below ready to devour, and a narrow of gray sky above her head. Sweat soaked her back, chilled by the cold pool breeze. She could clearly see the layered teeth inside the giant catfish's mouth, like a meat grinder, and smell the suffocating stench. Every second felt stretched into eternity. Suddenly, the suction force disappeared without warning. Mako's body suddenly lightened, and she swayed upward. At the same time, deep in the murky green water below, the huge dark shape was sinking at a terrifying speed, disappearing from sight. "Oh no!" Mako's pupils shrank sharply, a cold shiver rushing from her tailbone to her crown. What was this creature trying to do? Charging. Jumping. It wanted to swallow the prey, hanging in midair, with the most violent force.
Yaya,
Hurry.
up. To the top.
Fear turned into the sharpest command. Climb high. Take mommy with you. Yaya's mental voice was urgent like never before. Without specific instructions from Mako, several new vines shot out like lightning, wrapping around higher, more stable points on the rock wall. The previous vines did not retreat, but took turns in attacking. Muxiang's body was pulled by an invisible elevator, shooting faster than before toward the distant rock wall above the water surface. Just as she was accelerating upward again, the calm water below suddenly exploded as if a deep water bomb had been detonated. Towering, muddy waves surged upward. A larger, more ferocious, terrifying figure emerged, carrying destructive force. It's the man-eating giant catfish. This time, it gathered all its strength. It leapt higher than before. Its huge mouth, like the gate of, opened to the limit, with a tearing, bloody wind, aiming precisely at where Muxiang had just left. Its speed and power were so great that even the air seemed to burst with a loud under the strain. Muxiang was pulled upward rapidly by the vines, narrowly avoiding this deadly bite. The loud snap of the giant mouth closing exploded beneath her feet, causing rocks on the cliff to fall. She was still trembling with fear, only able to catch a glimpse of the giant catfish's eyes filled with furious disappointment. Its massive body crashed back into the deep pool, stirring up an even larger muddy water column.
Ha! Ha!
Muxiang gasped heavily. The threat of death was not gone. Beneath the dark green water surface of the deep pool, that huge shadow silently and oppressively swam again, like a prowling death submarine, targeting her as if she were prey. Nightmare replayed. The giant catfish's attacks grew more violent and precise each time. It seemed to fully understand the trajectory and speed of Muxiang's vine movements. The second leap. Muxiang just swung toward a protruding eagle beak rock above and to the left. The giant mouth, carrying a bloody wind, nearly brushed past her back. A few drops of cold saliva splashed on her neck, bringing a burning pain and a strong sense of corrosion. The third leap. With the help of Yaya, Muxiang used a highly elastic vine to narrowly swing herself sideways. The giant catfish's jagged upper jaw brushed her arm, tearing her sleeve and leaving a few fiery, bloody scars on her skin. The strong airflow from its descent almost blew her off the vine.
No.
I can't keep going like this. I'll be exhausted. A fierce glint flashed in Muxiang's eyes. Being passive and taking hits would eventually drain her strength. The giant catfish had tough skin and thick flesh, but its attack pattern was simple, devouring and ramming. It doesn't have the twisted defenses of desert worms, nor the mental pollution of the mother tree. Its weakness might be that greedy big mouth and its relatively fragile inside. Opportunity. Just as it gathers strength again and ominous whirlpools begin to appear on the water surface.
Yaya. Thorn whip.
Prepare. Muxiang concentrates her mental energy like a blade.
Hit it.
Bad fish. Yaya responds angrily. Her small body trembles slightly above Muxiang's head but radiates strong fighting spirit. Several thick, dark brown vines covered with fierce thorns instantly form beside Muxiang. The surface of the vines glimmers with a cold, metallic shine, like several poised steel serpents. Water splashes explode. The giant catfish bursts out of the water with even more fierce momentum than before. Its huge mouth, like a black hole swallowing everything, rushes straight toward Muxiang. A stench-filled wind arrives first, almost suffocating.
Now.
Hit it. Muxiang's mind surges wildly. A dull, loud cracking sound echoes through the canyon like thunder. The four thorn whips tear through the air with a fierce scream, striking hard. Two of them precisely hit the sides of the giant catfish's head, covered with grayish-white thick skin, producing muffled, bang-bang sounds. The other two, like venomous snakes spitting, sharply lashed toward the soft inner edge of the open mouth. Splurt! Splurt! The two whips hitting inside the giant mouth have an astonishing effect. The tough thorns instantly tear through the relatively thin mucous membrane, ripping large chunks of flesh. Two half-foot-long white fangs are forcibly torn off, spinning and flying out, clattering against the distant rocks. Roar! The man-eating giant catfish emits an unprecedented, painful howl. The intense pain causes its leap to suddenly freeze, breaking its momentum. Its large body falls awkwardly, as if struck by a heavy hammer in midair, crashing back into the deep pool. The resulting splash carries a clear blood-red hue, shooting straight into the canyon air. Effective. The pain throws this fierce beast into brief chaos. Muxiang's spirit is greatly lifted. Long-suppressed anger and survival instinct burst out at this moment. Take your chance to strike. Again. Hit it hard. She roars like a thousand-armed demon, her mind surging wildly. More thorn vines materialize out of nowhere, carrying the sound of howling death winds like a violent storm, smashing down on the just-dropped, still struggling giant catfish.
Bang!
The intense cracking sound was like popcorn popping. Water splashed mixed with blood, flying everywhere. The thick, heavy skin of the giant catfish was instantly covered with crisscrossing blood marks. Its huge body twisted and rolled wildly in the water, trying to escape the relentless pain, causing even bigger waves and chaos. The deadlock was broken. Mako was finally in control. She had to turn this advantage into victory. Water blade. While the giant catfish was dazed from the whip, exposing a large, bleeding scar on its back, Maka quickly gathered a lot of water vapor with her left hand. The highly compressed water energy spun rapidly, forming a sharp, curved water blade that looked almost real. Inside, strong currents roared, making a deep humming sound. Go! Maka pushed all her strength and swung her arm forward. The water blade sliced through the air, making a sharp, piercing scream. It looked like a cold, deadly crescent moon, rushing at the deepest wound on the catfish's back, where the whip had torn open the flesh. Swish! A sharp cutting sound rang out. The water blade precisely cut deep into the wound. Crimson blood burst out like a fountain that had been held back for a long time, pouring out wildly. The surrounding water turned bright red-brown instantly. The wound was forcibly widened and deepened, revealing white bones beneath. Wooden spikes shoot out. Maka didn't stop. She opened her 5 fingers and grabbed fiercely at the furious, pain-stricken catfish. Countless sharp wooden spikes, gleaming with black metal shine, gathered instantly in front of her. They looked like an angry swarm of wasps, buzzing loudly, shooting out like a rain of pear blossoms. The spikes aimed directly at the bloodied head, especially the cloudy yellow eyes and fragile gills.
Puff, 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 puff.
The sound of piercing flesh made the heart race. The sharp wooden spikes deeply pierced the catfish's relatively fragile eyelids, mouth, and gill covers. Some even pierced the gills, causing the giant fish to scream in pain. Its huge body convulsed violently in the water, thrashing around. Water bind. Wooden wrap. Maka used both hands, pressing down the churning blood water below. Powerful water energy poured in wildly, trying to stir the deep pool and form a rushing whirlpool chain around the giant fish, trapping its massive body. At the same time, several thick vines, like giant snakes, hissed as they shot into the blood water, twisting around the injured body like agile giant snakes. The giant catfish was furious. Despite being badly injured, the desperate struggle remains terrifying. It suddenly rolls over forcefully, and its powerful body instantly shatters the newly formed water chain. The thick vines wrapping around its body are also wildly swung, tearing off several strands. The broken vines float on the blood-filled water. However, continuous damage and harassment cause this deep-sea beast's huge body to accumulate new wounds. It loses a lot of blood, and its movements become slightly slower than before. The water in the pool is almost turned into a thick, blood-like liquid. Final. Dive for me. Water Lotus. Mu Xiang's eyes flash with cold light. She quickly crosses her hands in front of her chest and makes hand signs. Her water element powers are compressed and gathered at an unprecedented speed. The air around her becomes damp and heavy. A blue lotus, over 1 meter in diameter, made of rapidly spinning currents with delicate, sharp edges like thin wings, forms between her palms. At the center of the lotus is a terrifying water pressure, radiating destructive waves, causing the surrounding light to slightly distort. Mu Xiang's face is pale, and her arms tremble violently from energy exhaustion, but her gaze remains firm. She locks onto her target, the giant catfish, which roars in pain and fury, its flesh torn and bloody. Go in. Mu Xiang uses all her strength, shouting as she throws the deadly lotus containing destructive power with great force. The water lotus seems alive and conscious, slicing through the foul air, accurately and silently piercing into the deep, foul mouth. The moment it enters, the giant catfish instinctively senses a deadly threat, its murky eyes flashing with extreme fear, and it suddenly closes its mouth.
Boom.
A deep, terrifying explosion erupts from inside the giant catfish, as if a huge bomb has detonated underwater. The sound is muffled by thick flesh and water, making it oppressive, yet it carries a terrible sense of internal organs breaking apart. Puff. The giant fish's tightly closed mouth is suddenly forced open by an irresistible internal force. A thick spray of dark red internal organs, sticky blood, broken teeth fragments, and stomach contents burst out like high-pressure water jets from its mouth, esophageal tears, eye sockets, and gill cover gaps. The surrounding water is completely stained with a disgusting, viscous blood plasma. Its huge body, like a mountain, suddenly seemed to lose all bones and strength. It twitched violently and unconsciously a few times, each twitch bringing out more filth. Then, the overwhelming life force quickly faded away. The large body slowly floated upward, turning over to reveal a pale, ash-gray belly, drifting in the center of the thick, crimson water. It stopped moving. Its dull, yellow eyes lost all fierce light, leaving only hollow silence, reflecting the gray sky above the canyon. Huff, huff, huff. Mu Xiang clenched her hands tightly on the cold rock wall. Her body trembled violently from exhaustion, almost unable to keep her balance. The water lily she just saw had drained almost all her water element energy. She quickly grabbed two shining crystal cores from her space. One she held tightly, absorbing energy frantically, and the other she handed to Yaya, who was also looking weak on top of her head. Yaya carefully held the crystal core, which looked like a big watermelon, with two tender leaves. The leaves glowed softly green, greedily and quickly drawing energy from it. The little creature's thoughts carried a tired relief from surviving and a strong attachment, along with a hint of nervousness. Mama. Bad fish. Isn't moving anymore? Did it wash away? The tense string in Mu Xiang's heart loosened slightly at Yaya's innocent question. The gentle energy from the crystal core was like a sweet spring, nourishing her dry meridians and exhausted spirit. Mu Xiang looked down at the huge corpse floating in the blood pool below, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. I don't know, but at least. It can't jump now. She dared not relax her guard. She kept absorbing energy from the crystal core to recover while staring fixedly at the floating giant corpse like an island. Yaya also tried hard to stay alert, sensing the movements underwater. Time passed slowly in the silence. Only faint ripples from the spreading blood and the occasional dripping of water from the rocks could be heard. The blood on the water's surface grew darker and thicker. The giant catfish's body moved slightly with the weak current, showing no signs of life returning. The dawn of victory seemed near. Under the tension, the continuous silence and the replenishing energy from the crystal core made her gradually relax. Mu Xiang even began to quickly scan the surrounding rocks, searching for a safe way out of this deadly, deep pool. However, just as a faint sense of relief was beginning to emerge, the floating corpse of a giant catfish, as if frozen in a pool of blood, suddenly twitched very slightly without warning. This twitch was so subtle, like a hallucination, yet it made Mu Xiang's heart suddenly stop beating. Her pupils shrank instantly to a needlepoint. Then, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The giant catfish's dead, hollow yellow eyes suddenly opened wide. Inside the pupils, no longer a murky yellow, but a blazing, almost tangible, blood-red glow filled with endless hatred and madness. The fiery blood light was as hot as lava, locking onto Mu Xiang on the rock wall. The hatred and destructive desire in its gaze were cold and piercing, enough to freeze the soul. A more chilling, more violent, and purely destructive pressure burst out from the giant catfish like an invisible doomsday wave, instantly covering the entire deep pool. The air seemed to solidify into a thick, sticky substance, heavy enough to make breathing difficult. Even the water droplets dripping from the rock wall seemed to freeze in midair for a moment. The massive body of the giant catfish did not leap up to attack immediately, but began to sink slowly. It stirred the viscous blood water, carrying a suffocating, ritual-like heavy oppression, sinking toward the bottom of the dark, bottomless pool. It seemed to be gathering its ultimate, most terrifying power. The blood-red, diamond-like eyes, like two searchlights from the depths of, pierced through the murky blood water, always locking onto Mu Xiang, coldly announcing, "Next time it leaps, it will be the final. You are doomed." The moment the giant catfish sank into the deep pool, the entire water area strangely calmed down. Mu Xiang clung to the rock wall, her body tense. The last resentful gaze from those blood-red eyes seemed to burn into her skin, searing her nerves. "Yaya, go higher," she rasped, voice barely recognizable. Vines swayed and moved along the rock wall, helping her climb higher. With each meter she ascended, her heartbeat quickened. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon narrowed, and a faint light appeared above. But Mu Xiang dared not relax in the slightest. She could feel something underwater was awakening. Suddenly, the surface of the deep pool sharply sank inward, forming a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool. The sound of rushing water spun wildly, like thousands of ghosts wailing. Mu Xiang looked down and saw that the center of the whirlpool was pitch black, as if leading straight to.
Quick.
Faster, she urged Yaya. Vines creaked under the heavy load, but their climbing speed increased a little. Just as she was about to reach the top of the cliff, the entire canyon suddenly shook violently. A deafening explosion sounded as a giant red catfish burst out of the water. It was wrapped in blood-red energy, and its huge mouth opened impossibly wide. Saliva dripping from its sharp teeth evaporated into white smoke in midair. Mako's pupils shrank suddenly. The catfish leapt higher than ever before, almost touching the top of the canyon. But what was even more terrifying was, at the moment just before its red mouth closed to bite, a much larger shadow suddenly appeared from the depths of the whirlpool. It was a fleeting glimpse, a giant abyssal mouth several times bigger than the catfish, like a nightmare tearing through it from another dimension. The fierce catfish froze midair, then was silently swallowed by that enormous mouth. No struggle, no screams, only ripples spreading across the water surface before calming again. Mako's heart nearly stopped. She dared not look anymore and desperately used the vines. When her fingers finally grasped the edge of the cliff top, the sunset's last rays suddenly pierced through the clouds, shining on her blood-stained hands. She gasped as she pulled herself onto the cliff, collapsing onto the hot rocks. Yaya, exhausted, drooped onto her shoulder, her leaves trembling slightly. The rocks beneath her were scorching from the sun, and the sunset dyed the entire western sky blood red. Not far from her, less than a meter away, the dark canyon waterway remained cold and gloomy, as if leading to another world. Lying on her back, Mako looked at the burning sky. Faint water sounds came from deep within the canyon, like some enormous creature slowly sinking. She clutched a hot rock tightly until her palms burned, finally convinced she had escaped that deadly water. As the sun set in the west, the last golden light brushed her blood-stained face. Near her, in the dark of the canyon, a tiny ripple appeared on the water's surface, then quickly returned to mirror-like calm. The mountain wind carried a chilling aftershock of survival, blowing Mako's disheveled hair. Sitting on the scorching rocks, the dying embers of the sunset painted her face, but could not dispel the deep cold in her bones. The deep canyon beside her looks like a fierce wound on the earth. The water is still and reflects the burning sky, so calm it feels suffocating, like the terrifying moment just before she was swallowed by the crimson giant catfish, now just a fading illusion after her exhaustion. Yaya slumps on her shoulder, her leaves dull and lifeless. Her thoughts are weak and sad. Mama.
Scared.
Water. The little plant seems to have used all its energy and is deeply frightened by the dark abyss. It's okay now. For a while. We are safe. Mu Xiang's voice is hoarse and dry, like rubbing on sandpaper. She forces herself not to look at the dark waterway. She finds a few basic crystal cores from her space, absorbs one herself, and carefully gives another to Yaya. Gentle life energy flows slowly, healing her overused meridians and mind, bringing a false warmth. For 2 whole days, Mu Xiang stays on this open mountaintop, sheltered from the wind. On the first day, she mostly sleeps and heals. Yaya curls on her head, greedily absorbing the crystal energy. Her small, drooping leaves gradually perk up and regain vitality. Mu Xiang checks her injuries, a few deep purple bruises on her ankle that ache faintly, scratches on her arms, legs, and hands from climbing the rocky wall, and most troublesome, a burn-like sting on her neck where saliva had splashed, forming a blackened wound about the size of a coin. She carefully cleans it with spare medicine from her space, then uses water energy to repair her fire attribute toxins. She repeats this all night until she finally recovers. Every time she heals at night, Her mind flashes with the terrifying images of the crimson giant eye and the abyssal mouth, making her body tense involuntarily. The next day, her injuries and strength are mostly restored, but her spirit remains heavy. She sits at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the winding, ink-black river below. The fierce battle replayed in her mind over and over. The waterway is too dangerous, Mu Xiang whispers, unconsciously picking at the rough rocks beneath her fingers. The cunning and brutal giant catfish, and the terrifying, unknown force that finally devoured her. These are not rare cases. The river flowing into the distance seems calm, but beneath it, countless deadly cracks and abyssal predators may be hiding. Flowing with the current is easier, but next time, can she still find a chance to survive on such a sheer cliff? Yaya's vines were not all-powerful. If she got too close to the water surface or faced a stronger pull or attack, she didn't dare to imagine what might happen. The risk far outweighed the reward. She marked the water route in her mind with a huge, blood-red cross. She stood up and looked toward the direction where the canyon stretched. In the distance, the outlines of mountains rose and fell in the thin mist. She had to find a land route and cross those mountains, even if the journey was longer and harder. At least with her feet on solid ground, she could feel a bit more in control. The following days were tough and silent. Mu Xiang traveled along the ridges at the edge of the canyon, keeping as far as possible from the nightmare-like river below. The mountain path was rough, filled with jagged rocks and strange, twisted plants. When she occasionally met low-level mutant beasts, she dealt with them quickly and quietly. Yaya helped her sense danger along the way, and together they formed a deep, wordless understanding. After crossing one steep ridge after another, the vegetation grew thicker, and the view slowly opened up. When Mu Xiang finally climbed the last tall ridge, panting for breath, the sight before her made her stop in awe. A vast plain stretched out under the setting sun. Mutant plants swayed wildly in the evening breeze, like waves of life. And at the far end of the plain, on the glowing golden horizon, stood a colossal structure. It wasn't the lifeless ruins she knew, nor the chaotic settlements of the free city. It was a mountain made of steel. The sunset cast a fiery golden glow over it. Countless huge chimneys pierced the sky, spewing thick smoke that stretched into long, dark trails across the twilight. Even more astonishing, the base of this steel city wasn't rooted in the ground. It was supported by countless massive metal chains and tracks. They looked like the legs of a giant creature, deeply embedded in the earth. Though still for now, their coiled posture hinted at the terrifying power to move at any moment. The entire city gave off a rough, heavy atmosphere, filled with the scent of oil, steam, and rusted metal, like a sleeping mechanical beast. A moving fortress, Mu Xiang whispered, her heart beating faster. After the shock, the faces of the red-eyed beggars in the city of freedom looked numb and hopeless. The cold spears of the security team and the watchful eyes at the black market entrance flashed through her mind, instantly dousing her recent excitement. Trust? In this end of the world, it is a luxury and a warning sign. She didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, she found a hidden, good-view spot on the ridge, a small hollow in the rocks. She settled there and took out a high-powered telescope from her space. She began to observe more carefully. She was like a patient hunter, watching everything related to the Steel City. She saw the huge Steel City gates opening and closing at fixed times. People came and went like busy ants. Most were scavengers in thick, durable clothes, carrying simple baskets or dragging homemade carts made from old tires and wooden boards. They silently and quickly disappeared in all directions across the plain, then returned at dusk with varying amounts of loot. She could see strange, mutated plant roots or small, bound mutant animal carcasses in their baskets. Their faces looked tired, but their eyes were not blank or hollow like the beggars in the City of Freedom. Instead, they showed a sense of purpose, rushing for survival. The situation inside the city was hard to see, but outside, everything was orderly. She didn't notice any wandering, suspicious-eyed, red-eyed people. At the city gate, security guards in uniform, wearing metal armor and carrying obvious weapons, checked and scanned those coming and going. Their attitude was not friendly, but they didn't seem to abuse their power. Around the Steel City, a cold, efficient atmosphere spread, calm and stable. It was a rare, normal rhythm of life for a large settlement, even though survival was still tough. After several days of watching, her tense nerves relaxed a little. At least on the surface, this place seemed more stable than the chaotic city of freedom, and it might be a good place to stay briefly, gather information, and resupply. Risk still existed, but it was worth exploring. She descended the mountain, crossing the plain. As she got closer, the oppressive feeling of the Steel City grew stronger. The city walls were made of large, riveted steel plates, showing rust and oil stains from years of wear. In front of the gates, a short line of people waited. When it was Mu Xiang's turn, two burly security guards in dark gray metal armor, holding long sticks with scanning devices, stopped her. Their eyes were sharp and cold, as if they were inspecting an object. New here? First time in Anvil City, one of them asked calmly. Yes, Mu Xiang replied briefly, staying alert. Hand over your arm, another guard ordered, pointing the scanner at her arm. A cold blue light swept across her skin, as if checking something. Mu Xiang tried to endure the discomfort. No identity chip or iron ring signal detected. New registration. The guard with the scanner reported into a device on his wrist. Soon, a small metal window embedded in the city wall hissed open, revealing a face with no expression behind it. Name?
Age.
Background. The clerk behind the window asked without looking up, fingers on a control panel full of buttons.
Mu Xiang.
24 years old.
Wilderness refugee. Mu Xiang answered carefully.
Wilderness refugee? The clerk snorted, seeming unimpressed. Put your hand in. Mu Xiang extended her hand into the window. A cold metal ring clicked onto her left wrist, fitting tightly. A faint electric shock prickled her skin as the ring seemed to pierce it with tiny needles. Identity binding complete. The iron ring is your ID, points account, and city pass. Loss or damage is at your own risk, the clerk said flatly. Initial points, 0. Next, the whole process was cold and efficient, with no unnecessary words, like handling a part on an assembly line. The iron ring on her wrist was cold and heavy, giving a sense of invisible restraint. Mu Xiang touched the cold metal ring. This was her identity in Anvil City. Steam pipes crisscrossed overhead, making a low hissing sound and releasing white mist. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil, poor quality fuel, and a faint iron scent. The residents' iron rings fit tightly against their skin, like invisible shackles, and a silent message. Welcome to Anvil City. Mu Xiang passed through the noisy city gate, filled with the smell of oil and fuel, as the lively noise hit her like a tangible wave. The vast interior space is divided into many layers by rough steel frameworks. Pipes snake overhead and along the walls, emitting white steam and low hissing sounds. The heavy clanking of gears, the buzzing of conveyor belts, and the loud voices of people all blend together, creating the heavy heartbeat and breathing of this giant steel machine. The street is narrow and crowded, lined with shops made from thick steel plates, bolted containers, and even abandoned large gears. Bright neon signs flicker with words like parts quick repair, low-quality fuel, and scavenger supplies. The lights cast strange shadows on the dirty ground and hurried faces of passers-by. Most people wear tough work clothes or thick leather armor for scavengers. They walk quickly, look serious, and their eyes show exhaustion and caution from constant struggle to survive. The air smells heavy with oil, cheap alcohol, sweat, the scent of mutated beast meat, and rust everywhere. Wu Xiang walks steadily, ignoring the chaos and watchful eyes around her. She heads straight for a window near the city gate with a flickering sign that says Material Exchange. The line isn't long, mostly scavengers just back from collecting. They hand over their finds, twisted plant roots glowing faintly, skins of small mutated beasts, sharp claws, or fangs. When it's her turn, She places 3 simple, steady energy crystal cores on the cold metal counter. They don't shine brightly, but are stable. A thin man behind the counter lifts his eyelids, picks up one crystal core, and uses a small, box-shaped scanner to check it. With a soft beep, a faint blue light scans the surface quickly. Unregistered energy source. Basic crystal core, standard quality. Energy purity, below average. 3 cores, total exchange points. 1,000, he says flatly, not asking where they came from, as if used to this kind of hard currency. He then picks up another device connected with complex wires, similar to a handheld terminal, and scans her wristband. Identity confirmed. Wuxiang, ID. Temporary resident, District D. Points account. 0. Operation. Transfer 1,000 points. On the surface of the iron ring, near the dial, a tiny indicator light, about the size of a grain of rice, briefly flickered from dark to green. At the same time, the small digital area that was originally showing 0 suddenly changed to 1,000. The man pushed the empty crystal core bag back and waved his hand to signal the next person. The process was quick and cold, like handling lifeless goods. Mu Xiang took back her bag and gently brushed her fingertips over the cold surface of the bracelet. The blinking numbers were her only hope in this steel jungle. Next, she needed to find a place to stay. The housing office was located deep inside a quiet but oppressive steel corridor. Behind thick bulletproof glass, a middle-aged woman with a blank expression sat. Mu Xiang raised her wrist and pressed the anvil device close to a round scanning area on the glass. Identity verification, Mu Xiang, ID. Temporary resident in Zone D. Points account. 1,000 points. Request. Housing service. A cold electronic voice came from a small speaker on the glass. The woman operated a control panel inside. A section of the bulletproof glass lit up, projecting clear 3D text information. Iron Anvil City residency levels and fees. Special. Independent duplex apartment, 70-100, panoramic windows, smart environment control, 24-hour constant temperature and pressure water supply, private bathroom, shower/bath, security system. Points, 5,000/month. First, private single-room suite, 30-40, with window, limited to scenic area, ample water and electricity quota, private bathroom, shower. Points, 3,000/month. Second, double room, 15-20 per person, with window or internal window, regulated water and electricity, private bathroom, hot water supply section. Points, 1,500/month. Third, 4-person dormitory, 8-10 per person, with internal window or ventilation, self-managed water and electricity, private bathroom, hot water supply section. Points, 800/month. Fourth, single cubicle, 4, with small window, self-managed water and electricity, private toilet, squat toilet sink, basic lighting. Points, 600/month. Fifth, 10-person bunk, 3 per person, ventilation, communal bathroom, cold water. Points, 300/month. Sixth, temporary shelter in a safe zone, limited time residence, no fixed bed. Points, 100 per month, application required, approval needed, below the text, smaller scrolling terms. All water and electricity usage beyond the quota must be paid extra. Private modifications to the residence are prohibited. Violations of housing rules will result in fines, points being frozen, or eviction. Apply for a 4th-class room, 1 month. Mu Xiang's voice was calm and steady. She chose a 4th-class room because she only had enough points for 1 month, and because of the description of the outer window wilderness view, she needed a window to observe the outside world. 4th-class room, 1 month rent, 600 points. Confirm payment, a synthetic voice asked. The points on the iron ring dial instantly dropped from 1,000 to 400. A small metal slot below the glass hissed open, revealing a cold metal key card engraved with the number D. 471, Area D, Channel 47, Room 1. The key card activates the access sensor. Check your iron ring for the move-in instructions and rules. Have a pleasant stay, the synthetic voice said emotionlessly, with the word pleasant sounding particularly sarcastic. Area D is truly like a hive. Inside the large steel structure, it is divided into countless layers. The narrow, low corridors are flanked by dense, drawer-like gray metal doors. The air circulation is poor, filled with a strange mixture of metal coolant, sweat, and cheap cleaning agents. Dim pipeline lights cast pale circles overhead, illuminating the walls covered in mottled oil stains and scratches. The sounds of footsteps, metal doors opening and closing, suppressed coughing, and distant hissing from pipeline pressure relief echo in the enclosed space, making it feel oppressive. Following the faint blue directional arrows projected onto the corridor walls by the iron ring, Mu Xiang navigated the maze-like passageways for a long time before finally reaching Channel 47. She pushed open the heavy, squeaking metal door, and a dull smell of rust and disinfectant fumes hit her. The room was exactly as its name suggested, a square steel box. 2 meters long and wide, the space was so small it was almost suffocating. A cold iron bed frame was pressed against the right wall, taking up nearly half the room. Next to the bed was a small metal bedside table. Mu Xiang's eyes immediately drew to the wall above on the left side. There, about 1.7 meters above the ground, was a circular window about 20 centimeters in diameter. A thick layer of resin glass, covered with tiny scratches and dust, was embedded within. At this moment, the last rays of the sunset stubbornly pierced through this barrier, casting a faint, yellowish glow on the cold ground. She almost immediately walked to the wall, tiptoed, and looked outside through the small, plate-like window. The view was limited but powerful. It showed a vast, endless wilderness with chaotic colors. Green grass swayed in the evening light, stretching to the distant horizon, meeting the fiery sunset. A few twisted, black-branching dead trees stood like lonely guards on the plain. Farther away, there seemed to be low, rolling hills. This desolate, grand, and dangerous scene contrasted sharply with her cold, oppressive, machine noise-filled steel prison. The window was her only fragile link to the outside world and freedom. It offered a breath of relief, but also constantly reminded her of her trapped reality. In the corner of the room, a small recessed space formed what was called a private toilet, a tiny squat toilet next to a similarly small metal sink, with only a cold metal faucet above. There was no hot water, no partition. That was the full meaning of a private toilet in this basic room. The only light came from a dim energy-saving lamp embedded in the ceiling, giving off a pale, stingy glow. Air circulation relied on a small, palm-sized exhaust fan above the door, buzzing futilely. A cold, oppressive feeling seeped from the steel walls around her, wrapping her tightly. Xiang Fong put down her simple bag, a plain, old backpack. She went out again, to a dimly lit, noisy, necessities supply point on the lower level of Zone D. She spent 20 points to buy a rough-textured, almost uselessly thin blanket for warmth, 10 points on an old, moldy pillow with a hard filling, and another 10 points on the cheapest toothpaste, toothbrush, and a dull-colored, coarse towel. Holding these simple, shabby items, she returned to D for 71, barely completing the act of settling inside this steel fortress. She casually threw the thin blanket onto the cold iron bed, leaned her back against the cold metal wall, and slowly sat on the edge of the bed. The iron ring, screen on her wrist, clearly shows 360 in the dim light. Every breath carries a rusty, dull smell. The overhead light is faint, and distant sounds of footsteps and metal clinking echo in the corridor outside, sometimes near, sometimes far. Outside the small round window, the twilight of the wasteland silently flows, bringing a faint sense of distant, unreal freedom. Yaya carefully peeks out from her hood, feeling the oppressive environment and the low mood of the wooden scent. She gently and comfortingly nudges her forehead. Mu Xiang closes her eyes and takes a deep breath of the murky air inside the steel prison. Then she opens the iron ring and pulls up the cold, residence management regulations and Iron Forge City basic rules, beginning to read them word by word. The cold, iron ring, On her wrist feels like a silent timer, with points decreasing and time passing. Understanding the rules, gathering information, and finding a safe way out, her next move must be quickly planned within this small steel cage, beside the tiny window looking out at the endless wilderness. Survival starts with adapting to the cold gears of this moving fortress. After reading the rules, she takes a short break. She walks to the door and locks it. This temporarily isolates the murky air and faint voices from the corridor. Inside the small space, only her slightly hurried breathing and the monotonous hum of the ceiling fan remain. She doesn't immediately take the next step. Her sharp eyes scan every corner of the room carefully: the cold, smooth metal walls, the low ceiling, the simple iron bed, the small bedside table, and the cold, independent toilet in the corner. She checks above the door frame, the wall corners, the vents, and even the edge of the small round window. No suspicious holes or tiny lens reflections are found. She even gathers a faint bit of mental energy, like invisible tendrils, slowly sweeping through the room. Apart from the cold silence of the steel itself, she senses no electronic device fluctuations or spying eyes. Temporarily safe, Muxiang's tense nerves relax slightly. She decisively removes the anvil from her wrist, stuffs it into a thick, opaque cloth bag, tightens the opening, and casually tosses it onto the cold bedside table. This cuts off any possible remote monitoring. Next, her movements became quicker and more confident. She took out an old, half-used bucket and a cloth from her space, wet them, and began to clean carefully. Although the room looked like it only had a thin layer of dust, she cleaned very thoroughly, especially the small round window. She repeatedly wiped the thick resin glass until it became clearer and let more light through. After wiping the walls and the table, she went to the corner where the independent bathroom was. She frowned as she looked at it. The space was too small and offered no privacy. She then found an old, faded cloth in her space. Using a thin rope and small hooks, she hung a simple curtain in front of the squat toilet and sink, barely separating this area from the living space. Back by the window, Mu Xiang took out a small piece of dark, thick cotton cloth. She fixed it inside the round window with the same method, making a simple curtain. During the day, she could roll it up to let in the light and view of the wilderness. At night, she pulled it down to block the light and prevent others from peeking. After finishing these tasks, she finally began to set up this temporary home. She took out a soft mattress, clean and warm bedding, and pillows from her space, placing them on the cold iron bed. On the bedside table, she put a simple ceramic cup. The cold, oppressive steel box suddenly felt a little more alive with a touch of human warmth. Although still small, it was no longer so hard to bear. Mu Xiang took a deep breath, stretched her sore neck, and looked at her messy, dusty, and sweat-stained hair in the small mirror above the wash basin. It was time to clean up. She took out scissors and a comb, ready to deal with her hair in front of the small basin. As she was measuring the length against her blurry reflection in the window glass, she suddenly felt a tiny movement above her head.
Mom.
"Are you going to cut your hair?" Yaya's soft voice, full of curiosity and a bit of caution, came from her. Immediately, Mu Xiang felt a slight tug on her scalp. A small head with two tender leaves peeked out from her hair. The little creature twisted its tiny stem and somehow stood up from her head. Carefully, it moved its two small legs, if they could be called legs, slowly and unsteadily, to her shoulder. Finally, it sat near her collarbone on her right shoulder, and the two leaves gently swayed. Momo obediently moved aside to give her mother space, promising not to move around. The little creature's thoughts were full of pride, thinking, "I'm very sensible, praise me, Mako." She froze in place, her hand holding the scissors suspended in midair. In the mirror, her eyes widened in disbelief, showing her shock. A wave of mixed feelings, absurdity, annoyance, and helpless laughter rushed over her. She slowly turned her head, her gaze fixed on the small figure still swaying on her shoulder. "So you don't have to stay on my head. Can you come down?" Mako's voice trembled with disbelief, squeezed from between her teeth. She remembered that at first, this little thing was firmly rooted on her head, like a stubborn little hat she couldn't shake off. She had tried countless times to move it to her shoulder, pocket, or backpack, but its roots seemed welded to her scalp, completely immovable. She even thought it was some kind of mutant that grew there. Now, she wondered, can it move? Can it walk by itself? Was it just stubbornly refusing to leave before? Momo looked startled by Mako's sudden outburst. Her two leaves stiffened, and her thoughts conveyed confusion. Can I? Momo. Momo has been moving all along, right? She was referring to her leaves swaying. I mean, you can leave my head. You can move onto my shoulder by yourself. Mako almost shouted, pointing at her recently freed head. Then why did you cling to it and not come down? I couldn't even pull you off. Realization dawned on Momo. Her tiny body shrank back sharply, and her thoughts suddenly filled with guilt and panic.
Well, top.
Top is high. I can see far. The wind. The wind blows the leaves. Feels nice.
And
the little creature quickly thought of an excuse, and Mom's scalp is warm and soft. Momo likes it.
It's
Momo's home. Home, Mako chuckled angrily. I think you owe me a lesson.
Come down.
No more staying on my head. No, Momo's thoughts instantly turned teary. Her small body and her roots tried to cling to her neck, aiming to jump back onto her head, the lucky spot. Top is Momo's. Momo and Mom's hair are good friends. Good friends, my foot. Woodsen's eyes are quick and sharp. She gently pinches the small creature that just jumped up between her fingers. The sprout is only thumb-sized, and its tiny roots are kicking futilely in the air. Its two tender leaves droop sadly, showing strong feelings of hurt and protest. Let go of Yaya. Mommy is bad. Topping is good for sunbathing. Shoulders are cold. The little creature mentally complains. It's so sunny outside. Your head is almost cooked.
What's so good about that?
Besides, what are you afraid of? You're a plant. A mutated plant. A plant transformed by elemental powers. Why are you cold? I don't understand. Yaya just likes Mommy's head. Soft and nice. And the hair blocks the wind. The little creature whines. Blocking the wind? I think it's blocking your view. It always gets in the way during fights. Come down. Woodsent refuses to back down.
Ugh.
Mommy doesn't like Yaya anymore. So love just makes me want to cry to death. The little creature starts fake crying, eyes watery in its mind. Yes, love makes you cry to death. I'm about to die from your cuteness too. Stop acting like that. Flirting won't help. Woodsent frowns, but seeing the drooping little thing on her fingertip softens her mood a bit. Her tone becomes slightly gentler. Be good. From now on, stay on the wrist. It's hidden, safe, and you can help anytime. Then in a place with no people. Can Yaya go back and look at the scenery? The little creature quickly senses Woodsent's relaxed tone and bargains.
No.
Not even outside. Woodsent immediately becomes alert. Just a little. Just for a while. Yaya promises to be good. It won't be a problem. The little creature twists its body, its roots affectionately rubbing against Woodsent's fingertip. Yaya loves Mommy the most. Mommy is the best. Woodsent is completely exhausted by its stubbornness. In the end, after Yaya's pitiful pleading and its vow to absolutely cooperate with the battle and immediately transfer, Woodsent reluctantly agrees that it can return to the top of her head in an unoccupied outdoor spot. But in daily life, when others are around, it must stay honestly under her sleeve on the wrist. A serious diplomatic negotiation about ownership of the head ends with Woodsent's ruthless suppression and Yaya's conditional surrender. The little creature, looking sad, wraps around Woodsent's left wrist, carefully winding its roots around her wrist bone. Its two leaves droop, looking like a reluctant to leave home, little soul. Moxiang playfully poked at it with a smile and then picked up scissors. She looked at the window glass and started tidying her messy hair. After cutting her hair, she took a good shower and changed into clean, soft clothes. Moxiang felt completely refreshed, and the feeling of being trapped in a steel cage eased a lot. Her dirty clothes were washed and hung behind the pulled curtain to dry. Unknowingly, the sky darkened, and the sounds in the corridor increased suddenly, coming closer like rising tide waves. They're back.
I'm exhausted.
Today I almost got hit by that spiky steel porcupine. That's nothing. Old Lou's team had it worse. They ran into a bunch of iron vines and 2 people got hurt. Sure.
Keep it down.
If the security team hears us, we'll get into trouble. But today was a good haul. Those radiation minerals should earn us a lot of points. Points are useless. Rent just went up again. When will we ever save enough to move out of this pigeon coop? Be grateful. At least we have a roof over our heads. Better than sleeping outside and feeding the mutated beasts, the rough male voices talked tiredly, with complaints, relief from surviving another day, and faint hope. Heavy, chaotic footsteps sounded, along with the harsh screech of vehicles dragging across the metal floor. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the next room, as if something was slammed hard against the metal wall. Immediately, a woman's sharp, piercing cry and curse followed. You Kai. You good for nothing. All you do is drink. Just drink yourself to death. All the points I saved from scavenging are wasted on your drunken belly. I can't take this anymore. I'm divorcing you. I'll go to the housing office tomorrow to apply for separation. Divorce.
Divorce if you want.
Why are you shouting? You useless wife. Hick. Do you think it's easy for me to earn money and support this family? What's wrong with having a drink? A drunken, muffled male voice retorted stubbornly. Earn money? Is your little bit of income enough to buy your cheap drinks? If it weren't for me. Boo-hoo. The woman's crying and shouting were cut off by something, turning into suppressed sobs and more intense fighting sounds. The metal wall was banging loudly. Before the fierce argument could settle, distant sounds of children chasing and playing, laughing and screaming, came from the corridor. Got you, little bean. Hand over your iron marbles. No way. These are my dad's. He polished them for me. Give them to me now. Otherwise, I will tell the patrol team that you sneaked into the energy pipeline to play. You see if I dare. Stop right there. A flurry of running sounds, the crisp noise of metal marbles bouncing and rolling, children's surprised shouts and laughter come closer and then quickly fade away. Meanwhile, nearby at the public water station, sounds of splashing water, basin clattering, a man loudly rinsing his mouth, and women chatting while washing vegetables and cooking fill the air. Miss Zhang, these mutated potato pieces look pretty good today. Where did you get them? Hi, I dug them near the e-scrap yard. It took a lot of effort, and the radiation level is barely acceptable. Just eat them as they are. Oldly move aside, I need to fetch some water. Hurry up. Can't you see I'm washing? Cue up various sounds, tired complaints, heated arguments, innocent playfulness, everyday chatter, blend together through the uninsulated metal walls, pouring into the small space of D-471 without reservation. The clattering of pots and pans, the popping and roaring of the cheap fuel stove, and even the smell of burnt food drifting from somewhere. These noises and scents are chaotic and noisy, revealing the hardships and roughness of life at the bottom. Yet, they also carry a strange, lively warmth. Mu Xiang leans on the soft bedding, sipping small mouthfuls of clear water from the cup on the bedside table, eating a still-warm packed meal brought from outside. Yaya seems to have gotten used to the new home, quietly absorbing the faint energy in the air on her wrist. She listens silently to the lively scenes unfolding in this steel hive outside the door. The noise and chaos here strangely create a sense of security. It's the unique clamor of a human settlement, busy, oppressive, and tough, but at least temporarily safe. Amid the steel symphony filled with the smell of oil, sweat, and burnt food, exhaustion floods over like a tide. Mu Xiang pulls the small cloth curtain closed, turning off the wall lamp. Under the soft cover of the bed, her consciousness slowly sinks into darkness. The first night in this steel fortress quietly slips away amidst the smoky atmosphere outside.
Clang. Clang.
Hurry up. The good gathering spots are already taken if you're late. Hurry up. Let people live. Ergo. Stop dawdling. Let's go. The next morning, Ma Xiang was awakened by the loud noises outside the door. More bustling sounds, the clanging of metal doors, and loud shouts. Sunlight seeped through the small round window's curtain slit, casting faint patches of light on the ground. The steel fortress began a new day as hurried scavengers started their routines. Ma Xiang quickly got up, washed, and efficiently packed away the soft bedding and mattress on the bed, replacing them with the rough, coarse blanket and the hard, old pillow she bought yesterday. The water cup on the bedside table was also changed to the plain old enamel cup from yesterday. She put away the clean clothes hanging behind the curtain and changed into her old, dusty coat with mud stains, looking worn out from travel. After making sure all items that could reveal the secret of her hiding place were tidied up, she pulled back the curtain and put her anvil bracelet back on her wrist. She pushed open the heavy metal door, and the corridor was already crowded with people. Scavengers carrying baskets and dragging simple carts surged toward the exit like a murky stream. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, cheap tobacco, and last night's alcohol. Ma Xiang blended into the crowd and immediately felt the eyes from all directions. There were curious glances, scrutinizing looks at the new face, indifferent stares, and some sneaky, suspicious glances with a hint of ill intent. She slightly lowered her head, pulled up her collar, and pulled down her hat to hide her face in the shadows, making her features hard to see. She walked steadily with the crowd, passing through the large city gate. The hot sunlight and dusty wind wrapped around her instantly. Looking back, the huge steel fortress looked like a sleeping giant in the morning light, with tracks deeply embedded in the ground. Ahead was the endless, lush wasteland, dotted with mutated plants and tinged with gold by the morning sun. The scavenger group dispersed quickly across the vast wilderness, heading toward familiar areas or new resource spots. Ma Xiang deliberately slowed her pace and chose a direction with fewer people and denser vegetation. As she walked, she raised her wrist and activated the anvil scanner. A probe needle appeared on the display, and she paused now and then, carefully stabbing the probe into seemingly worthless, yellowed weeds.
Beep.
Radiation level: highly contaminated. There was no special energy reaction and no economic value detected. The electronic voice of the anvil clearly announced the results. Mako shook her head and continued forward, pretending to search carefully, but showing a look of disappointment as if she found nothing. Occasionally, other scavengers passed nearby. Seeing her inexperienced appearance, some sneered and walked away, while others kindly warned her, "New here? Don't waste time in this area. The roots are all dug up. Try the scrap yard to the east. You might find some low-radiation potatoes." Mako nodded gratefully, changed direction, and resumed her slow, inefficient search. She walked and stopped repeatedly, pretending to scan constantly, gradually moving out of the crowd's sight. When only the howling wind, swaying weeds, and her footsteps remained, Mako stopped all her disguises. She leaned against a large, weathered rock, alertly looking around again. The vast wasteland had only a few faint dots on the horizon, other scavengers. At this moment, she no longer needed any disguise. Her wood-type supernatural power activated within her body, and Yaya responded by slightly straightening her small body. 2 tender leaves moved gently in the wind, emitting a soft green glow. Yaya, start now. Scan widely, sense and find edible plants, large metal reactions, or mutated creatures. Mako mentally gave clear instructions.
Yes.
Yaya received. Let's find together, Mom. The little one's mind was full of energy. An invisible sensing field spread out from Mako, like water ripples expanding rapidly in all directions. Her supernatural power was like a precise geological radar, capable of penetrating underground as long as plant roots reached there, sensing everything. Yaya was like the sharpest life detector, focusing more on energy and natural fluctuations. Its range was even broader than Mako's, able to detect the lurking presence of powerful mutated beasts or faint glimmers from rare energy plants. Their combined sensing fields overlapped and merged, covering a much larger area than the anvil scanner could reach. Beneath the surface of the wasteland, a three-dimensional map filled with various energy markers unfolded. They were no longer inexperienced scavengers like headless flies, but had truly begun efficient, high-level wilderness exploration. The anvil screen on her wrist clearly showed the time. 9:17 a.m. Mu Xiang leaned against a large, wind-eroded rock with honeycomb holes in the shade. Her gaze swept over the barren land, which was twisted and distorted under the noon sun. The wild grass drooped weakly, and a few twisted thorny bushes seemed aggressive, with unhealthy gray-green leaves. The air was thick with the smell of dried dust and a faint, electric-like ozone scent, typical of high radiation zones. Her stored food in the space was enough to last a long time, and she had plenty of clean water. Even her ability to grow plants allowed her to enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits at any time. But right now, all of this was a secret she couldn't reveal in the light. She needed resources approved by Iron Anvil City that could be openly exchanged for points. The seeds and plants she carried, whether rice, wheat, or those exchanged in safe zones or during trades, were different from local plants, at least in size or appearance. If she suddenly took out these mutated plants that didn't exist here to exchange, she would be like a firefly in the dark, instantly exposing her abnormality. Such risks were too great and not worth it.
Points.
This cold number was her oxygen inside this moving fortress. It determined whether she could survive in her small home, a metal box on D-471, through the cold season. She needed to renew her subscription and stock up on visible cold weather supplies and fuel quotas. It also related to information about everything needed for survival here or nearby. But information wouldn't come out of nowhere. Taverns, information brokers, and even some shopkeepers needed points to open their mouths. More importantly, it was about crystal cores, needed to enhance her abilities. Hunting high-level mutated beasts in the wilderness was very risky, but in the relatively stable black market or official exchange points in Iron Anvil City, exchanging points for crystal cores was the safest and most reliable way. Time to get back to work, Mu Xiang muttered softly, with a hint of self-mockery. Once, before she gained her ability to induce, when she was weaker, she was one of the lowest scavengers in the wilderness. Using her eyes and a little knowledge of identification, she struggled to find edible things in the radioactive wasteland. Now, after all this time, she had returned to the starting point. She stood up and brushed off the dust on her pants. Yaya sensed her movement and peeked out two small, tender leaves from under her sleeve, sending a curious thought. "Mom? Are you going to find something to eat?" "Yes, something that can earn points," Mu Xiang replied mentally, while spreading a faint wave of mental energy combined with Yaya's perception field. The range was smaller than when she was just exploring the path before, but the accuracy was higher. It was like an invisible filter, carefully screening the ground and nearby plants, focusing on detecting faint signs of life energy and radiation levels that hovered near the safe threshold. The sun was scorching, like flames pouring down from a furnace, mercilessly roasting the earth. The air on the wasteland twisted and steamed, causing the view to distort. As the sun climbed higher, radiation levels peaked. The warning light on the anvil device flickered with a bright orange-yellow. Even the hardy mutated plants looked wilted, their leaves curled up to reduce exposure. Mu Xiang was already sweating heavily, her lips cracked. She leaned against a relatively tall, thick, serrated gray-purple shrub and reached into her backpack, which was actually a space. She took out an energy bar and nibbled on its small bites. The taste was bland, like chewing wax, but it quickly restored her energy. "Yaya, go ahead. It's mealtime," Mu Xiang mentally called. The little creature immediately perked up. With a swift movement, it slid down her wrist and tiny roots touched the ground. Light as a feather, it hopped over to a nearby withered thorny bush, whose roots were sun-bleached and drooping. For humans, the high radiation energy contained in the soil, air, and plants was dangerous, but for Yaya, it was excellent nourishment. Its two tender leaves fully unfurled, revealing delicate, fine golden veins like tiny capillaries. An invisible pull radiated from its center. The radiation particles in the air, the polluted energy seeping from the soil, and even the decaying vitality emitted by the thorny bush itself seemed to be summoned, drawn toward Yaya, gathering into its small body. The color of its leaves began to change. The pure green deepened into a strange, dark green glow, and the golden veins became clearer and brighter, even starting to shimmer faintly. As the absorption continued, a deep purple hue subtly emerged within the dark green, as if it had condensed too much chaotic energy. Under the bright midday sun, Yia looked like a small sponge, greedily absorbing the unique nutrients of this wasteland. Mu Xiang could clearly feel that the sharp, skin-tingling radiation from the surrounding air and soil had noticeably weakened around Yia. Time slowly passed. When the sun finally began to set and the environmental radiation levels gradually decreased, Yia's absorption was nearing its end. Its tiny body had turned almost black-purple, with golden patterns on its leaves flowing and shimmering like lava. It wobbled and tried to hop back to Mu Xiang, but its roots suddenly softened. With a soft pop, like someone drunk, it collapsed onto the hot ground.
Dizzy. Dizzy.
Mama. So much. So tasty. The thoughts transmitted by the little creature were hazy, like a fog covering them, muddled and full of fullness and dizziness. Mu Xiang was both annoyed and amused. She quickly reached out her hand. Yia used its last bit of strength to wrap its roots around her finger, and she carefully lifted it up, placing it back inside her wrist base. The little creature immediately curled around her wrist like a soft little octopus, its leaves drooping weakly, sending a strong message of, "I'm full and need to sleep," then slipping into a state similar to hibernation to digest the energy. After a short rest, Mu Xiang drank some water, ate the last energy bar, and set out again. With Yia having absorbed part of the regional radiation peak, the environment was still harsh in the afternoon, but it felt much more comfortable. Her perception field, like a precise detector, patiently scanned one seemingly desolate area after another. Withered grass roots, worthless broken stones, shells shed by low-level mutated insects, these were quickly filtered out. Just as she was about to give up on this area and explore a more distant weathered rock formation, her sensing field suddenly picked up a relatively dense patch of mutated plants behind a small, windless hill, with occasional brighter spots. She knew that the brighter areas in the sensing indicated lower radiation levels. There, the mutated plants met basic edible standards. Her spirit lifted, and she quickly sped up to move toward it. The scene that came into view made her heart leap with joy. In the shady side of the hillside, away from the harshest sunlight, a small patch of lush plants stubbornly grows. The leaves are oval or diamond-shaped, smooth-edged, with clear veins, showing a rare deep purple-red healthy color in the wild. These are mutated wild amaranth. They grow unusually tall and thick, like small trees, with broad, sturdy leaves that look like solid-colored posters. Clearly, the soil moisture and sheltered environment here provide a good place for them to thrive. Mu Xiang didn't act immediately. Instead, she pretended to be casual and raised her wrist. The probe from her anvil popped out and carefully pierced a large leaf on the outer edge of the amaranth.
Beep.
Radiation level detecting. Analysis result. Target plant. Mutated wild amaranth. Radiation pollution level. High, common in moderately polluted areas. Leaf veins and edges show very high contamination. Some young inner leaves exceed safe radiation limits. Preliminary conclusion. Not edible. The synthesized voice gave the conclusion. This was exactly what Mu Xiang needed. Confirming the plant type and leaving a trace of her detection was enough. Caution is always wise. Her sharp eyes swept over the amaranth patch. Soon, she focused on two particularly tall plants in the center. The new tender leaves at their top, under her sensing ability, appeared lighter gray-white than the others, indicating moderate radiation exposure. Mu Xiang crouched down, took out a small knife she carried. With quick, precise movements, she cut off the two tender leaves, each about the size of a basin, that showed signs of moderate radiation. The leaves felt heavy and rough, with a faint smell of earth and a metallic scent mixed together. She quickly rolled up these two valuable leaves, tied them with grass rope, and stuffed them into her old, bulging backpack, her hard currency, for exchanging points later. After finishing, she didn't stop. Her gaze shifted to other plants in the amaranth patch, those smaller, younger stems and leaves hidden behind the taller plants. These tender leaves, with their bright colors, a mix of purple-red and fresh green, and high radiation levels, were mostly in the heavily polluted range, generally considered worthless trash. But for Mu Xiang, none of that mattered. She carefully shielded herself from possible outside view, though the area was deserted, and swiftly cut with her small knife. She carefully picked the tender stems and leaves hidden deep inside, the ones that were hard to notice. Her movements were quick and light, trying not to damage the plant's overall shape. Soon, she had gathered a large bundle of fresh, heavy leaves filled with radiation. Pretending to adjust her backpack, she quietly made them disappear with a thought, sending them to the farthest corner of her storage space. Once Yaya sobered up and filtered out the radiation, these would become her secret stash of delicious food, tasting almost like the flavors from before the apocalypse. After finishing, she calmly stood up, looked around, and memorized the location of this hidden vegetable patch. She had found a stable and sustainable source of both points and food. The sunset painted the wasteland in gold and red. It was time to head back. Carrying her heavy spoils, Mu Xiang followed the hidden marks she had made earlier. Although the harvest wasn't large, the discovery of this amaranth field gave her a sense of security. Just as she neared the edge of the scavenger's usual area, her sensing field brushed past a pile of rocks and caught a new wave of life energy, strong and spicy in scent. Following the signal, Mu Xiang found a small cluster of plants growing stubbornly between the stones. They were tall, with thick, straight stems and broad, serrated leaves covered in fine wrinkles. Their color was a deep, almost blackish purple, shining faintly under the sunset. It was mutated perilla. A familiar scent, a mix of mint and spice, drifted toward her. Though weakened by the dusty air, Mu Xiang could never mistake it. Her heart lifted. Perilla was valuable, both as a spice and as medicine, often worth more than amaranth. She raised her wrist and used the anvil probe to scan the nearest leaf.
Beep.
Radiation level scanning. Analysis result. Target plant, mutated perilla. Radiation contamination level, severe, common in heavily polluted zones. Leaf surface and veins show extreme contamination. Not safe for consumption. No economic value. Purification cost too high. The cold synthetic voice sealed the plant's fate. Severe contamination meant that in Iron Anvil City's exchange system, even as fuel it was too radioactive, true waste. However, those are conclusions about other people. Mu Xiang carefully selected from the plants and noticed an extremely large, tender leaf growing at the top of a plant. It was unbelievable, more than a meter across. The leaf was whole, perfectly shaped, with a deep purple surface that looked like fine velvet in the sunset, covered with intricate, naturally formed dark gold veins. The jagged edges were also very delicate. Aside from its deadly radiation level, it looked like a piece of natural art. Really beautiful, Mu Xiang whispered. Such a beautiful leaf was covered with invisible poison. But in the next moment, with a swift move, Mu Xiang accurately cut it off. The leaf was cold and flexible to the touch, larger than her entire body. She struggled to roll the huge leaf into a big tube and tied it with grass rope. Holding this enormous bundle, which emitted a strong spicy scent but had no value, Mu Xiang couldn't help but smile. This giant leaf reminded her of an old cartoon she watched long ago in another world, tiny people living under human floors, using stamps as pictures, bottle caps as basins, and building their small homes from human trash. Now, holding this giant trash that the residents of Iron Anvil City saw as worthless, she felt like a tiny person struggling to survive under the shadow of a huge beast, Iron Anvil City itself. In front of the wild, monstrous plants, steel fortresses, and unknown abyssal mouths, humans are so small. Let's go, Yaya, time to go home. Mu Xiang patted Yaya on the wrist, which was still digesting, though it showed no response. We're bringing home this decorative item. Let's decorate our home well, and tomorrow we'll come back. She took one last look at the swaying, deadly alluring purple basil bushes in the dusk, hugged the large purple basil leaf bundle, carried the 2 valuable amaranth leaves, and walked toward the silhouette of the steel fortress, stretched by the setting sun. Sometimes, the wilderness's gifts are food, sometimes points, and sometimes just a darkly humorous note about survival itself.